Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗵𝗃 on Wattpad. Now let's start. It was a bright, sunny day in 𝗵𝗲𝗄, Japan, as the scene shifted to 𝗬𝗧𝗏 High School. Inside the principal's office, 2 boys, Izuku Midoriya and issei hyoudou, were present. Izuku sat with his head down in embarrassment, while issei slouched in his chair. The office was occupied by Principal Nizu, Aizawa, All Might, and the rest of the staff. Nizu wore his usual casual smile, but the others displayed concern. Nizu asked the boys to explain their unusual appearances. All Might remarked on how different Izuku looked without his glasses, while Midnight questioned the horns on his head, and Present Mike inquired about the pink hair. Izuku stammered, unsure of how to respond, but issei confidently took the lead, assuring Izuku not to worry. He posed a question to Principal Nizu, who was caught off guard and reacted dramatically, startling the boys. Issei began to recount the events that led to their current situation. In a flashback, Izuku was in the support course room with Mei, working on a new project for the hero course students. They were constructing a large force field designed to protect students from heavy fire during encounters with villains. Izuku found the project helpful, as it could block bullets, ranged quirks, and debris. Mei expressed her excitement about how this invention would reduce injuries among hero students. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Bakugo and Katsumi entered, arguing about their gauntlets. Izuku attempted to calm them down, offering to fix both sets. Bakugo complained about his gauntlets being ruined by a classmate's antics, while Katsumi echoed his frustrations. Izuku assured them he could have the gauntlets ready in about an hour. After a fist bump from Bakugo and a tight hug from Katsumi, Izuku headed to his personal work area to begin repairs. Once the maintenance was complete, Izuku wrapped the gauntlets in ribbons and placed them in gift boxes, intending to deliver them to the dorms. As he left, issei approached him, asking for help with something. Izuku hesitated but agreed, trusting issei would handle the situation. Issei led Izuku away, while in another part of the school, Tokoyami sensed a disturbance. Dark Shadow noted the unusual energy, prompting Tokoyami to investigate. He encountered Denki, who revealed he had been hiding from the Bakugo twins after causing trouble with their gauntlets. Tokoyami began to piece together the situation, feeling that something was amiss but struggling to connect the dots. The tension in the air hinted at the chaos that was about to unfold, as the boys navigated their challenges and the consequences of their actions. Tokoyami insisted that he could handle the situation, but Denki pleaded with him to reconsider. Just then, a loud knocking interrupted their conversation. The 2 boys exchanged curious glances before Izumi jumped up from the couch to answer the door. Upon opening it, she was met with the sight of Matsuda and Motohama, which instantly caused her smile to fade. She asked them what they wanted, and Matsuda explained they had come to drop something off. Izumi dismissed the packages, saying they could keep whatever it was. Motohama nervously revealed that the packages were from Izuku, but before he could finish, Izumi choked him lightly, glaring at him intensely. She demanded to know how they had obtained the packages. Motohama stammered that they were tasked with delivering them to the Explosion twins. Izumi called for Katsumi, who quickly came down the stairs with Bakugo. They were met with the sight of Matsuda looking frightened and Izumi still holding Motohama. Katsumi questioned their presence, and Izumi explained they were there to deliver a package meant for her and Bakugo. Bakugo scoffed, stating that Izuku was supposed to deliver it himself. Tokoyami had a sudden realization, while Matsuda tried to explain that Izuku had sent them. Before he could finish, Katsumi grabbed him by the neck, her other hand sparking with tiny explosions, demanding to know what he had done to Izuku. Matsuda insisted he had done nothing wrong, but Katsumi remained unconvinced. Just then, Tokoyami intervened, asking where issei was. Motohama mentioned that issei had said he needed help and had walked off with someone. Izumi and Katsumi immediately took off in search of Izuku, leaving Bakugo and Tokoyami behind. Bakugo expressed his frustration, stating he would take action if Izuku was in trouble. As the others began to worry, they decided to search for Izuku, fearing Issei might be up to no good. Meanwhile, Izuku and Issei were far from the main building in a secluded area of the forest. Izuku questioned why they were so far from school, and Issei explained he was bringing him to meet a friend who was shy around crowds. They continued walking until they reached a small clearing. Izuku asked where the friend was, and just then, a pink portal opened, startling him. Issei held onto Izuku tightly as he began to back away in fear. Issei apologized and suddenly pushed Izuku through the portal before he was pulled in himself by mysterious tentacles. Once inside, Issei found himself in a strange, pink realm, where he was quickly ensnared by the tentacles. He struggled but was unable to escape. Izuku, also trapped, asked Issei what was happening. Issei, still trying to catch his breath, assured Izuku he was fine but was clearly distressed. Suddenly, a large figure emerged from the portal, laughing ominously. Izuku backed away in fear while Issei glared at the figure, revealing it to be Slaanesh. She addressed Issei, asking how life was treating him. Issei demanded to know why he was there, having already fulfilled his obligations. Izuku, confused, asked about the mention of sacrifices. Slaanesh picked up Izuku, holding him in her palm and savoring his fear, announcing her intention to consume his soul. Slaanesh commanded silence, expressing her distaste for the sound of her food screaming. With a swift motion, her tongue wrapped around Izuku, drawing him into her mouth before she closed it. The taste was delightful and she savored it. Issei, witnessing the scene, questioned whether he could leave now that Izuku had been consumed. Slaanesh, however, dismissed his request, indicating that there was more to it. As she struggled, coughing and holding her neck in pain, Slaanesh revealed that Izuku's soul was too pure for her liking. Issei was taken aback by her reaction, witnessing her distress as she coughed up smoke. Slaanesh spat Izuku out onto the ground, leaving both boys in shock. Issei was incredulous that Izuku was still alive, while Izuku simply stated the obvious, that he hadn't tasted good. Slaanesh, desperate for relief, fell back through a portal, leaving them bewildered. Issei pondered what had just occurred, while Izuku questioned why Issei had tried to sacrifice him. Issei explained that he had unresolved issues with Slaanesh, and Izuku pressed for details. Before Issei could elaborate, Slaanesh returned, clutching a half-full milk carton. She gulped it down, discarding the empty carton through a portal. Slaanesh then turned her attention to Issei, grabbing him by the collar and glaring at him. Pink, spiky tendrils emerged, wrapping around him and causing him discomfort. She accused him of trying to kill her, insisting that Izuku was too innocent. Issei, confused, struggled to understand her reasoning. Slaanesh demanded he look at Izuku, emphasizing his innocence. As Issei reluctantly used his third eye, he realized the gravity of the situation. He had almost sacrificed someone so pure. Slaanesh confirmed his realization, but Issei was overwhelmed with guilt. Meanwhile, Slaanesh found Izuku adorable, lifting him to her face and declaring him her new companion. Izuku, wanting to return home, expressed his longing to leave, but Slaanesh insisted he stay with her. Issei, feeling the tension, suggested a potential solution. He proposed that they could serve Slaanesh instead of being sacrificed. Slaanesh considered the offer, and Issei warned Izuku against making deals with her. Slaanesh, intrigued, decided to accept their proposal, but with a twist. She intended to turn them into her champions of rock. She explained that while she didn't care much for Issei, she valued Izuku's innocence. Slaanesh revealed her plan to transform them into unique versions of 𝗲𝗏, distinct from the usual grotesque forms. The boys were unsettled by the idea, but Slaanesh assured them that they would not resemble the typical 𝗲𝗏, leaving them to wonder what their new identities would entail. Issei expressed his relief, grateful for the situation he found himself in. Slaanesh, with a playful tone, hinted that Issei's experience might differ from others. She assured them that they wouldn't have any strange mutations. Izuku, feeling optimistic, agreed that it sounded promising. With a snap of her fingers, Slaanesh transformed the two boys, granting them black wings. Issei was amazed, exclaiming how cool it was, but then he noticed a discrepancy. He questioned why one wing was black while the other was pink. Slaanesh explained that it symbolized Issei being the better champion. Issei accepted this, acknowledging his role as Slaanesh's pawn. With a sense of urgency, Slaanesh suggested they sign the contract. A pen and paper appeared, and Izuku quickly wrote his name. Issei hesitated but eventually followed suit, and the contract vanished. Slaanesh then outlined their 3 tasks as champions of rock. The first task was to reap the souls of those she sent them after. Issei confidently stated he could handle that, while Izuku likened it to the Grim Reaper's work. Slaanesh clarified that she wanted fresh souls, meaning they would need to defeat their targets first. Izuku agreed to try his best. Next, Slaanesh instructed them to rock out, which both boys found easy and exciting. Finally, she revealed the most important objective, which left them puzzled. Slaanesh presented a pink screen projector, turning it on to show them something intriguing. Slaanesh observed the expressions on Issei and Izuku's faces, concluding that they understood their mission. Issei confirmed his awareness of the task ahead, while Izuku hesitated, wondering if there might be another way. Slaanesh dismissed the idea with a snap of her fingers, causing a portal to open beneath Issei, who fell through it with excitement. Another portal appeared for Izuku, and before they left, Slaanesh mentioned that the wings they had were merely mutations she had granted them. As the boys fell through the portals, they screamed, realizing they were going to die, but then remembered their wings and flew down to you, landing in the middle of the track field. They were back, but Izuku noticed his pink hair and horns, while Issei pointed out that Izuku looked different without his glasses. Izuku was taken aback by his appearance and asked for a mirror, but Issei didn't have one. Issei then declared he was going to have fun, while Izuku expressed concern about what he would do. Suddenly, they spotted the kendo team, and Issei was struck on the forehead by a kendo stick, sending him to the ground. Surrounded by the kendo club and their lieutenants, Murayama and 𝗕𝗁, Issei questioned why their sticks were now made of iron. 𝗕𝗁 explained that it was thanks to the school's engineer, and Murayama added that they needed to thank him when they found him. Issei realized that Izuku had provided the kendo team with upgraded equipment for self-defense, which led to a chaotic moment as the kendo club accused Izuku of being an imposter. Izuku tried to prove his identity by recalling their previous conversations, which surprised Murayama and 𝗕𝗁. However, their attention quickly turned to Issei, who was about to be targeted by the kendo sticks. As the kendo club activated their stun mode, Issei ran for his life, leaving Izuku behind. In the aftermath, Issei recounted the events to a silent office filled with tension. Nizu finally spoke, clarifying that Issei was being expelled from you for attempting to sacrifice Izuku to a chaos god. Issei protested, but Nizu stood firm, citing numerous complaints about Issei's behavior. Aizawa attempted to defend Issei, suggesting a lesser punishment, but Nizu insisted that previous measures had failed. Midnight supported Nizu's decision, stating that Issei had not changed despite repeated consequences. Izuku, feeling compelled to speak, pointed out that if Issei was the second worst pervert in the school, there must be someone worse. Nizu acknowledged this, and Izuku revealed that Mineta was indeed the worst. He offered evidence of Mineta's misconduct, claiming to have hacked security cameras and provided the girls with hidden cameras to document his actions. The staff reacted in shock, and Issei found humor in Mineta's behavior. Midnight, determined to verify Izuku's claims, rushed out of the office to investigate further. Issei, curious about the extent of Mineta's actions, pressed Izuku for more details, but Izuku remained tight-lipped, indicating that it was indeed serious. Issei couldn't believe what he was hearing. Nizu, the headmaster, had a serious expression as he addressed the situation. He informed Issei that despite the support he had from others, including Izuku Midoriya, the decision was final. Issei had to leave the campus. Issei felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, but he reluctantly accepted the decision. He stood up, walked toward the door, and placed his hand on the doorknob, ready to leave when a voice interrupted him. A sudden flash of mini lightning filled the room, momentarily blinding everyone. As the light faded, Toshinori and Aizawa exchanged confused glances, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Izuku wondered aloud if anyone else had heard a girl's voice, and just then, a mysterious woman emerged from the shadows. Aizawa demanded to know who she was, and she confidently introduced herself as 𝗲, the demon princess of Slaanesh. Nizu seemed taken aback but curious about her intentions. 𝗲 explained that she had come to speak about Issei and Izuku, whom she referred to as little boys. Issei couldn't help but ask about the scars on her face, and 𝗲 revealed that they were a result of her failure in a significant task. Izuku expressed concern, and 𝗲 reassured him that it wasn't too painful as long as she avoided the sun. The conversation took a humorous turn as Issei and 𝗲 exchanged playful insults, much to Izuku's dismay. Nizu reminded 𝗲 that she had something important to say, but she suggested they wait for others to arrive. Just then, the door to Nizu's office burst open, revealing a furious Midnight. She demanded Issei's immediate expulsion, presenting evidence of his alleged misconduct. As she placed several tapes on Nizu's desk, she noticed 𝗲 and questioned her presence. 𝗲 explained that she had entered through a side door, which surprised everyone. Midnight urged Nizu to act quickly, but 𝗲 interrupted, stating that the contract Issei and Izuku had signed bound them together. If were expelled, Izuku would have to leave as well. Nizu processed this information and realized that expelling Issei would mean losing a valuable student like Izuku. The staff members rallied in support of Izuku, highlighting his contributions and kindness to others. Midnight pointed out the potential fallout if the students learned about Izuku's expulsion, and Nizu contemplated the consequences. As he weighed his options, Nizu knew he had a difficult decision to make. Nizu shuddered at the thought of having an army of teens rushing his office. After some contemplation, he made his final decision. He decided that Issei could stay, but he wanted him to be constantly monitored along with young Midoriya. Nizu believed that since they were practically stuck together, they might learn something from each other. 𝗲 then announced that she would be their sensei, explaining that they needed guidance to control their powers. She informed them that by signing the contract, they had essentially received the touch of Slaanesh. Both Izuku and Issei found this revelation intriguing, and 𝗲 expressed her excitement about teaching them. As the meeting concluded, everyone left Nizu's office except for him and 𝗲. Nizu inquired if she was going to disappear, and 𝗲 confirmed that she had something to say. She noted that the room had a strange aura, to which Nizu replied it was nothing. 𝗲 also reminded Nizu that he still owed Slaanesh for saving his life, prompting a resigned sigh from Nizu. After bidding farewell, 𝗲 vanished through a portal, leaving Nizu alone with his tea and 5 mysterious tapes. While Nizu began to watch the tapes, Izuku was heading back to his workplace, receiving curious stares from other students. He wondered why everyone was looking at him and confirmed his identity as Midoriya. The students, recognizing him, nodded in agreement, affirming that he was indeed the Midoriya they knew. Suddenly, Katsumi approached, demanding to know what everyone was talking about. Izuku nervously acknowledged her, and she expressed disbelief at his changed appearance. After some back and forth, Katsumi finally accepted that it was truly Izuku. She inquired about his glasses, to which Izuku replied he didn't know what happened to them. He mentioned Issei, prompting Katsumi to realize that the rumors about him were true. Izuku lamented the destruction of the workshop, and Katsumi offered him a place to stay at their dorm. As they discussed the arrangements, a tiny 𝗲 appeared on Izuku's shoulder, invisible to everyone else. She instructed him to communicate with her through his thoughts, which he quickly adapted to. 𝗲 then revealed that Izuku's first mission was to make a connection with the next girl he made eye contact with. Just then, AI Hoshino approached, recognizing Izuku and commenting on his new appearance. She expressed her admiration for how handsome he looked, leaving Izuku flustered. As they chatted, Izuku explained that he needed to head to the 1A dorms due to an explosion at the workshop. AI asked for help with her homework, and Izuku agreed to assist her. As they walked together, 𝗲 smirked, reminding Izuku of his mission. He felt a wave of panic but tried to remain calm, reminding himself of his training, which he realized he lacked. Upon arriving at their empty classroom, Izuku's anxiety grew. AI explained that the teacher was absent, and they settled into their seats to work on her homework. As they spent the afternoon together, Izuku helped AI understand the material, and they gradually finished their tasks. AI leaned against Izuku, noticing the blush creeping onto his cheeks. She decided to tease him about it, playfully commenting on his flustered state. As she got closer to his face, she asked him why he was blushing, suggesting that perhaps he wanted something more from her. Izuku stammered, trying to find his words, while Mel watched the interaction with amusement, encouraging Izuku to take a leap of faith. Feeling bold, AI playfully positioned herself on Izuku's lap, and as he closed his eyes, expecting a kiss, she whispered in his ear that she was just teasing him. Izuku was taken aback, confused by her playful nature. AI found his reaction adorable, and as they shared a moment of eye contact, the atmosphere shifted. Izuku, gathering his courage, confessed his feelings for AI, admitting that he had loved her for a while but was intimidated by her status as the school's idol. AI was surprised but intrigued by his honesty. Izuku expressed his longing for her, but he needed to know if she felt the same way. Mel, ever the loudmouth, interrupted, insisting that Izuku should be more assertive. AI, feeling bold, encouraged Izuku to kiss her again, and they shared another kiss, deepening their connection. As they kissed, AI playfully suggested that they explore their feelings further, leading to a more 𝗕𝗵𝗲 moment. AI encouraged Izuku to call her by her first name, and he complied. Mel, ever the instigator, pushed for Izuku to take things further, but Izuku hesitated, feeling the weight of the moment. AI playfully challenged him, and as they continued to explore their feelings, the tension between them grew. They shared a passionate kiss, and the world around them faded away as they focused solely on each other. AI's playful nature and Izuku's shy demeanor created a perfect balance, and they both felt the thrill of their connection. As they caught their breath, AI playfully teased Izuku about their kiss, and he admitted that it meant a lot to him. The two shared a moment of vulnerability, realizing that they were both navigating new territory in their relationship. AI's playful spirit and Izuku's earnestness created a bond that felt both exciting and genuine. With a newfound confidence, Izuku took the lead, and they continued to explore their feelings for each other, creating a memorable moment that neither would forget. The connection they shared was special, and they both knew that this was just the beginning of their journey together. Izuku felt a rush of emotions as he stood beside AI, both of them caught in a moment that felt electric. He promised her that he would be the best man she could ever need in her life. AI, overwhelmed with feelings, struggled to contain her excitement. As the intensity between them grew, Izuku laid AI gently on the desk, moving with a fervor that made it difficult for her to hold back her sounds of pleasure. AI marveled at how skilled he was, wondering if he had any experience at all. Izuku, feeling the tightness around him, was surprised by her reaction. Mel, ever the observer, teased Izuku about AI's longing for him to be more assertive. AI, feeling bold, asked Izuku to kiss her, and he obliged, lifting her into his lap as she began to move with him. The connection between them deepened, and AI felt a sense of longing for Izuku, appreciating his kindness and care. As they shared this 𝗕𝗵𝗲 moment, AI whispered sweetly, wanting to experience the peak of their connection together. Izuku, feeling the urgency build, was caught off guard when AI clung to him, wanting him to stay close. After a brief moment of hesitation, Izuku realized the depth of their bond and surrendered to the moment, feeling a wave of exhilaration wash over them both. They shared a breathless moment, AI resting against him, feeling a sense of fulfillment. Mel chimed in, pointing out a new mark that appeared on AI, which surprised both of them. Izuku learned that this mark symbolized their bond, a sign of their connection. AI, curious and excited, embraced Izuku tightly, feeling a sense of security in their relationship. As they discussed their feelings, Izuku felt a mix of emotions about the new developments. Mel, ever the instigator, suggested that claiming another girl would make the day even better. Izuku, confused, looked out the window and was met with an unexpected sight that sent chills down his spine. Suddenly, Shouka appeared, demanding that one of them open the window. Izuku, still shaken, complied and let her in, feeling a mix of fear and confusion. 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗵 unexpected punch left him stunned, but her subsequent kiss added to his bewilderment. AI, observing the interaction, speculated that 𝗬𝗂𝘁 might have feelings for Izuku. 𝗬𝗂𝘁 confirmed this, and the atmosphere shifted as they all navigated their feelings. After a brief moment of cleaning up, AI and 𝗬𝗂𝘁 stepped outside, leaving Izuku in a state of confusion about the unfolding dynamics. As he pondered the situation, Mel pointed out the obvious. The girls were discussing him. The realization hit Izuku, and he felt a mix of pride and uncertainty about what lay ahead. When AI and 𝗬𝗂𝘁 returned, they surprised him with a decision that would change everything. They agreed to share him, leaving Izuku both relieved and intrigued by the twist in their story. Izuku felt a mix of excitement and anxiety as he entered the dorms with 𝗬𝗂𝘁. The atmosphere was lively, and as they walked in, Mina spotted them and exclaimed for everyone to look. The class turned their attention to Izuku and 𝗬𝗂𝘁, rushing over with a barrage of questions. Izuku tried to calm them down, asking for one question at a time. Shiro asked what had happened to him, while Mina noticed he wasn't wearing his glasses. Uraraka commented on how different he looked, and Denki was confused about who 𝗬𝗂𝘁 was. Ojiro reminded Denki that it was Izuku, and Bakugo bluntly pointed out that someone had changed him. Mineta insisted he hadn't done anything, but Bakugo dismissed him. Hagekure then proposed a test to confirm Izuku's identity, asking him a question only he would know. The class was intrigued, and Katsumi questioned why she would expect him to know such a thing. Izuku confidently answered, revealing the color of Hagekure's underwear, which surprised everyone. Hagekure confirmed it was true, and Katsumi, feeling mischievous, decided to chase her, leading to a playful commotion. Izuku observed the chaos, wondering about the reactions of his family, especially his mother, if she saw him now. As they settled in, Lita expressed concern about where Izuku would sleep, suggesting the couch, which Izumi quickly dismissed due to its condition. Izuku offered to sleep on the floor, but 𝗬𝗂𝘁 interjected, saying it wouldn't be necessary. She suggested he could sleep with her, which caused a stir among the others. Lita hesitated, but Izumi reassured him that Izuku would respect boundaries. With that settled, 𝗬𝗂𝘁 took Izuku's hand, leading him to her room and closing the door behind them. Meanwhile, Bakugo voiced his discontent with Izuku's new look, while the others debated what had happened to him. As the class resumed their activities, Izuku and 𝗬𝗂𝘁 found themselves sharing a moment together, both feeling the chemistry between them. 𝗬𝗂𝘁 playfully suggested testing their connection, and Izuku felt a rush of determination. They shared a tender moment, and Izuku was surprised by how natural it felt. However, he noticed 𝗬𝗂𝘁's expression was unreadable, which made him question if he was doing something wrong. Just then, Mel's voice echoed in his mind, suggesting an upgrade. Izuku felt a surge of energy and noticed a change within himself. 𝗬𝗂𝘁 responded to this new sensation, and Izuku was taken aback by her reaction. As they navigated this new dynamic, Izuku found himself caught between excitement and uncertainty, eager to explore this new chapter in their relationship while also wanting to ensure 𝗬𝗂𝘁 felt comfortable. A loud bang echoed from downstairs, prompting issei to call for Izuku urgently. Izuku recognized issei's voice and felt a sense of urgency. 𝗬𝗂𝘁, eager to speak with Izuku, quickly dressed and took his hand, leading him downstairs where issei awaited. Upon reaching the bottom, Izuku noticed issei's unusual appearance and questioned him about it. Issei, clearly distressed, exclaimed about the strange situation he found himself in. 𝗬𝗂𝘁 joined in, pointing out the oddity of a snake that seemed to be part of the chaos. Issei, bewildered, admitted he had no idea what was happening. Izumi, observing closely, remarked on issei's altered voice, while Mineta, unable to contain himself, commented on issei's unexpected cuteness. Issei dismissed Mineta's remark, but the moment turned chaotic when the snake bit Mineta, causing him to panic and run in circles. Amidst the commotion, issei demanded to know where Mel was, showing his urgency. 𝗬𝗂𝘁, confused, asked about Mel's identity. Issei insisted it was important, but 𝗬𝗂𝘁 had her own questions. In a surprising move, she grabbed Izuku's tongue, shocking everyone present. Izuku winced, explaining that he had received the unusual trait from Mel. Just then, Mel appeared in the kitchen, casually introducing herself as their sensei. The class, intrigued yet confused, turned their attention to her. Lita asked for her identity, and Mel confirmed her role, leaving Issei to explain further. Issei, feeling the pressure, requested the class not to react violently after his explanation. Katsumi warned him that it depended on what he would say. With a deep breath, Issei began to recount the events that led to their current predicament, revealing that Izuku had made a deal with Slaanesh, which had turned them into her champions. The class listened in shock as Issei laid out the details. Izumi processed the information, realizing the gravity of the situation. Izuku confirmed her understanding, while Shoto questioned the sudden changes they had all noticed. Izuku, still feeling the effects of Shoka's grip, asked her to release his tongue, which she did with a nod. As the tension built, Bakugo and Katsumi charged at Issei, ready to confront him about the situation. Issei, feeling the urgency, tried to calm them down, but the twins were furious, accusing him of turning Izuku into a servant of a demon. Izuku quickly clarified that it was more of a partnership than a servitude. Shiro, curious about their new roles, asked what they were supposed to do now. Mel stepped in, inviting Izuku to explain their tasks. Izuku outlined their three main responsibilities: reaping souls, performing music, and a rather rebellious motto that Mel hinted at with a snap of her fingers, causing the TV to flicker ominously. Class 1A was buzzing with excitement. Izuku confirmed the meaning of the last part of their conversation, and Issei boasted about having a lot of fun. Mel teased him, pointing out that he hadn't managed to attract any girls during their time together. Issei retorted, urging Mel to keep quiet, and suggested that Izuku hadn't had any luck either. Izuku reluctantly admitted that he hadn't. Izumi was shocked, and the others echoed her surprise. Issei, filled with energy, tackled Izuku and shook him by the collar, accusing him of being a rascal. Izuku insisted it wasn't his fault, claiming the girl had wanted him. Issei didn't believe him, suggesting that Izuku must have done something to win her over. Mel reminded Issei that Izuku had claimed her fairly, which led to further confusion among the group. Mel explained that after their encounter, the girl had received a tattoo marking her as Izuku's. Katsumi was furious and demanded to know why she hadn't been the first choice. Izuku stammered, trying to explain, while Mel intervened to clarify that after Katsumi had left, she had given Izuku a challenge to pursue the next girl he made eye contact with. Katsumi's anger softened as she realized the situation, and she decided to let it slide. Izumi then turned to Mel, asking about her brother's plans. Mel, unable to read minds, hinted that a girl with fire and ice powers had plans for him. Shoka explained that she and another girl had agreed to share Izuku, and there was a challenge involved that would reward him if he succeeded. Izumi was protective, warning Izuku not to continue down this path, but Mel interjected that he would face dire consequences if he didn't comply with Slaanesh's demands. Izumi reluctantly accepted this reality but wished for a way to protect her brother. Mel then announced that Slaanesh had given Izuku and Issei a new task, which involved playing a song. She conjured 2 guitars for them, explaining that whoever played best would receive a blessing, while the loser would face an unfortunate transformation. Izuku felt the pressure, realizing he didn't know any rock songs, while Issei prepared to go first. After Issei finished his performance, Mel applauded, and it was Izuku's turn. He felt the weight of the moment, unsure of what to play. Jiro stepped in, providing Izuku with headphones and a song to listen to, confident that Izuku would study it and perform well. As the music played, Izuku focused, ready to give it his all. Izuku was captivated by the energy in the room as he played his guitar, which unexpectedly erupted in flames, causing everyone to step back in surprise. He was in the zone, feeling the rhythm and the excitement of the moment. The atmosphere was electric, and he was completely immersed in the music. As he played, he felt a surge of power, and suddenly, black wings sprouted from his back. The class was in awe as he soared around the room, his guitar spewing fire with every note he struck. Unbeknownst to him, Class 1B had heard the commotion and peeked through the window, astonished by the spectacle unfolding before them. Izuku continued to play, his guitar solo igniting cheers and chants from both classes. Issei watched in disbelief while Mel smiled, clearly impressed by Izuku's performance. After finishing his solo, Izuku landed gracefully on the floor, where his classmates lifted him into the air, celebrating his talent. He thanked them with a grin, feeling the camaraderie of his peers. 𝗧𝗏 expressed his excitement, and Denki noted how even 𝗧𝗲 had been caught up in the moment. 𝗧𝗲, however, was concerned about keeping the performance a secret, to which Bokugu reassured him that they wouldn't spill the beans. Momo pointed out that Class 1B might have seen them, prompting everyone to look out the window. They spotted Class 1B retreating back to their dorm, leaving Denki puzzled by the situation. Mel turned to Izuku, praising his performance with a perfect score, while Issei felt a bit left out, having scored lower. Mel explained that Izuku's display of wings and fire had set him apart, making his performance unforgettable. Issei couldn't help but feel a bit envious but appreciated the encouragement from Izuku. Just then, a purple portal appeared in the middle of the room, startling the class. Mel quickly explained that it was the instrument of Slaanesh, a sonic blaster she called the 𝗕𝗁𝗠𝗏𝗏𝗏. Intrigued, Izuku was eager to try it out, and Mel handed him a pair of headphones for the experience. As he prepared to step outside, Mel anticipated the fun that was about to unfold. Denki, curious about the device, asked Mel for more details. She explained that it produced incredibly loud noises, far beyond a typical boombox, and could even be overwhelming. Mina, skeptical, questioned its capabilities, but Mel assured her that it was more powerful than she could imagine. The whole dorm shook, causing everyone to fall to the floor except Mel. She remarked on the loudness, and Mina quickly agreed, taking back her previous statement. Izuku returned inside, his face reflecting pure shock. Izumi asked if he was okay, and he reassured her that he was fine. Mel teased him about being hit with the base shock, which he confirmed was an accurate description of his experience. As Issei attempted to enter, Mel stopped him, reminding him that she hadn't forgotten about his earlier antics. She declared it was time for his punishment. Issei, sensing trouble, sighed and braced himself. Suddenly, he fell to the ground, letting out a loud scream. Everyone backed away, except for Izuku, who rushed to Issei's side, urging him to relax as the pain would soon pass. After a few moments, the pain subsided, and Issei lay on the ground, breathing heavily. He expressed his sudden hunger, claiming he could eat everything in the pantry, even a horse. Mel playfully suggested he take off his shirt, and after some hesitation he complied. Izuku jumped back in surprise when he saw Issei's unusual transformation, prompting a collective gasp from the class. Issei was shocked to discover a large mouth on his stomach. Mel informed him that he now had a stomach mouth, which he found hard to accept. She introduced the mouth as Abby, insisting that he treat it like a normal person. Issei was incredulous, but Izuku lightened the mood by tickling Issei's stomach mouth, causing both to laugh. Mel pointed out that everyone already knew about his condition, and Issei pleaded with them not to tell anyone. Izumi proposed a deal: they wouldn't tell anyone if Issei promised to stop being a perv. Issei quickly agreed, desperate to keep his secret. Mina, however, was skeptical and suggested a rather embarrassing way for him to prove his sincerity. After a moment of hesitation, Issei complied, leading to a comical scene that left everyone grossed out except Mina, who captured the moment for potential blackmail. Afterward, Issei rushed to the kitchen, feeling unwell, while Izuku comforted him. Mel commented on the situation, revealing her unique perspective as the princess of Slaanesh, which included some unusual perks. Issei was both amazed and overwhelmed by the revelation. As Mel prepared to leave, Issei asked if there was a way to get rid of his new mouth. Mel feigned ignorance before disappearing, leaving Issei feeling defeated. Izuku tried to cheer him up, suggesting it could be worse. Izumi decided it was time for bed, and the class began to settle down for the night. Meanwhile, Mel appeared in Slaanesh's room and bowed. Slaanesh was eager to hear about Izuku's progress, and Mel excitedly shared that he was doing great. The conversation shifted to Issei, and Mel recounted his reaction to his new stomach mouth. Slaanesh had been watching and revealed that she had an idea for Issei's next punishment, hinting at a more complex transformation if he failed again. Mel smiled at the thought, knowing that the next encounter would be even more interesting. The two demon ladies laughed together as Slaanesh plotted the next mutation while 𝗲 schemed issei's downfall. It was a new day as Izuku woke up, rolling out of bed and walking downstairs into the kitchen to prepare some cereal. He yawned, thinking about the tasks that might come from the giant pink lady. 𝗲 confirmed his thoughts, appearing as a small version of herself on his shoulder, asking how he slept. Izuku replied that he had a good night, and 𝗲 informed him that he had some tasks to complete. The first task was to make a movie, and Izuku was surprised to learn that he would be acting alongside someone else. 𝗲 teased him about the reveal, and as another door opened, Izuku was shocked to see 𝗬𝗁 in a simple white shirt and her underwear. 𝗲 encouraged Izuku to make a move, reminding him that time was limited. Izuku hesitantly approached 𝗬𝗁, asking if the offer from yesterday still stood. 𝗬𝗁 sat down, playfully dropping her underwear, which made Izuku blush. She asked if that answered his question, and Izuku was ready to proceed. However, 𝗬𝗁 interrupted him, asking him to stick out his tongue. When she saw that his tongue was still long, she shook her head, insisting he do it properly. 𝗲 snapped her fingers, returning Izuku's tongue to normal, and 𝗬𝗁 nodded in approval. Izuku began to explore, trying to elicit a reaction from her. Despite his efforts, 𝗬𝗁 remained unresponsive, claiming it was not him but her. Izuku recalled advice from AI about making 𝗬𝗁 show a specific expression. He decided to try using his fingers, and this time he got a reaction. 𝗬𝗁 was surprised and asked him to slow down, but Izuku insisted they had limited time. As he continued, 𝗬𝗁 struggled to suppress her sounds of pleasure. 𝗲 urged Izuku to hurry, reminding him of the time constraint. Izuku picked up the pace, and 𝗬𝗁 felt overwhelmed by the sensations. Despite her resistance, she found herself enjoying the moment. Eventually, she smiled, and Izuku realized he had completed the task, even if it wasn't quite what he had hoped for. 𝗬𝗁 decided to get dressed before anyone else arrived, giving Izuku a quick kiss before heading upstairs. Once Izuku finished making breakfast, the rest of Class 1A began to come downstairs. He greeted them and decided it was time to return to the support course. On his way, he spotted Issei hiding in the bushes, feeding a squirrel to his stomach mouth. After a brief exchange, Izuku headed to the support course room, where Mei unexpectedly tackled him and pointed a nail gun at him. After a moment of confusion, Mei recognized him and put the nail gun away, commenting on how different he looked. She handed him a new pair of glasses, which he appreciated as he looked in the mirror. They then got to work on a force field project, and after 30 minutes, it was time for lunch. Izuku headed to the cafeteria, ready to eat, while Mei planned to join him later. Issei put his arm around Izuku's neck and greeted him. Izuku noticed Issei's appearance and commented on it. Issei sighed, explaining how difficult it had been to clarify his identity to everyone, as some girls were starting to think he was gay. Izuku asked what was going on, and Issei mentioned he was working on something. Issei's stomach began to act up, prompting Izuku to ask if he had fed Abby. Issei replied that he hadn't, and before he could eat, Abby playfully used her tongue to snatch his tray of food, leaving Issei in shock. He ducked under the table, panicking about the situation. Izuku offered him a shirt, which Issei gratefully accepted as he emerged from hiding, sighing in relief. Curious about the shirt, Issei learned it belonged to Izuku, who was now without a shirt, revealing his impressive physique. Issei was surprised and pointed out how ripped Izuku looked. Izuku modestly downplayed it, but Issei decided to show off Izuku's body to the cafeteria, eliciting gasps from the students. The girls were particularly impressed, while the boys expressed their astonishment. Izuku, feeling self-conscious, asked Issei to put him down. Afterward, he left the cafeteria to find a shirt, unaware that AI was watching him with admiration. She smiled and expressed gratitude silently. As Izuku walked back to the support course room, 𝗲 appeared on his shoulder and inquired about his missing shirt. Izuku explained he had given it to Issei. 𝗲 teased him about it, but Izuku clarified he didn't see Issei that way. 𝗲 then informed him it was time to start reaping souls, as Slaanesh was hungry. Izuku was surprised to learn there were multiple targets, but 𝗲 reassured him they weren't students. Following 𝗲, Issei caught up with Izuku, and they prepared for their task. They ventured into the woods, far from school grounds, until 𝗲 announced their arrival at the target's backyard. Issei knocked on the back door, but no one answered. 𝗲 suggested kicking it down, and after some hesitation, Izuku complied, sending the door flying open. Inside, they found their target on the couch with his wife. 𝗲 instructed the boys to grab them, and they complied, bringing the couple to their knees. 𝗲 confronted the husband about a deal he made, revealing the truth to his wife, who was shocked. The husband attempted to defend himself, but 𝗲 dismissed his pleas. As tensions rose, Issei playfully punched the husband, sending him crashing against the wall. 𝗲 then turned her attention to the wife, Abigail, asking her a series of pointed questions about her marriage. Abigail was visibly distressed, and 𝗲 presented her with a grim choice: kill her husband or face dire consequences. The atmosphere grew tense as Abigail hesitated, caught between fear and desperation. 𝗲 urged her to make a decision, and the boys stood by, ready for whatever came next. All eyes were now on Abigail. She hesitated, contemplating her next move. She expressed her change of heart, revealing her longing to live longer. Kyle, confused, tried to process her words, but 𝗲 quickly reminded him of the situation at hand. Abigail picked up a knife, and as she approached Kyle, Izuku intervened, grabbing him to prevent his escape. In a swift motion, Abigail lunged forward, the knife aimed at Kyle. He gasped, and a moment later, Izuku decisively ended the confrontation, leaving Kyle lifeless on the floor. 𝗲 praised Izuku for his progress, then approached Kyle's body. With a flick of her fingers, she extracted his soul and sent it through a portal, indicating that there were more targets to deal with. Issei, surprised, inquired if there were indeed more. 𝗲 confirmed there were, but Abigail interrupted, expressing her concern about being left behind. 𝗲 reassured her that she was safe, but Abigail insisted she couldn't be left alone. 𝗲, with a hint of mischief, proposed a way for Abigail to prove her loyalty. She snapped her fingers, causing Izuku and Issei's breaths to fall unexpectedly, shocking everyone. 𝗲 instructed Abigail to kiss the tips, and though initially taken aback, she complied, blushing as she knelt down. After a quick peck, she suddenly felt a wave of pain and collapsed, clutching her stomach. Izuku and Issei watched in alarm as 𝗲 explained that Abigail was undergoing a transformation. A pink light enveloped her, and her screams shifted into something else entirely. When the light faded, Abigail emerged, looking different and more confident. She revealed that she had embraced her true self, becoming what she had always desired. Izuku and Issei were stunned by her transformation into a succubus. 𝗲, amused, instructed Abigail to scout for their next target, and Abigail, eager for a reward, prepared to take flight. As she soared away, Izuku and Issei were left to wait for her return. After some time, Abigail returned, excitedly sharing that their target was at her parents' house. However, she insisted on receiving her reward first. 𝗲 sighed, knowing what Abigail wanted, and instructed the boys to fulfill her request. With a playful demeanor, Abigail engaged with Izuku, who was ready to show Issei the ropes. As they navigated this new dynamic, Abigail reveled in the attention, enjoying the moment. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as they prepared to move on to their next target, with Abigail leading the way. They approached another house, and Issei took the lead, kicking the back door open. Inside, they found a girl sleeping on the couch. Abigail, intrigued, suggested keeping her, but 𝗲 reminded her that the decision wasn't hers to make. The group continued to strategize, ready for whatever came next. The fact that there were two girlfriends was an interesting situation. Abigail expressed her concern about feeling lonely when she wasn't around the boys. Issei was okay with it as long as she was fine with it. Izuku wondered if she was their target, to which 𝗲 confirmed that she was. 𝗲 suggested shaking the girl a bit to wake her up. Izuku approached and gently shook the girl, who opened her eyes. Instead of being shocked or afraid, she seemed relaxed. She asked if he was the pizza man, to which Izuku replied no. The girl, introducing herself as Beth, seemed unfazed and continued the conversation casually. Izuku inquired why she was there, and Beth, still relaxed, didn't seem to know. 𝗲 chimed in, reminding Beth of their previous encounters. Beth acknowledged Mel and mentioned it was time for payment. Mel confirmed it was indeed that time again, and Beth directed Issei to check the attic for her payment. Issei, confused, asked what was in the attic. Beth explained it was her payment, and when Issei clarified he was a guy, Beth was surprised, admitting it was hard to tell. Abigail and Mel found this amusing, but Issei was not pleased. Mel encouraged Issei to go collect the payment, and he agreed, asking for directions. Beth guided him to the attic, and as Issei went upstairs, Izuku took a seat on the couch, observing Beth, who was lying there with a calm expression. He asked her about the deal she had made, and Beth casually mentioned that she had traded for a Nico maid. Suddenly, Issei shouted from upstairs, startled by something. Izuku rushed to check on him, while Beth explained that Issei had discovered what she referred to as the wall of flesh. Izuku was confused, and Mel clarified that the trade involved souls in exchange for cat girls. Just then, the front door opened, and 2 Nico girls entered, greeting Beth. Beth realized she hadn't introduced Izuku and the others, prompting Mel and Abigail to introduce themselves. The newcomers, AJ and TTI, greeted everyone in turn. Issei's voice echoed from upstairs, expressing alarm at something moving. Izuku decided to help him, but Mel stopped him, snapping her fingers to summon a guitar flamethrower. Beth admired the coolness of the weapon, while Izuku prepared to take it upstairs, followed closely by Mel. As the sounds of guitar and fire filled the air, followed by some screeching, Izuku, Mel, and Issei returned downstairs. Issei collapsed on the floor, and Mel wondered what was wrong with him. Izuku speculated that he might be traumatized. Mel placed her hand on Issei's head to read his mind, curious about what had happened. Mel removed her hand from Issei's head and shrugged her shoulders, stating that he would get over it anyway and that it was a pleasure doing business with Beth. The group exchanged goodbyes as they walked out the back door and back into the forest, heading to their final house for the day. Mel asked if everyone was ready, and Issei confirmed he was, while Izuku responded affirmatively. Mel laid out the plan, instructing Izuku to knock on the front door to distract the occupants while Issei would sneak in through the back to locate their target. Abigail inquired about her role, and Mel told her to sit and look pretty, to which Abigail agreed. With a final call to action, Mel sent the boys off. As Izuku approached the front door and knocked, he received no answer. He knocked again, still met with silence. Pondering the situation, he was interrupted by AI, who appeared and asked how he found her house. Izuku realized with surprise that this was indeed her home. AI questioned him about his knowledge of her address, suggesting he had been spying on her, which he quickly denied. Just then, 𝗂𝗂, AI's older sister, appeared, curious about Izuku's presence. AI introduced him as her school friend, which left Izuku momentarily stunned. 𝗂𝗂, skeptical, asked what they wanted, and AI checked on Izuku, who seemed lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the chaos realm, Slaanesh sensed Izuku's distress as his vital signs faltered. Alarmed, she opened a portal to see him standing there, looking hurt. Frantic, she wondered if he had been rejected and who had caused him pain. Calling out for Mel, she teleported to the chaos realm, only to be seized by an angry Slaanesh, whose hair transformed into serpentine forms. Slaanesh demanded to know what had happened to her baby. Mel stammered that she didn't know, but promised to fix it. Slaanesh, frustrated, sent Mel back to the mortal realm, where she landed with a thud and began to reassemble herself. Determined, Mel teleported to Izuku's location and was taken aback by his state, recognizing the signs of heartbreak. Mel shrank down and landed on Izuku's shoulder, urging him to share what had happened. Izuku expressed his fears that AI no longer loved him, citing her calling him just a school friend. Mel reassured him, reminding him of the bond they shared and encouraging him to stay focused on their mission. As Izuku regained his composure, he realized he had frozen up. AI, relieved to see him, embraced him tightly, which surprised 𝗂𝗂. In a moment of spontaneity, AI kissed Izuku, causing 𝗂𝗂 to react with shock. AI expressed her concern for Izuku, who apologized for worrying her. 𝗂𝗂, however, had other thoughts and teased Izuku about his relationship with AI, leading to a playful exchange. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁's other sister arrived on the scene, drawn by Kafka's call. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was taken aback to see AI and Izuku together, leading to a series of humorous and chaotic interactions. As tensions rose, AI and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 faced off, each determined to protect their interests. The atmosphere became charged as they clashed, blades drawn, while Kafka attempted to sneak upstairs. The chaos escalated, with AI and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 exchanging sharp words and challenges, each unwilling to back down. Amidst the turmoil, Issei made his entrance through the window, introducing himself to AI, who was momentarily confused by his appearance. The situation continued to unfold with unexpected twists and turns, as the characters navigated their relationships and the challenges before them. Izuku and Issei exchanged glances, both feeling a mix of disbelief and amusement. AI informed them that someone had used the school cameras to catch a fellow student in a series of inappropriate actions. With that student gone, Issei found himself in the spotlight as the #1 troublemaker. He pondered whether to feel honored by this title, but Izuku quickly dismissed the notion. As they were talking, 𝗵𝗲 and Abigail floated into the room, drawing everyone's attention. 𝗵𝗲 landed gracefully and reminded the siblings that one of them owed the chaos god Slaanesh. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, realizing the gravity of the situation, expressed her frustration, indicating that it was time to act. She then teleported away with 𝗵𝗲, leaving Izuku, Issei, and Abigail confused. Moments later, Abigail vanished, followed by Issei. Izuku, feeling uneasy, reassured AI that he would be fine, but then he too disappeared, leaving AI bewildered. Meanwhile, in the chaos realm of lust, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 confronted Slaanesh, demanding that her family be left alone. Slaanesh retaliated with a sharp remark, and the two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, much to the astonishment of Abigail, 𝗵𝗲, and Izuku. Abigail learned that Slaanesh was the chaos god of joy and lust, and she was not only massive but also formidable. As the battle raged on, Izuku and Issei speculated on the outcome, leaning towards the trio of girls. They were captivated by the intense clash unfolding above them. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, determined to end the fight, prepared a powerful attack. She vanished in an instant, surprising the three demons as she reappeared behind them, delivering a swift strike that sent them crashing to the ground. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 then demanded answers from Izuku and Issei about their intentions with the demon prince. In a moment of chaos, Izuku and Issei pointed fingers at each other, trying to shift the blame. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, frustrated, pursued them, insisting that anything connected to Slaanesh must be eliminated. As she lunged forward, Slaanesh intervened, creating a barrier to protect the boys. Slaanesh then transformed, growing additional arms and wielding multiple swords, ready to face 𝗧𝗵𝗲. The battle escalated as 𝗵𝗲 intervened, causing Izuku to experience a painful vision filled with chaotic imagery. With newfound determination, he rushed to help 𝗧𝗵𝗲, but she was ready to retaliate. Just as he reached for the demonic energy within her, Slaanesh distracted her, allowing Izuku to make his move. With a final effort, Izuku and Issei worked together to extract the demonic energy from 𝗧𝗵𝗲. A brilliant light enveloped them as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 transformed, revealing a new form with a halo and a small horn. 𝗧𝗫𝗁𝗄, a new figure, emerged, expressing gratitude to Slaanesh for her freedom. As the tension in the air shifted, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 defiantly stated that she would not submit to Slaanesh. However, Slaanesh had other plans, hinting at a more sinister fate for 𝗧𝗵𝗲. The atmosphere grew thick with uncertainty as the characters faced the consequences of their actions in the chaos realm. Izuku was startled when 𝗧𝗵𝗲 approached him, bowing and hugging his leg, pleading for him to treat her well. Issei, feeling frustrated, expressed his disbelief at the situation. Slaanesh reassured him that everything would be fine, while 𝗵𝗲 noted that at least Issei didn't look like a girl anymore. Issei was relieved to see his reflection in the mirror Slaanesh conjured, confirming his appearance had changed. 𝗵𝗲 suggested they head out, and Izuku worried about how to explain everything to AI. 𝗵𝗲 promised to handle it, and soon the group fell through a portal, landing back in AI's room. Issei complained about his head, while Izuku groaned about his back. Abigail expressed discomfort, and 𝗵𝗲 encouraged them to toughen up. AI rushed to Izuku, tackling him with concern, and he tried to explain the situation. As 𝗲 detailed the events, AI listened in shock, seeking confirmation from Izuku. He apologized, but AI reassured him it wasn't his fault. In a sudden burst of energy, AI confronted Issei, knocking the wind out of him, which 𝗲 admired. AI reflected on her family dynamics, realizing her sister's situation with Izuku meant she had some authority over her. 𝗲 decided it was time to leave, but Stocking inquired about staying with Izuku. He explained he had to go, and Stocking expressed her gratitude. AI intervened, frustrated by Stocking's words, leading to a playful argument between the two. Meanwhile, 𝗲 and the others made their way downstairs, where they encountered Kafka and her mother, Camilla, who was cooking. Camilla welcomed them, and after some playful banter, she offered them food. Abigail's enthusiasm for chicken Alfredo led to an invitation to stay for dinner. The group settled in as Camilla served the delicious meal, and everyone enjoyed the food immensely. Afterward, they departed for 𝗧𝗓𝗧, with Izuku and Issei heading to their respective places while 𝗲 and Abigail returned to their realm. Back at the dorm, Izuku found his friends asleep on the couch, and he quietly made his way upstairs to rest. As he lay in bed, he wondered about what the next day would bring. The following morning, he was jolted awake by an unexpected sensation. To his surprise, Abigail was there, playfully greeting him. She explained her actions and expressed her longing to spend time with him. Izuku, feeling conflicted, reminded her that they shouldn't be in such a situation. Abigail urged him to relax and enjoy the moment. Realizing he needed to leave, he reluctantly told her goodbye. After she vanished, Izuku left Siro's room and saw his friends still sleeping. He made his way to the main building to work on his projects, spotting 𝗲 asleep amidst her coffee cups, and he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and concern for her. Izuku picked 𝗲 up and took her to her room to keep her out of the way. He laid her on the bed and then headed back to the main workstation. He began to sort through his blueprints when 𝗲 appeared, greeting him with enthusiasm. She expressed her surprise at his work, prompting Izuku to explain that while he had created the blueprints, he had not yet built the object itself. As their conversation continued, 𝗲 reminded Izuku that it was Saturday, urging him to take a break from his projects and enjoy the day. After some hesitation, Izuku agreed to go out, and 𝗲 assured him she would return shortly. Once Izuku left, the eye of Slaanesh appeared beside 𝗲, and she acknowledged the presence of a corruption she had sensed. A flashback revealed a previous conversation with Nizu, where 𝗲 confronted him about the sorcery lingering in the room and reminded him of a debt owed to Slaanesh for saving his life. Returning to the present, 𝗲 decided to investigate Nizu's office. As she approached, she could smell the corruption emanating from the other side of the door. With a swift kick, she burst through the door, catching Nizu in the midst of a summoning ritual. 𝗲 was determined to put an end to it, charging up a pink fire blast aimed at the portal. As she prepared to unleash her attack, a large hand emerged from the portal, feeling its way around the room. With urgency, 𝗲 fired her blast, igniting the portal and causing an explosion that sent Nizu crashing into the wall. She approached him, demanding an explanation for his actions. Nizu stammered, trying to justify his intentions, but 𝗲 was firm, reminding him of the consequences of his choices. Just then, Slaanesh appeared, adding pressure to the situation. 𝗲 snapped her fingers, engulfing the room in pink flames, which caused Nizu to panic. After 𝗲 released the flames, the room returned to normal, but Nizu was left shaken, smelling of burnt fur. Slaanesh reiterated the importance of fulfilling his debt, leaving Nizu to contemplate his next move. Meanwhile, Izuku was on his way home, feeling anxious about how to explain his transformation to his mother. As he approached his front door, he took a deep breath and knocked. When Inko opened the door, she was taken aback, struggling to recognize her son. Izuku reassured her by mentioning her birthday, but the shock remained. Just then, 𝗲 appeared beside him, introducing herself as Izuku's mentor. Before she could explain further, Izuku's sister, Izumi, arrived, bringing along an old friend, Nikki. The reunion was filled with surprise and joy, but 𝗲's reaction to Nikki was less than favorable. She urged Izuku to talk privately, prompting him to excuse himself and head upstairs. As Izuku entered the bathroom, 𝗲 reappeared, ready to discuss the situation further. Above him, 𝗲 grabbed Izuku by the face, forcing him to meet her gaze. Her eyes reflected both concern and anger. Izuku, puzzled, asked if something was wrong. 𝗲's response was emphatic. She expressed disbelief that he had allowed a 𝗧𝗏 worshipper into his home. Confused, Izuku inquired about 𝗧𝗏, and 𝗲 explained that he was a chaotic god known for his tricks and puzzles, and that his followers were untrustworthy. Izuku was taken aback when 𝗲 suggested that Nikki was one of 𝗧𝗏's worshippers. 𝗲 warned him that Nikki was likely plotting something. Despite his long-standing friendship with Nikki, Izuku felt a twinge of doubt. 𝗲 cautioned him that appearances could be deceiving, prompting Izuku to suggest they head downstairs quickly. Upon reaching the living room, Izuku found Nikki sipping tea, but he noticed the absence of his mother and sister, which made him uneasy. He asked Nikki where they had gone, and she casually mentioned they were at the store. 𝗲, however, urged Izuku not to trust her. Izuku, feeling suspicious, opened the refrigerator to find it half empty, which only heightened his concern. Nikki invited Izuku to sit down and talk. He complied, trying to shake off his unease as he observed her smile. They exchanged pleasantries, with Nikki sharing that she worked as a barista but was uncertain if it was the right fit for her. 𝗲 remained cautious, sensing something was off. Nikki proposed a guessing game, which made 𝗲 uneasy. Izuku, trying to keep things light, agreed. The first question was about Nikki's favorite activity, which he guessed was gaming. She confirmed it, and they moved on to her favorite season, which he correctly identified as winter. 𝗲 continued to warn Izuku to be on guard. The final question took a turn when Nikki asked if he knew who Slaanesh was. Izuku was caught off guard, and 𝗲's alarm grew. Nikki explained that she had heard rumors about Izuku working with demons, which he vehemently denied. However, Nikki's cryptic comment about being surrounded by small embers of lust left him unsettled. Suddenly, 𝗲 snapped her fingers and appeared in front of Nikki, grabbing her by the collar and lifting her off the ground, flames flickering in her hand. Izuku pleaded for 𝗲 to calm down, but she insisted that Nikki posed a danger that couldn't be ignored. Nikki, unfazed, retaliated by creating a shockwave that sent both Izuku and 𝗲 crashing against the wall. As they recovered, Nikki transformed, donning a blue robe and wielding a staff. Izuku realized the situation had escalated. 𝗲 reassured him that followers of 𝗧𝗏 were not skilled fighters, and they just needed to get close enough to break her staff to end the confrontation. Nikki taunted Izuku, inviting him to strike first. In response, he summoned the 𝗕𝗁𝗓𝗍𝗓, ready to confront the unexpected challenge before him. Nikki screamed in frustration at the loud noise, while 𝗲 encouraged her to unleash her power. Izuku, confused by the sudden malfunction of the device, wondered what had happened. 𝗲 explained that it was a phenomenon known as curse speech, where whatever Nikki said would come true. Intrigued, Izuku asked Nikki if she could really do that. With a snap of her fingers, Nikki transported Izuku to a new location filled with the color blue. Izuku looked around, bewildered, and asked where they were. Nikki floated above him, revealing that they were in her domain, which she called the domain of horrors. Suddenly, blue portals opened up, releasing a swarm of various horrors ready to confront him. Nikki decided it was time to return to the mortal realm, leaving Izuku alone with the demons, armed only with a katana. The demons underestimated Izuku, but he began to laugh, causing them to hesitate as his eyes changed color. He declared that they were the ones trapped in this dimension with him. Charging at the demons, he leaped into the air and swiftly defeated a pink horror, only to be met with more foes. He skillfully dodged their attacks, using his agility to outmaneuver them. In a clever move, he grabbed one of the blue horrors and hurled it at a flying disc, knocking a pink horror off. As the battle escalated, it turned into a chaotic game of dodgeball, with Izuku gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗏 sensed something unusual, wondering why he could hear boss music, suspecting it was just corn. Back in the mortal realm, Nikki was overwhelmed by 𝗲, Abigail, 𝗕𝗁𝗏, and issei. 𝗕𝗁𝗏 taunted Nikki, launching an attack that was blocked by her force field. Confident in her protection, Nikki boasted about her invulnerability. However, 𝗲 cleverly pointed out her weaknesses, causing Nikki to panic as her force field began to fade. In a swift move, Mel drop-kicked Nikki into a wall, prompting the others to charge their strongest attacks. Realizing her staff was broken and unable to teleport, Nikki felt her heart sink. With the blasts aimed at her, she instinctively began to run, determined to escape the impending onslaught. Mel commanded the others to open fire. They unleashed their blasts toward Nikki, who braced herself, closing her eyes, convinced this was the end. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself back in the domain of horrors. She felt a rush of relief, exclaiming that she was alive. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 appeared, casually asking if she had left someone in her domain. Nikki recalled a friend she had left behind and asked why. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 revealed that her friend had escaped and was on a rampage against Sench demons. Nikki was initially dismissive, but 𝗧𝗵𝗲 informed her that he had taken down 2 Lords of Change. The realization hit her hard, and she stammered, asking where her friend was now. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 shrugged, admitting he didn't know but had let the chaos unfold. Nikki panicked, knowing their boss would be furious if he found out. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 confirmed that Sench was already angry due to the loss of his lords. Suddenly, the roof of the domain was torn apart, and they were lifted into the air by a blue hand, facing Sench. Nikki greeted him nervously, while 𝗧𝗵𝗲 acknowledged their boss. Sench demanded an explanation for how a Slaanesh champion had entered his domain and caused chaos. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 pointed out that Nikki had left him unsupervised, which Sench noted had weakened the magic in the domain, allowing the boy to escape. Sench mentioned that he had left the champion in the domain of screamers, where the demons would likely drive him to madness. Nikki worried about the other Chaos Gods' reactions, but Sench reassured her that most didn't care about their champions. Just then, the area shook, and a furious Slaanesh appeared, demanding to know where her champion was. Sench, confused, ordered Fate Weaver to open the gate, but before he could, Nikki exclaimed in shock. Slaanesh continued her demands, and Sench finally revealed that the champion was in the domain of screamers. He conjured a ball of blue energy, releasing a swarm of frightened screamers. Nikki and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 were puzzled by the screamers' fear. Sench reached into the domain and pulled out Izuku, who wore a cape made from the skin of the screamers. Slaanesh instantly teleported him into her hand, expressing her relief at seeing him safe. Izuku greeted her casually, and Slaanesh asked how he had ended up there. He pointed to Nikki, who felt a chill as Slaanesh's gaze fell upon her. Slaanesh decided to deal with Nikki later and vanished with Izuku. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 smirked at Sench, teasing him about being overshadowed by Slaanesh. Sench denied it, but 𝗧𝗵𝗲 continued to rib him, insisting he had been bested. Meanwhile, in the realm of pleasure, Slaanesh affectionately rubbed Izuku against her face, expressing her worry over his disappearance. She explained that she had panicked after hearing he was missing and had deduced his location. Izuku reassured her that he was fine, though he wished she wouldn't hold him so tightly. Slaanesh warned him to stay away from the champions of the other Chaos Gods unless absolutely necessary. She provided him with tips on identifying them. Sench champions were unpredictable, 𝗔𝗂𝘁 champions had a distinct odor, and 𝗏𝗏 champions were best avoided altogether. Izuku promised to remember her advice, and Slaanesh expressed her fondness for him, not wanting to lose him. After their conversation, Izuku flew through a portal, returning to the mortal plane in the afternoon. He worried about how his absence had been explained and decided to call his mother to reassure her. She answered, relieved to hear from him, and he told her he was heading to a friend's house. After calming her down, he made his way to 𝗧𝗏𝗲's house, knocking on the door when he arrived. Camilla answered, greeting him with a smile. Camilla was at home when Izuku arrived. He thanked her as he walked inside and headed upstairs. Once he reached 𝗧𝗏𝗲's door, he knocked and waited. The door opened, and he was pulled inside her room, stumbling forward and landing on her bed. 𝗧𝗏𝗲 looked at him with a playful smile, commenting on his reaction to her outfit. Izuku admired her appearance, feeling a rush of excitement. 𝗧𝗏𝗲 approached him, suggesting that tonight would be special. With a snap of her fingers, her closet door opened, revealing Stocking, who stepped out with a grin. Together, they informed Izuku that he would have the two of them all to himself for the night. Izuku felt fortunate to have such amazing companions. AI encouraged him to get comfortable, and as he did, the atmosphere grew more NTMT. Outside AI's room, 𝗵𝗃 was in the living room watching TV when she began to hear faint sounds coming from upstairs. Initially ignoring them, the noises gradually grew louder, prompting her to investigate. When she opened the door, she was taken aback by the sight of AI and stalking with Izuku. Stunned, she managed to greet them, and after a moment of surprise, she asked how long he had been there. Stalking chimed in, revealing that he had arrived just a few minutes prior. 𝗵𝗃 threw a condom at Izuku, glaring at him with a protective demeanor, reminding him not to get too carried away with her sisters. After a brief exchange, 𝗵𝗃 left the room, returning to the living room, trying to block out the escalating sounds from upstairs. She groaned, expressing her frustration to her mother, Camilla, who was surprisingly unconcerned, suggesting that Izuku was making her grandbabies. 𝗵𝗃 sighed, feeling conflicted but ultimately deciding to leave the situation alone. As the night progressed, the three of them enjoyed each other's company until stalking eventually tapped out, leaving Izuku and AI to continue. After a while, Izuku lay back on the bed, feeling satisfied. AI cuddled up to him, and they both began to drift off to sleep. Stalking, noticing them, slid in between the two, and they all embraced, sharing a moment of warmth and contentment. The next day, Izuku woke up, reflecting on the previous night's events. Stalking stretched and greeted him with a kiss on the cheek, expressing how much fun they had. AI joined in, cuddling up to him as well. They discussed the day ahead, with AI confirming it was Sunday, which meant Izuku could stay longer. Stalking reassured him that her mother would be fine with it, even hinting that she was eager for grandchildren. The conversation turned playful, with AI and Stalking teasing Izuku about the possibility of more NTMT moments. After some light-hearted banter, they all agreed to get up and head downstairs for breakfast, where Camilla was busy cooking, while a tired 𝗵𝗃 looked on, still somewhat annoyed. Camilla greeted the three with a cheerful morning, guessing they had all slept well. AI confirmed that she did, while Stalking commented on Kafka's disheveled appearance. 𝗵𝗃, frustrated, expressed how difficult it was to sleep after a long night. Camilla urged 𝗵𝗃 to calm down and announced that she had made breakfast for everyone to enjoy. Izuku hesitated, but Camilla insisted that he could eat as well, explaining that any boy who could make her daughters scream like that was always welcome in her home. Izuku was surprised to learn that Camilla had heard them, and she playfully mentioned feeling lonely. 𝗵𝗃 interrupted, reminding their mother about boundaries, while AI chimed in, asking her to stop flirting with Izuku. Camilla, with a light laugh, offered Izuku a seat at the table, encouraging him to call her by her first name. After breakfast, Izuku mentioned that his day had taken an unexpected turn. Mel, appearing, asked what he was up to, and he explained he was heading home. However, Mel informed him that Issei needed his help, and despite Izuku's reservations about the time it would take, Mel assured him it would be quick. She opened a portal, and Izuku sighed before stepping through, finding himself in Issei's spacious backyard. Mel explained that Issei's parents were away, so there was nothing to worry about. As they entered Issei's house, Izuku was taken aback by the large and nice interior. Mel directed him to Issei's room, but first, she handed him a bottle of cleaning solution and a blessed watch for protection. Izuku admired the shiny watch, curious about its origin. Mel reminded him not to forget the cleaning solution before they approached Issei's room. When Izuku opened the door, he was met with a shocking sight. Issei's room was in complete disarray, with dirty clothes and an unpleasant smell. Issei, looking unwell, greeted them weakly. Mel explained that Issei had encountered two of Nergal's champions and had contracted several diseases as a result. Izuku was concerned about how this had happened, given Slaanesh's warning about the champion's presence. Mel stated they needed to help Issei recover and ensure he stayed in his room. Suddenly, Issei jumped up, startling them, and began to crawl out of his room. Mel and Izuku chased after him, debating whether to split up or stick together. They decided to stay together and search the upstairs, but when they heard a commotion downstairs, they rushed to find Issei throwing up in the kitchen sink. Izuku urged Issei to return to bed, while Mel encouraged him to rest. As Issei continued to be unwell, 𝗲𝗲 and Izuku took cover behind a couch to avoid the mess. 𝗲𝗲 expressed concern about the situation worsening, and Izuku suggested calling for backup, but 𝗲𝗲 revealed that no one was available to help. Determined, 𝗲𝗲 prepared to confront issei, confident in her resilience as a demon. She outlined a plan to help issei recover, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. In Izuku's ear, he listened intently. After a moment, the two exchanged determined looks. 𝗲𝗲 encouraged Izuku, and he nodded in agreement. They emerged slowly from behind the couch, hands raised, trying to appear non-threatening to issei, who was visibly hungry. Izuku greeted issei, reminding him of their friendship. Issei groaned, expressing his hunger and pleading for food. Izuku asked what he wanted, and issei requested soup. Izuku instructed him to sit and wait, but issei insisted on having it immediately. Izuku explained that he couldn't prepare soup that quickly, but issei's impatience escalated dramatically. As issei reacted dramatically, Izuku dodged a sudden outburst and felt a mix of disgust and concern. He grabbed a kitchen chair and swung it at issei, but it had little effect. Issei approached Izuku, who warned him to stay back, brandishing cleaning supplies as a deterrent. Issei flinched but continued to advance, prompting Izuku to threaten him with soap. Issei hissed in response, and Izuku warned him about the cleaning product on his hip. The tension escalated as issei shot his tongue out, startling Izuku, who quickly retreated to the kitchen table. In a surprising display of strength, issei smashed a chair into pieces, and Izuku attempted to trap him with the table. However, issei easily broke through and lunged at Izuku, who narrowly avoided the punch. In a desperate move, Izuku threw a glass cup at issei, who crushed it in his hand without a care, shards scattering. Izuku questioned issei's lack of pain, and issei declared his numbness. 𝗲𝗲 then decided to intervene, throwing a glass bottle filled with cleaning supplies at issei. The bottle shattered, and the liquid hit issei, causing him to react in agony as the rashes on his body began to burn. Izuku rushed to 𝗲𝗲's side, pouring the contents of a bottle over issei, watching as the rashes began to disappear. Issei writhed on the floor, expressing his discomfort. 𝗲𝗲 urged him to stop complaining, insisting it wasn't that bad. Izuku, concerned, asked if issei would be okay. 𝗲𝗲 reassured him and then posed a question to issei about two cups, one representing longing and the other representing decay. Issei, confused, chose the blue cup and began to drink from it, surprising Izuku. 𝗲𝗲 whispered for them to wait and see what would happen next. Issei fell to the ground hard, unconscious and foaming at the mouth, as Izuku and 𝗲𝗲 looked down at him. 𝗲𝗲 explained that she had mixed a concoction that included some cleaning products and other ingredients. Izuku expressed concern, questioning if 𝗲𝗲 was trying to harm him. 𝗲𝗲 insisted that issei would be fine. In a flashback, Slaanesh had suggested that if issei became a lost cause, dousing him in bleach would solve the problem. 𝗲𝗲 reassured Izuku that issei would be okay, and soon, the poxes and rashes on issei's body began to disappear, leaving him in a condition that was safe to touch. 𝗲𝗲 instructed Izuku to help carry issei back upstairs, reminding him to wear gloves. Once they reached issei's room, they placed him on his bed, and 𝗲𝗲 summoned chains to secure him, ensuring he wouldn't go anywhere when he woke up. Izuku wondered what their next steps should be, and 𝗲𝗲 proposed cleaning up the mess in issei's room and downstairs. They divided the tasks, with Izuku heading downstairs to tackle the chaos. Izuku called his mother to explain the situation and then reached out to a friend, Nikki, who answered the phone. They discussed the previous day's events, and Izuku reassured Nikki that he wasn't upset with her. However, he mentioned that Slaanesh was not pleased with her. Izuku then explained how he had gotten involved in the chaos, shocking Nikki with the details. Nikki shared her own story about being chosen as a champion of knowledge by 𝗧𝗏 after an encounter with some mysterious twins. Izuku asked for her help with issei, who was sick and needed assistance. Despite her initial reluctance, Nikki agreed to help clean issei's house. Nikki arrived through a blue portal, immediately hit by a terrible odor that filled the room. She covered her nose and surveyed the mess, realizing it was due to issei's condition. Izuku confirmed that issei had contracted several diseases. Nikki deduced that he must have come too close to a 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗆 worshipper. Izuku requested her help in the recovery process, and Mel chimed in, emphasizing the importance of Nikki's safety. They gathered cleaning supplies and set to work, scrubbing the kitchen until it looked as good as new. After about 50 minutes, Nikki declared the downstairs clean, and they headed upstairs to check on Issei. Upon entering Issei's room, they found Mel reading while another demon, Ivory, was cleaning. Ivory questioned why Mel had him doing her chores, to which Mel replied that she needed to keep an eye on Issei. Izuku and Nikki were surprised to learn that Mel had a brother. Ivory playfully flirted with Izuku, mentioning that their god had been talking about him. Mel interrupted, telling Ivory to focus on cleaning. In a sudden display of authority, she grabbed Ivory and tossed him out of the room, then followed him through the wall to deal with him further. Izuku and Nikki exchanged glances, unsure if they should intervene, but decided to stay focused on Issei. They approached Issei, who was still unconscious and foaming at the mouth. Nikki asked what had happened to him, and Izuku explained that Mel's drink had caused this state. In that drink, Izuku mentioned that someone had mixed some cleaning products with tequila, unsweetened tea, and a half container of bleach. Nikki, looking concerned, pointed out that Izuku's friend might already be in serious trouble. Izuku was confused, insisting that Mel had said something different. Nikki explained that half a gallon of bleach wasn't meant to help anyone. It was dangerous, and she feared the worst for their friend. Izuku was worried about who he would partner with for missions now. He lamented that his friend had never shared his past or how he ended up in this situation. Nikki suggested that perhaps he would have to ask him in the afterlife. Just then, Issei began to cough and woke up, looking around in confusion. He noticed he was chained to the bed and questioned why that was the case. Izuku was relieved to see that Issei was alive, but Issei groaned, trying to recall what had happened. He remembered talking to two girls before everything went blurry. Izuku reminded him that he had tried to harm both him and Mel. Issei was shocked and immediately asked about Mel's well-being. Izuku reassured him that she was all right, though she was currently confronting her brother. Nikki then announced her intention to perform a ritual to rid Issei of any ailments he might have. Issei was bewildered, wondering if he had a disease. Nikki confirmed that he had multiple issues, and as she prepared for the ritual, a loud crash interrupted them. Voices echoed, and Issei recognized them as the two girls he had been speaking to earlier. They warned that they were not what they seemed, and Mel added that they were the reason Issei had gotten into trouble. Issei was confused, and Mel explained that he had been afflicted with serious diseases. Before Issei could respond, two figures burst into the room, launching an attack on Mel and Ivory, sending them crashing into the wall. The newcomers introduced themselves as champions of pestilence, and they demanded Issei be handed over. Izuku and Nikki refused, insisting that they would not let their friend go. The two champions rushed at them, but Izuku and Nikki managed to evade their attacks. Izuku quickly devised a plan to distract the champions while Nikki continued her ritual. He threw a bottle of dish soap at one of the champions, causing a momentary distraction. As he dashed downstairs, Mel and Ivory got back on their feet and joined the chase. They arrived just in time to see one of the champions about to attack Izuku, but Ivory intervened with a powerful kick. The battle escalated, and as chaos unfolded, a new figure appeared from a portal, demanding to know who had summoned her. The champions explained their situation, and the new arrival, Power, was not pleased to see the champions of Slaanesh. Power charged at Ivory, but she quickly dodged, and the fight continued with each side exchanging blows. Amidst the chaos, Mel managed to grab one of the champions in a chokehold, while Izuku prepared to defend himself with his guitar. As the fight raged on, Izuku realized his guitar was deteriorating under the pressure. Just when things seemed dire, he found a can of disinfectant spray and used it against Power, causing her to retreat in agony. With the champions fleeing, Izuku, Mel, and Ivory stood in silence, processing what had just happened. They exchanged glances, realizing they had survived the encounter. Izuku finally broke the silence, asking if it was really over. Mel confirmed that they had won, and they celebrated their unexpected victory. Izuku and Nikki should be done with the spell by now. Mel suggested they go check on them. The three of them walked back upstairs to find Issei sleeping, but Nikki was nowhere to be found. Izuku noticed a note on the floor. Ivory asked what it was, and Izuku replied that it was a note saying, "Nikki was here." Mel chuckled, saying she thought she knew why, and invited them to come look at something. They walked over to Mel and saw Issei's face covered in marker tattoos. The most noticeable were a 𝗧𝗵𝗲 symbol on both cheeks and a drawing on his forehead with the words, "Demon Slayer." Mel laughed, saying he was going to be upset when he woke up. Ivory remarked that it was quite the hangover. Izuku asked if Issei was okay, and Mel reassured him that she didn't sense any corruption, so he was fine. Izuku decided to head home, and Mel told him to stay safe and keep his head up. As Izuku left, he felt uncomfortable after Ivory called him cutie. Mel looked at her younger brother, questioning why she had said that. Ivory insisted she had only said goodbye, but Mel pointed out that she made him uncomfortable. Ivory shrugged it off, confident he would get used to her, and suggested they go have some fun. The two siblings left to pursue their own adventures, while Izuku walked home, reflecting on the day. He sighed, thinking it had been a strange day, but at least it was over. Suddenly, he heard a loud bang and felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as he fell to the ground. Looking up, he saw 3 figures approaching him. One of them laughed, saying they had caught one. Another sighed and asked if anyone had set up an invisible barrier. The third person confirmed they had done that before the shot was fired, and they scolded the first for not aiming for the head. Freed, one of the attackers, expressed his longing to take his time with Izuku. The other 2 exchanged words about their methods, with one expressing disbelief at how they had ended up in this organization. 𝗬𝗧𝗏, the third member, declared herself Freed's sister and challenged him. Freed, unfazed, taunted her back. Just then 𝗏𝗏, the second member, warned them to focus on the task at hand. Freed agreed but noticed Izuku was no longer on the ground, causing concern. 𝗏𝗏 cursed, realizing he must have escaped. Freed suggested they follow the BLD trail, but 𝗏𝗏 suddenly pushed 𝗬𝗧 out of the way, sacrificing her own safety as she was injured. Freed and 𝗬𝗧 looked on in shock as 𝗏𝗏 screamed in pain. Izuku appeared, now clad in shiny armor, which left 𝗬𝗧 stunned. 𝗬𝗧 questioned how Izuku had obtained such armor, and he casually replied that he had simply snapped his fingers. Freed, undeterred, charged at Izuku with his holy blade, but Izuku parried the attack, leaving Freed vulnerable. With a swift punch, Izuku sent Freed flying. He then turned to 𝗬𝗧, who was about to shoot him with her rifle. In a quick motion, he grabbed the barrel, forcing her to drop it. As she pulled out her holy blade, Izuku dodged her attack and apologized for the headache before knocking her unconscious with a punch. Izuku then approached 𝗏𝗏, who was trying to reattach her severed hand. He told her it wouldn't work and asked who she was. 𝗏𝗏 defiantly refused to answer, proclaiming the righteousness of her organization and their mission to protect people from demons and heretics. Izuku acknowledged her explanation, and 𝗏𝗏 realized she had inadvertently revealed too much. He then knocked her out as well. With the 3 attackers incapacitated, Izuku sighed, and the armor vanished as he walked away, continuing his journey home. He reflected on the encounter, feeling it was just the beginning of more challenges to come. As he walked, he hoped his mother had made dinner, as he was hungry. Meanwhile, Slaanesh sat silently on her throne, having just witnessed the encounter. She realized the exorcists were active again, which meant the witch hunters would also be on the move. She had overlooked their actions before, but attacking her child was unacceptable. If it was war they wanted, then war they would receive. The next day, Izuku woke up and began his morning routine, recalling the events of the previous day. He thought about informing Slaanesh and the others about the exorcists, knowing she would be furious. Slaanesh, indeed furious, had just informed the other girls about the attack. They were shocked to learn that the exorcists had attacked Izuku in broad daylight. Mel expressed her regret for not being there to protect him, but Slaanesh reassured her that she wasn't blaming her. 𝗬𝗏 asked for orders, and Slaanesh declared that if the exorcists wanted war, they would give it to them. Mel asked when they would strike, and Slaanesh explained that the exorcists would likely attack at night to avoid innocent casualties. She ordered someone to gather the infiltration team to locate their base of operations, then they would cut the head off the snake. Abigail pointed out the mix-up, but Slaanesh dismissed it, urging them to go. The demon girls departed as Slaanesh gazed into a warp ball, observing Izuku and his sister on their way to school. She thought to herself that this time he wouldn't be alone, he would be watched over. With a snap of her fingers, a portal opened above her, and two figures emerged, sprouting wings and landing on her shoulders. The first figure asked what Slaanesh had summoned them for, while the second inquired about their target. Slaanesh informed them that she wanted them to protect a boy. As she directed the warp ball toward Izuku, the two demons expressed their confusion about his significance. Slaanesh asserted that the boy carried her mark, which had drawn the attention of some past adversaries. She confirmed that they were indeed from the Exorcist organization and emphasized the boy's importance to her, instructing them to keep him safe from those who wished to harm him. The demons acknowledged her command and flew off to the mortal realm. Meanwhile, Izuku and Izumi split off to their respective classrooms. As Izuku walked through the hallways, he reflected on the events of the previous day, feeling a sense of paranoia from the experience he had endured. He reassured himself that he was safe at 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 and hoped for the best. Upon arriving at the workshop, he found May already busy, surrounded by smoke and sipping coffee. She greeted him enthusiastically, eager to create something new. Izuku inquired about the day's agenda, and May explained that she was working on a new ion cannon for the school's defense. He questioned where she would find the necessary equipment, to which she replied that she would figure it out but needed his help with a shopping run to the junkyard. Izuku sighed, realizing that May had been restricted from using Powerloader's credit card again, but agreed to go after lunch. As they worked on other projects, a sniper positioned in a nearby building had their sights set on Izuku. The exorcist reported to their superior, who ordered them to maintain focus on the target. Despite the exorcist's hesitation, they were reminded of their duty. Just as the sniper was about to leave, Iori emerged from the shadows, swiftly incapacitating the exorcist and tying them up. She whispered for them to be quiet, promising a swift end. After a brief struggle, the exorcist succumbed, and Iori returned to the shadows, meeting Hina in another building. Iori asked if anything had happened yet, and Hina replied that nothing was amiss. They discussed Izuku's activities, with Iori stressing the importance of keeping him safe to avoid angering Slaanesh. Hina reluctantly agreed, and they continued their watch. As time passed, Hina fell asleep, prompting Iori to wake her up when she noticed Izuku and May leaving the school grounds. Iori kicked over Hina's chair, startling her awake. They quickly prepared to follow Izuku, unaware that they were being tracked by another figure. The figure silently trailed Hina and Iori, observing their movements as Izuku and May made their way to the junkyard. May initiated a conversation about Izuku's singing abilities, and he admitted that he could sing a little. When she asked him to sing a specific song, he agreed and prepared to perform it. Izuku expressed that he wasn't your average person, feeling as if he was dead, much like Disco. He lamented about his empty bank account and mentioned that he needed a hero. May reacted with concern, and he assured her that he didn't have an ego. As he began to sing about being a teenage outlaw without worries, May was surprised by his talent. She decided to join in, and together they shared a moment of joy, laughing at their unexpected duet. Meanwhile, Hina and Iori were following Izuku and May, observing them from a distance. Iori noted that Izuku seemed different from others of his kind, questioning why he didn't act like the typical noise marine. Hina agreed, finding Izuku surprisingly handsome, but they were both puzzled by his behavior. They continued to follow him, sensing an unknown presence nearby. As they prepared for potential danger, Hina loaded her weapon while Iori equipped her rifle with a silencer. They detected a distinct scent in the air and realized someone was spying on them. Peering over the edge of the building, they spotted a figure emerging from an alleyway, revealing herself to be a nun. Their conversation turned into a light-hearted argument about the nun's origins, with Iori expressing frustration at Hina's confusion. Back with Izuku and May, they were approached by the nun, who greeted them warmly and asked them to come with her, specifically addressing Izuku. As she took their hands, they began to fade away, leaving May startled and unable to scream as her voice vanished. Hina and Iori, still bickering, suddenly noticed that Izuku and May had disappeared. They exchanged worried glances, realizing the situation was serious. They contemplated what to tell their emissaries about the disappearance, but Iori insisted they needed to find Izuku first. Just then, Mel and Abigail appeared, startling the two demon girls. Mel questioned their failure to keep track of Izuku, while Hina defiantly responded. Tensions rose as Mel demanded to know what had happened, and Iori explained the encounter with the nun. Mel, frustrated, reacted with force, sending both Iori and Hina flying. As Mel instructed Abigail to find Issei, she warned the girls that they were fortunate she was afraid of their Edis's wrath. Iori and Hina expressed their gratitude, but Mel cautioned them that their survival depended on the situation with the emissaries. Meanwhile, Izuku, Mei, and the nun found themselves teleported to a church, leaving Izuku confused and Mei frightened. She questioned whether they had been kidnapped, but the nun reassured them that she had brought them there for a conversation, specifically with Izuku. Sister Lily Aquaria was glad to be asked for help. She wanted to assist Izuku Midoriya, who seemed confused. She knew many things about him, including that he was quirkless, a very nice young man, and that his current lifestyle was not a choice but rather something forced upon him. Mei, curious, wondered what Lily was talking about. Izuku hesitated, suggesting they discuss it later, but Mei insisted on understanding the situation. Lily then turned to Izuku, emphasizing that there was still hope for him. She pointed out that he had not chosen this life. It had been imposed on him by issei hyoudou. Izuku confirmed her statement, feeling the weight of her words. Mei was puzzled about what Issei had done. Lily reassured Izuku that despite working with demonic powers, she believed he was not a bad person. She asked if he ever wanted to hurt anyone, to which he replied that he did not. Lily expressed her longing to save him, to restore everything to how it was before he met whatever it was that had changed his life. Izuku was curious but uncertain about what she meant. Lily encouraged him, stating that all he had to do was repeat after her. Izuku hesitated, unsure if he wanted to leave his current life behind. Understanding his concerns, Lily acknowledged that while he had made friends, he could also attract many enemies. She reminded him that living in fear, always looking over his shoulder, was not a life anyone wanted. Izuku agreed, realizing he did not want that kind of existence. Just as Lily was about to guide him through the process of saving himself, the back door swung open, and Fried stepped out. He immediately noticed the situation and, startled, pulled out his sword and pistol, pointing them at Izuku, causing Mei to react in shock. Brother Fried had a strict no-weapons policy, and he was visibly agitated. Fried questioned why Izuku was present, while Izuku expressed his confusion about the situation. Lily, aware of the tension, reminded Fried that he was supposed to have a conversation with Izuku, not eliminate him. Fried insisted that Izuku was a heretic collaborating with demons and needed to be dealt with. Lily interjected, recalling the patriarch's words about everyone deserving a second chance. Fried hesitated but eventually complied, reluctantly putting away his weapons, though he glared at Izuku, who returned the look defiantly. Lily offered an apology for her brother's rudeness, and Izuku reassured her that it was fine. He learned that she was not an exorcist but a nun of the church, which relieved him. Fried explained the existence of three factions: the exorcists, which he belonged to, the church, consisting of nuns and holy maidens, and the witch hunters. Lily added that the exorcists and witch hunters were often at odds, with the church acting as a balance between the two. Curious, Izuku asked why the factions were in conflict. Fried dismissed him, stating there were reasons. He wouldn't share with a heretic. Lily urged Fried to relax, and then explained that the exorcists sent demons back to hell and dealt with heretics, while witch hunters employed different methods to hunt demons and witches. Izuku nodded, indicating he understood. Before they could continue, Lily prepared to guide Izuku through the words of redemption. Just as she began, a sudden crash interrupted them as someone burst through the window above. Izuku instinctively grabbed Mei and Lily, pulling them out of the way of the falling glass shards, while Fried rushed to assess the new threat. The figure lunged for a slash, but it was blocked, and the figure stared at Fried. Fried demanded to know who they were, but the figure remained silent, jumping back to assess the situation. They then pointed their blade at Izuku, who felt a wave of dread wash over him. The figure charged at Izuku, preparing to strike, but Sister Lily quickly acted a holy barrier around the three, preventing the figure from advancing. Sister Lily declared that the figure dared to enter the house of God and would not go unchallenged. The figure continued to attack the barrier, but it held firm. Seizing the moment, 𝗏 rushed at the figure, attempting to slash them, but the figure executed a backflip, evading him and stabbing 𝗏 in the chest. Sister Lily cried out in alarm as 𝗏 gritted his teeth in pain, cursing the heretic. 𝗏, determined, drew his gun and spun around, firing at the figure and hitting them in the shoulder, causing them to fall to the ground. He pulled his sword from his chest and aimed the gun at the figure's head, demanding any last words. The figure remained silent, only whispering a single word, "Owl." 𝗏 was taken aback when another window shattered, and a white owl swooped in, clawing at his face and leaving a mark. The figure took advantage of 𝗏's distraction, kicking him to the ground and preparing to strike again. However, Izuku intervened, grabbing the figure's arm and halting the attack. Izuku proposed they take the fight outside, throwing the figure through the church doors, where they slid across the pavement. As Izuku stepped outside, he snapped his fingers, and a set of armor materialized around him, astonishing May and Sister Lily. May exclaimed how cool it was, while Sister Lily recognized the armor as belonging to a warrior who specialized in the dance of the sword. 𝗏, still struggling, reminded Sister Lily of his condition, prompting her to rush to his aid. Meanwhile, Izuku and the figure engaged in an intense sword fight, with Izuku gaining the upper hand. The figure realized they were on the defensive and whistled sharply. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed nearby, and the ground trembled violently. Izuku demanded to know what the figure had done, but before he could get an answer, Sister Lily warned him of an impending threat. Izuku turned just in time to see a massive creature emerge from the forest, sliding beside the figure. This new foe was a berserker who proclaimed their excitement at the chance to fight. The figure tugged on a chain, causing the berserker to falter momentarily. Pointing at Izuku, the berserker grinned wickedly and charged at him. Izuku, undeterred, ran toward the berserker, swinging his sword as the berserkers swung their axe. The two blades collided, creating a shockwave that sent the berserker reeling. The figure, frustrated with the berserker's ineptitude, swiftly stabbed them in the gut, shocking both Izuku and May. The figure then pulled out a 𝗕𝗶𝗄𝐵, striking the berserker across the belly, which elicited a cry of pain. The figure continued to 𝗕𝗶𝗄𝐵 the berserker, who pleaded for mercy. Izuku, witnessing the brutality, called for the figure to stop, insisting that it was enough. The figure kept whipping the berserker harder. Izuku, determined, shouted that it was enough. The figure turned to face him, only to receive a powerful punch that sent him reeling. Izuku pressed down, smashing the back of the figure's head into the ground, creating a crater. May cheered, while Lily expressed her confidence in Izuku's abilities. 𝗏, however, remarked that he could have done better, to which May reminded him of his earlier near-death experience. Izuku then addressed the berserker, but the creature roared in fury, backhanding Izuku and sending him flying into the forest. The berserker got back up and charged after him. May was confused about the berserker's actions, while Lily explained that the creature was no longer a man but a mere SLV of a witch hunter. 𝗏 elaborated on the difference between exorcists and witch hunters, noting that the latter used slaves, ranging from heretics to demons, to aid in their hunts. May was shocked to learn that such things were possible, and Lily confirmed the grim reality of their situation. As the figure began to rise again, 𝗏 prepared for another confrontation, demanding to face the witch hunter. The witch hunter acknowledged 𝗏, warning him to keep quiet about his identity or face dire consequences. 𝗏 was outraged, stating that not only had the witch hunter attacked a sister of the church, but he also threatened her life. The witch hunter smirked, confident in his superiority, and mentioned that he sensed his SLV had fallen in battle, indicating his intention to leave. Lily, curious, asked for the witch hunter's name, to which he ominously replied that he was the owl, promising not to forget them. He then fled into the forest just as Izuku emerged, now out of his armor. May rushed to him, relieved that he was alive. Izuku reassured her, and Lily asked if he had killed the man. He explained that the witch hunter had actually impaled himself on a tree branch, which Fried found fitting. May noted that the day had been strange, but they needed to retrieve her belongings. Before they left, Sister Lily presented Izuku with a golden chain necklace, surprising both him and Fried. Despite his hesitation, Izuku accepted it after seeing Lily's encouraging smile and May's nod of approval. Lily assured him that the chain would protect him from harm, both inside and out. Izuku felt conflicted, acknowledging his unusual situation of working for a demon while receiving such a gift. Lily explained that Izuku had been moved into this life against his will, but she believed he was a good person despite the challenges ahead. After some more conversation, Lily decided to teleport them back to their previous location. Fried reminded her that she would need to explain her actions to the higher-ups, to which Lily agreed. Once back on the sidewalk, Izuku and May processed the day's events. May expressed her longing to head to the junkyard to gather what she needed, and they spent 30 minutes there before returning to 𝗬𝗓. As they arrived, they realized that school hours were nearly over, prompting May to decide to work on her project the next day. They both agreed to call it a day and head to bed. As Izuku made his way to the 1A dorms, he reflected on the day's events, feeling a mix of gratitude and unworthiness for the chain around his neck. Suddenly, Ivory appeared behind him, playfully flipping onto his shoulders. She expressed concern for him, mentioning how worried her sister had been during his absence. Izuku apologized for the scare he had caused. The two fell through a portal, landing in the realm of lust, where Slaanesh awaited him. She demanded to know where he had been and why he wore a holy chain. Izuku explained that a nun had given it to him after he was teleported to 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Slaanesh was angry but only slightly, indicating that he would face consequences for his actions. Issei, attempting to lighten the mood, was silenced by Abby's quick intervention. Slaanesh then turned her attention to Hina and Iori, who were clearly anxious about having lost sight of Izuku. Finally, Slaanesh asked Izuku for one last favor, requesting that he locate one of her missing sleeper agents, last known to be at the holy temple of the witch hunters. Everyone braced themselves for the task ahead. Silence now filled the air as Issei realized just how dangerous and risky this mission was. He nodded his head, contemplating their next move. It was nighttime in the city of Mustafou, Japan, where Issei and Izuku were stealthily making their way through the forest toward the holy temple of the witch hunters, their base of operations. Issei laid out the plan, explaining that they would enter the temple, locate the agent, and then swiftly exit. It seemed straightforward enough. However, Izuku remained contemplative, his mind racing with thoughts. Issei, eager to see what kind of mutation Izuku had undergone, urged him to reveal it. After a moment of hesitation, Izuku opened his mouth, revealing an unexpected inner jaw that shot out toward Issei, stopping just inches from his face. The sudden movement shocked Issei, who took a step back as the inner jaw retracted back into Izuku's mouth. Issei's eyes widened in surprise as he questioned whether Izuku could even speak with such a feature. Izuku confirmed that he could, but his voice had changed dramatically, sounding almost alien due to the mutation. Issei was taken aback, trying to process the transformation his friend had undergone. The tension in the air was palpable as they prepared to face the challenges ahead, both aware that the mission would test their limits in ways they had never imagined. Issei felt uneasy as he and Izuku wandered deeper into the forest, trying to determine their location. Izuku complained about his sore throat, prompting Issei to suggest they keep moving. As they walked, they were unaware that a group of witch hunters was observing them from a distance. One of the witch hunters remarked on the sight of the lost travelers and proposed they scare them. With a sinister laugh, they released 3 hounds, a bloodhound, a hellhound, and a plague hound, to chase after the boys. The hunters anticipated the fear the dogs would instill in their targets. Suddenly, the sounds of the hounds shifted to whimpers and yelps, catching the hunters' attention. Concerned, they decided to investigate the commotion. As they split up to search for the boys, they remained oblivious to the fact that they were the ones being hunted. One witch hunter ventured deeper into the woods, calling out to anyone who might be lost. As he moved further in, a twig snapped, causing him to point his rifle in that direction, only to find a deer. Just as he relaxed, he was unexpectedly tackled from behind, losing his weapon in the process. He turned to see Issei standing over him. Issei greeted the witch hunter, who was bewildered by the encounter. Issei explained that he was feeding a friend, and just then, Izuku jumped down from a tree, landing in front of the witch hunter. Izuku, with a mischievous grin, revealed that his friend was hungry. In a surprising turn, Izuku's inner jaw emerged, catching the witch hunter off guard. With a swift movement, Izuku dispatched the witch hunter, retracting his inner jaw back into his mouth. Izuku then expressed his fondness for the little creature, naming it Luca, much to Issei's dismay. Determined to find the holy temple, the boys agreed to split up and search for the witch hunters. Meanwhile, another witch hunter searched the forest, frustrated by the absence of the hounds they had summoned. As he wandered, he encountered a bunny, which he shot in annoyance. Just then, Izuku appeared, and without hesitation he unleashed Luca, ending the witch hunter's life. Afterward, Izuku felt compassion for the wounded bunny and used his magic to heal it. Satisfied to see the bunny back on its feet, he vanished into the shadows of the forest. Elsewhere, Issei was stealthily observing a witch hunter wielding a sledgehammer, wondering what kind of monsters they hunted. When the hunter noticed Issei on the ground, writhing in pain, he approached with malicious intent. As the witch hunter raised his weapon, Issei braced for the worst, thinking it was the end. But instead of the sledgehammer, something unexpected happened. Issei felt a splatter on his face, and as he opened his eyes, he was shocked to see the witch hunter's legs before him, realizing the danger had been averted in a most unusual way. Abby had grown larger, covering more of Issei's stomach. Issei exclaimed in surprise, realizing she had evolved. Abby playfully stuck her tongue out, liking Issei's face before retracting it, leaving him feeling frustrated on the floor. He groaned, expressing his annoyance at how much harder it would be to hide her. Abby liked his face again, much to his dismay, prompting him to sigh and get back up to search for the last witch hunter. Meanwhile, Izuku was on the lookout for the witch hunter but had no luck finding them. He thought to himself about needing to talk to the hunter when he suddenly felt a presence behind him. Unbeknownst to him, the witch hunter was aiming a crossbow at the back of his head. The hunter threatened him, and as the arrow was released, Izuku dropped to the ground just in time, causing the arrow to hit a nearby tree branch. The hunter, frustrated, reloaded and aimed again, but Izuku leaped into the trees, dodging the shot as it struck another tree trunk. Izuku thought the hunter might be too far away, while the witch hunter prepared for another shot, determined to hit his target. This time, the arrow grazed Izuku's side, causing him to fall from the tree. The hunter celebrated his success, but Izuku quickly sprang from the bushes, tackling the witch hunter before he could reach for his weapon. In a swift motion, Izuku unleashed Luca, who shot out and struck the hunter's arm, leaving a mark. The witch hunter pleaded for his life, promising to share whatever information Izuku wanted. Izuku demanded to know the location of the holy temple, and the hunter handed over a map. Just as the hunter thought he might be spared, Luca struck again, ending the hunter's life. Izuku, now with the map in hand, resolved to find Issei and save the spy. As Izuku jumped into the trees to search for Issei, 5 pairs of red eyes observed the scene, dragging the witch hunter's body into the shadows of the woods, disappearing from the moonlight. Back with Izuku, he continued his search for Issei until his phone rang. He answered to find Issei calling, who informed him he was sending his location. Izuku received the notification and hurried to meet him. Upon arrival, he found Issei at the edge of a cliff, gazing down at something. Issei pointed out the temple of the witch hunters, noting its size and the number of hunters present. Izuku asked for their plan, and Issei suggested they sneak around to find the spy and leave before getting caught. Izuku agreed, and they slid down the mountain to approach the temple. Once at the temple, they hid in the bushes, observing the witch hunters patrolling the area. Issei proposed they split up, but Izuku firmly disagreed, recalling how that strategy had failed them before. After some discussion, they decided to stick together and search the larger buildings. They crept through the forest, avoiding hunter patrols. They reached their first search spot. Just as they were about to enter, the temple doors swung open, revealing a figure with a gun. The woman, Marina, announced her departure and issued a chilling warning to the hunters about the prisoner in the basement. She demanded constant vigilance and, to emphasize her point, shot one of the hunters point blank, shocking Izuku and Issei. Marina left the guards to keep watch, and the two boys exchanged looks of disbelief. Izuku remarked on the situation, and Issei acknowledged the seriousness of their predicament. They quickly adjusted their plan, deciding to split up after all, with Izuku taking one direction and Issei another. As they moved stealthily through the temple, Izuku overheard two hunters discussing the fate of the prisoner. Their conversation revealed their indifference to her plight, and Izuku found it unsettling. After they walked away, he decided to find another way in. He spotted a hatch leading to the basement and, ensuring no hunters were nearby, opened it with Luca's help. Izuku descended into the dark area below, landing on his feet. He looked around, realizing he needed a light to navigate the darkness. With determination, he began to explore the unknown surroundings, feeling his way through the shadows. After wandering around for a few minutes, Izuku touched a wall, noting its presence. He felt around until a light suddenly illuminated the space, and he sighed in relief, realizing how good it was to see again. He looked around and found himself in an old wine cellar, with shattered bottles and stains on the walls. The floor was flooded with wine, soaking his shoes and breathed legs. Something definitely happened down here, he thought. Cautiously, Izuku explored the cellar, searching for a way out to reunite with Issei. Eventually, he discovered a set of stairs that might lead him back to safety. However, before he could finish his thought, something bit his leg and hurled him against the wall. As he hit the floor, he turned to see a drunken, mutated crocodile. Izuku was taken aback, realizing the creature was far from ordinary. The mutant crocodile lunged at him, but he managed to flip over it, narrowly avoiding its jaws as it crashed into the wall. This situation had escalated quickly, and he called for Mel in his mind. Meanwhile, Ivory urged everyone to keep moving, while Abigail encouraged Mel to continue. 𝗵𝗃 expressed her reluctance to participate in their antics, flipping over a table full of substances, which irritated Ivory and Mel. They pounced on her, playfully wrestling while Abigail watched and laughed, declaring it the best party ever. Back in the cellar, Izuku felt a sense of desperation. The mutant crocodile emerged from the wall, growling at him. In response, Izuku hissed back, and when the crocodile charged, he jumped up onto the ceiling, surprising himself. As he crawled along the ceiling, the crocodile snapped at him, but he skillfully evaded its attempts to catch him, wondering if Issei was having a better time. Meanwhile, Issei was hiding in a suit of armor after being spotted by some witch hunters. They were too afraid to inform Marina of his presence. He thought to himself that as long as he remained hidden, he would be safe. The hunters searched for him, worried about what would happen if Marina found out they had let an intruder slip by. Suddenly, they were interrupted by the arrival of their second-in-command, 𝗲𝗄. The hunters froze in fear as she addressed them, reminding them of the consequences if Marina discovered their failure. With a swift motion, she shot one of the hunters, sending a chill through the others. 𝗲𝗄 ordered them to search every corner of the place, and they scattered to comply. Issei, listening from his hiding spot, realized he needed to contact Slaanesh. He quickly exited the suit of armor and dashed into a random room, relieved to have evaded the hunters. However, his relief turned to horror when he spotted 5 bloodhounds staring at him, growling menacingly. One of the bloodhounds charged at him, prompting Issei to crash through a door and flee, the dogs barking loudly in pursuit. The hunters, alerted by the commotion, followed the sound. Issei ran as fast as he could, dodging the snapping jaws of the bloodhounds, feeling the urgency of his situation. He turned a corner and encountered more witch hunters, who immediately recognized him as the intruder. Panicking, Issei decided to head back toward the dogs, only to find even more bloodhounds and a large hellhound blocking his path. He turned and sprinted away, chased by both the dogs and the hunters, navigating through a maze of doors in a desperate bid for escape. After running around for 10 minutes, Issei finally escaped the hunting party and leaned against a pillar, feeling overwhelmed by the vastness of the place. He sighed, wishing to go home. 𝗲𝗄, standing nearby, questioned why he had come there in the first place. Suddenly, she knocked him out with the blunt end of her gun, looking down at the unconscious Issei as some witch hunters arrived. She instructed them to take him to the dungeon and put him with the other captive. Meanwhile, Izuku was covered in blood after defeating a mutant crocodile. Frustrated about his dirty shirt, he took it off and searched for a way out of the wine cellar, careful to avoid stepping on any broken glass. As he navigated through the mess of shattered bottles, he heard faint ms in the distance, realizing someone else might be down there. He approached the source of the sounds, turning a corner to find a figure on the floor, miming. Before he could speak, the figure suddenly lunged at him, tackling him to the ground. Upon closer inspection, Izuku realized it was not a person but a 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏. Alarmed, he reacted quickly, punching the creature away and grabbing a broken wine bottle to defend himself. He stabbed the 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏 in the head, eliminating the threat. Breathing a sigh of relief, he was soon startled by more ms echoing in the distance as the lights flickered and then went out. Panic set in as he clapped his hands, pleading for the lights to return. They flickered back on momentarily, revealing more 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏 approaching down the hall before plunging into darkness again. Realizing he needed to escape, Izuku ran in the opposite direction, the screeches of the creatures echoing behind him. After a few frantic minutes, he stumbled into a random room, colliding face-first with something solid. Rubbing his nose, he looked up as torches illuminated the space, revealing a large purple and golden machine in front of him. Confused, he pondered what it could be. Just as he was about to leave the room, he heard whispers and faint music emanating from the machine. Drawn to it by an odd yet compelling sensation, Izuku felt an urge to touch the machine. He slowly approached, reaching out his hand, and as he made contact, the feeling intensified, enveloping him in a strange understanding. After witnessing everything, Izuku fell to his knees, breathing heavily. Once he regained his composure, he looked up at the machine before him, finally understanding who he was facing. He realized that 𝗓𝗏𝗍 was the Ancient of Rites, the only one who had not succumbed to depravity, unlike Fulgrim, who had strayed from his beliefs. Izuku stood up, ready to leave, but faint whispers caught his attention, prompting him to turn around and listen. 𝗓𝗏𝗍's voice echoed in his mind, urging him not to stoop to the lowest level like Fulgrim. After the whispers faded, Izuku looked at 𝗓𝗏𝗍 with a determined smile, silently vowing to uphold his ideals. He exited the room and made his way toward the sound of the 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏. As he approached, his noise marine armor materialized around him. It was time to make some noise. Izuku struck his guitar, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent the 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏 reeling, their heads bursting from the force. The shockwave reverberated throughout the temple, drawing Issei's attention. Issei chuckled, intrigued by the commotion. He remarked that the sound was the sweet melody of freedom and rock and roll. Izuku dashed around the temple grounds, playing his guitar and generating shockwaves that sent hunters flying, disorienting them and shattering glass objects in the vicinity. The witch hunters screamed in panic as the noise overwhelmed them. One hunter, trying to sneak up on Izuku, attempted to stab him from behind. However, the speakers on Izuku's armor erupted with sound, incapacitating the hunter. Izuku paused, surveying the aftermath of his sonic assault, noting the chaos around him. He lamented that he had intended to interrogate one of the hunters but decided he needed to find Issei and the spy quickly. He sheathed his sonic blaster and drew his sword, racing through the hallway to seek information about Issei's whereabouts. The alarm blared, alerting all nearby witch hunters to the disturbance. Outside, Marina and her band of hunters patrolled the forest when they heard the sirens in the distance. One hunter noted that something was happening at the temple. Marina, frustrated by the situation, decided they needed to return to the temple to address the chaos. As they hurried back, one of the hunters noticed a pair of crimson-red eyes watching them from the bushes. He alerted Marina, who ordered him to eliminate whatever it was. The hunter aimed his gun, only to discover it was just a small bunny. Marina groaned, urging her team to keep moving. One hunter knelt to pet the bunny, but another warned him not to anger Marina. Suddenly, the bunny bit the first hunter's finger, causing him to scream in shock. The chaos escalated as the bunny turned aggressive, attacking the other hunter's leg. In a panic, the first hunter managed to swat the rabbit away and shot it, but the damage was done. They were left shaken, only to be met with more rustling in the bushes. Fear gripped them as they realized they were not alone. Back with Marina and her hunting party, they awaited the return of the two hunters, who were taking too long for her liking. She ordered someone to find them before she lost her patience. One hunter volunteered to search for the missing pair, leaving the group behind. As they prepared to head back, the hunter who had gone to find the others returned, bloodied and panicked, warning them of killer bunnies. Before anyone could react, a murder bunny leaped from the bushes, attacking him. The hunting party watched in horror as more bunnies emerged, overwhelming the unfortunate hunter. Marina, realizing the danger, took off running, urging her team to follow her lead. They sprinted away, pursued by the swarm of aggressive rabbits. Meanwhile, Izuku was hiding, dodging bullets as they whizzed past him. He wondered how many hunters were closing in on his position. As they moved in, he felt a surge of panic and called out for his sonic cannon, 𝗕𝗁𝗓𝗄𝐻, to assist him. Just then, 𝗕𝗁𝗓𝗄𝐻 changed color, catching Izuku's attention. The hunters, believing they had him cornered, aimed their rifles, but before they could fire, the cannon unleashed a sound that filled the air with blissful melodies. The hunters dropped their weapons, overwhelmed by the sensations, while confusion spread among their comrades. The hunters looked over to see 10 of their comrades behaving strangely, scratching at their skin while expressing a mix of pleasure and pain, which made Izuku uneasy. He thought to himself, questioning their actions. Suddenly, one of the hunters was shot, shocking the others. The 10 hunters had transformed into frenzied beings, with a mark of Slaanesh etched into their flesh. One of the transformed hunters laughed maniacally, proclaiming how great they felt and demanding more of the dark pleasures. The degenerates began firing at the remaining hunters, causing chaos as some fell while others sought cover. Izuku was startled when a 𝗕𝗁𝗓𝗄𝐻 winked at him, which he found oddly cool. Taking a chance, Izuku emerged from his hiding spot and unleashed a blast that filled 4 hunters with overwhelming desires, turning them into degenerates who began attacking their own comrades in a frenzy to please themselves and Slaanesh. The remaining hunters retreated, and the degenerates cheered in triumph. Izuku thought about how convenient this was, as he wouldn't have to explore the area alone anymore. Curious, Izuku fired another blast at the degenerates, hoping it would enhance their strength, but instead, it had the opposite effect. The degenerates cried out for more, reveling in their newfound sensations. Realizing his mistake, Izuku decided not to repeat that action. 𝗲𝗄 appeared around the corner, shocked to see Izuku and the group of degenerates. She quickly pulled out her gun and aimed at him, while the degenerates aimed their weapons at her. 𝗲𝗄 demanded to know what was happening, and one of the degenerates explained how they had seen the error of their ways and embraced the gifts offered by their dark emissary, Slaanesh. 𝗲𝗄 warned them that Marina would return and deal with them, but the degenerate seemed unfazed, even encouraging her to speak more provocatively. Izuku, feeling the tension, commanded the degenerates to capture 𝗲𝗄, who began firing at them, taking down 3 before they closed in, forcing her to flee with Izuku in pursuit. As they chased her, Izuku shouted not to let her escape. 𝗲𝗄 ran desperately, trying to contact Marina for help. Meanwhile, Marina was making her way through the woods, attempting to reach the temple while trying to call for assistance. She urged her group to run faster when one of the hunters was suddenly attacked by a pack of wild creatures, causing panic. Marina's phone rang, but she ignored it, focusing on her urgent situation. Back with 𝗲𝗄, she was taking cover as bullets flew around her. Izuku had transformed more hunters into degenerates, and a fierce shootout ensued. Frustrated, 𝗲𝗄 shouted for Marina to answer her calls, while the remaining hunters held their ground. Izuku, noticing the hunters were well protected, decided to take action. He stepped forward, and as the hunters aimed at him, he struck a chord on his guitar, unleashing a sonic blast that sent debris flying and disorienting the hunters. In the chaos, one of the hunters was shot, and 𝗲𝗄 ducked for cover, witnessing her comrade's fall. Determined to turn the tide, she drew 2 katanas and charged at Izuku, slicing through degenerates in her path. Izuku dropped his sonic blaster and met her charge with his sword. Their blades clashed as they exchanged blows, each trying to gain the upper hand. 𝗲𝗏 demanded to know his identity, but Izuku kept his secrets. As they fought, 𝗲𝗏 managed to push him back, but Izuku quickly countered, knocking her weapon aside and gaining the advantage. Just as he was about to strike, one of the degenerates jumped in front of him, taking the hit meant for Izuku. 𝗲𝗏 cursed as she lost her opportunity, and Izuku seized the moment to attack again. The battle raged on, with degenerates overwhelming the hunters, causing them to flee. Izuku grabbed 𝗲𝗏 by the collar, demanding to know the whereabouts of issei. She feigned ignorance, refusing to cooperate. The degenerates offered to take her, promising to extract the information from her. Izuku dropped 𝗲𝗏, allowing the degenerates to seize her, while one of them brandished a 𝗕𝗶𝗯𝗹𝗶, eyeing her with a mischievous grin. Izuku felt a pang of regret for his decision. Just then, 𝗲𝗏 appeared, greeting Izuku with a casual tone. Izuku was relieved to see her, wondering where she had been. In a flashback, 𝗲𝗏 and her friend 𝗕𝗏𝗧 were seen in an intense sparring match, exchanging playful insults as they fought fiercely, cheered on by their friends. After a lengthy battle, both were exhausted but still glaring at each other, ready for whatever came next. The atmosphere was charged as two characters shared a passionate kiss, surprising Ivory and Abigail. The moment was intense, leaving Abigail in awe. 𝗲𝗏, the boss lady, had tasks for Izuku, who was curious about what she meant. 𝗲𝗏 clarified that she was simply referring to her responsibilities. 𝗕𝗏𝗧 chimed in, humorously claiming to be stuff, which led to 𝗲𝗏's playful protest. Izuku explained the situation. Issei had been captured, he had battled a mutant crocodile, and he encountered someone from a long-forgotten past. Now, they were waiting for a group of misfits to return. 𝗲𝗏 was perplexed by Izuku's description of the group, who were engaged in bizarre activities. Izuku observed the strange behavior of the group, noting that Slaanesh would surely be pleased with their enjoyment. A member of the group announced their return, prompting Izuku to ask about their attire. The response revealed they had set aside their clothes to extract information from a prisoner. Izuku inquired about the prisoner, and two members returned with 𝗲𝗏, who was in a distressed state, tears streaming down her face, but her expression was one of anger. Izuku was taken aback and asked what 𝗲𝗏 had revealed. She struggled to speak, indicating that the enemy was in the dungeon below. Izuku questioned her ability to walk, and 𝗲𝗏 admitted she couldn't. As they prepared to leave, 𝗲𝗏 warned them that they would face consequences when Marina returned. One of the group members offered to carry 𝗲𝗏 as they headed toward the dungeon. Meanwhile, Marina was hiding in an abandoned sniper tower, trying to call for backup amidst the chaos of killer rabbits infesting the area. She expressed her frustration at the lack of response. Suddenly, 𝗲𝗏 appeared, cautioning Marina to keep quiet to avoid attracting the rabbits. Marina demanded to be rescued, but 𝗲𝗏 revealed she had different orders from the higher-ups, which included punishing the one in charge of the temples. Marina realized the gravity of the situation. Before Marina could react, 𝗲𝗏 attacked, and a struggle ensued. Marina fought back, but 𝗲𝗏 managed to gain the upper hand. As the fight continued, a murder rabbit leaped onto the tower, drawing attention to the BLD on the floor, which was attracting more rabbits. Marina seized the opportunity, kicking 𝗲𝗏 off the railing, sending her into the horde of rabbits below. Left alone, Marina took a moment to reflect on her situation, lighting a cigarette as the rabbits closed in. Just as they were about to pounce, the sound of a flute echoed through the forest, diverting their attention. The horde of killer bunnies rushed toward the source of the music, leaving a bewildered Marina behind. She watched in confusion as they followed the figure playing the flute, who greeted the bunnies with excitement. Izuku and Issei observed in astonishment as the figure revealed her control over the bunnies. The figure, named 𝗲𝗏, instructed the bunnies to follow her for a feast. Izuku and Issei were taken aback by the revelation of her powers. As 𝗲𝗏 led the bunnies away, Izuku and Issei discussed their next steps. They were joined by Catherine, who introduced herself and agreed to help them. 𝗲𝗏 pleaded not to be left behind, fearing for her safety. Izuku reluctantly decided to help her, and they all set off together. The group followed the trail of BLD outside the temple, where chaos reigned as hunters battled the relentless bunnies. The hunters shouted orders, trying to fend off the overwhelming numbers. Amidst the turmoil, 𝗕𝗵𝗲 played her flute from a stone pillar, commanding the bunnies to attack. As the group made their escape into the forest, they left the ruined temple behind, determined to survive the chaos that had unfolded. Back in the city, 𝗕𝗵𝗲 felt the sense of freedom wash over him. Catherine remarked on how nice the air felt against her face, while issei expressed his relief at finally being able to rest. Izuku, though tired, agreed with them. Mozen, still recovering, asked to be put down, and as Izuku complied, she attempted to run but stumbled again. Izuku quickly picked her up, and they continued their journey out of the forest and back home. After parting ways, Izuku handed Mozen over to Catherine and 𝗕𝗵𝗲, and they all went their separate paths. As hours passed, the moon set and the sun rose, revealing Owl and another figure observing the 3 ruined temples and the fallen hunters. Marina knelt on the ground, sweat trickling down her face, lost in thought. The figure demanded an explanation from Marina, questioning how such a disaster could occur under her watch. Marina stammered that she had left Mozen in charge while she was out hunting. The figure's frustration escalated, emphasizing the consequences of failure. Marina pleaded for another chance, but the figure reminded her of the oath she had taken as a witch hunter, which stated that failure would result in dire punishment. With a heavy heart, the figure pulled out a gun and aimed it at Marina's head, who kept her gaze fixed on the ground. She asked if she had served well, to which the figure confirmed her loyalty. As Marina expressed her gratitude, the sound of a gunshot echoed through the air, and Marina fell lifeless to the ground. The figure turned to 𝗵𝗲𝗄, who was furious at the interruption, insisting that Marina deserved to finish her words. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 expressed her care for all her subordinates, except for the one who had acted rashly. Uraraka, feeling unappreciated, vowed to find the one responsible for the chaos and deliver justice. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 dismissed her, and Uraraka left in haste. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 approached Marina's body, closing her eyes in respect before departing to inform others of the tragedy. Meanwhile, Izuku was in the 𝗬𝗧𝗏 workshop, quietly working alongside Mei. She brought up the recent events at the church, expressing concern. Izuku reassured her, though he felt a twinge of worry himself. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door. Izuku opened it to find 𝗧𝗏, who seemed nervous yet hopeful. 𝗧𝗏 asked to speak outside, and Izuku agreed. Once outside, 𝗧𝗏's expression shifted from concern to a nervous smile. She asked Izuku if he loved her, to which he confirmed his feelings. 𝗧𝗏 then revealed a positive 𝗕𝗲𝗁𝐴 test, announcing that he was going to be a dad. Izuku was momentarily stunned, processing the news. As 𝗧𝗏 urged him to respond, he managed to say it was good to know, but his shock left him momentarily speechless. Mel, watching from a distance, was equally astonished by the revelation. In another realm, Mel rushed through a portal to inform Slaanesh about Hoshino's 𝗕𝗲𝗁𝐴. Slaanesh was initially preoccupied but quickly became excited upon learning that Izuku was the father. She declared that 𝗧𝗏 must be protected at all costs, assigning Mel the task of informing others. Back in the mortal realm, Izuku slowly regained consciousness in the nurse's office, confused about what had happened. Recovery Girl explained that he had fainted and that 𝗧𝗏 had brought him there. After a quick checkup, she sent him back to class, and Izuku reflected on the life-changing news he had just received. As he walked through the halls, his friends congratulated him on becoming a father, which startled him. They reassured him that he would learn and be a great dad, despite his worries about inexperience. The playful banter continued among his friends, but Izuku felt a mix of excitement and anxiety about the journey ahead. As Izuku hears Ivory being mistreated, he notices the 2 girls watching the scene unfold. Abigail encourages Izuku to believe in himself, assuring him that he will be a great dad. Izuku expresses his gratitude and bids them farewell. The group heads through a portal back to their realm, leaving Izuku to return to the workshop and continue his work. He reflects on the challenges of parenthood at a young age and sighs, knowing everyone will be shocked to hear about it. Upon arriving at the workshop, Izuku finds Mei sleeping at her desk. He smiles, gently covers her with a blanket, and carries her to her room before returning to his desk to work. A few minutes later, the lunch bell rings, and Izuku heads to lunch, searching for AI but unable to find her. He wonders where she could be when Issei approaches him, playfully putting him in a headlock and giving him a noogie. Other students notice and whisper among themselves, speculating about the nature of their friendship. Issei asks Izuku where he has been, and Izuku explains that he has been working and looking for someone. Issei requests his help with something, and Izuku agrees to follow him. As they leave the lunchroom, Uraraka notices them and decides to follow from a distance, curious about their plans. Izuku inquires about what Issei needs help with, and Issei insists that it's better to show than to explain. Izuku asks if Issei has seen AI, to which Issei replies that she likely went home early. Izuku feels relieved to hear that. Issei jokes about Izuku's interest in AI, but Izuku insists that he hasn't seen her in a while. Issei continues to tease him, but Izuku remains serious. The boys walk outside, and Issei suddenly drags Izuku into the forest. Uraraka, observing from afar, grows even more suspicious and follows them stealthily. Izuku questions why they are in the forest, and Issei reveals that he suspects someone is living there. Before Izuku can respond, a human skeleton falls from the trees, startling both boys and causing them to stumble backward. Izuku is shocked and urges Issei to leave and inform someone, but Issei insists that they should keep it quiet to avoid causing panic at school. He proposes that they catch whoever is responsible, which would earn them recognition as heroes. Izuku reluctantly agrees, and they begin searching the forest. Meanwhile, Uraraka drops down to inspect the skeleton and discovers a name tag identifying it as belonging to a coach named Suzumori Mizuki. Suddenly, a voice behind her comments on the situation, and she instinctively pulls out her pocket knife. The figure grabs her arm, disarming her and pushing her against a tree, tightening their grip. Uraraka realizes she is in a dangerous situation. The figure taunts her, pulling out a scalpel and contemplating where to strike. Uraraka feels the pressure of the situation as the figure decides on their next move. Just as they are about to harm her, she manages to bite the figure's hand, causing them to release her. She quickly runs toward the school. The figure, frustrated, chases after her, attempting to stab her as she dodges. Uraraka uses her powers to levitate the figure momentarily, but they retaliate by firing a harpoon that strikes her leg. She cries out in pain as the figure approaches, ready to take her back to their hideout. Before the figure can complete their threat, Izuku rushes in and punches them, sending them crashing into a tree. He quickly checks on Uraraka, who is injured but assures him she will be fine. Izuku prepares to help her back to safety when the figure reappears, now armed with iron claws. The figure challenges Izuku, declaring that chivalry is dead. They engage in a fierce battle, with Izuku skillfully dodging and countering the figure's attacks. Despite the figure's relentless strikes, Izuku manages to evade them until he is knocked down. He rolls away just in time to slash at the figure's leg, causing them to stumble. The figure warns Izuku that this won't be the last time they meet before disappearing into a swarm of bats and fleeing deeper into the forest. Izuku lifts Uraraka and carries her to the nurse's office, reassuring her that he will take care of her. Even though Izuku worked for an enemy of the witch hunters, he considered Uraraka one of the good guys. He asked her what she was doing in the forest. Uraraka explained that she was looking for berries. Izuku noted that Lunch Rush usually collected berries and wondered why she hadn't asked him for help. Uraraka replied that he seemed tired, so she didn't want to bother him. Izuku accepted her explanation, though he felt a hint of suspicion from Mel and 𝗎𝗲𝗄, who exchanged knowing glances. Meanwhile, Issei was running deeper into the forest, trying to escape a menacing figure that threatened him. He threw a tree branch at the figure, but it effortlessly sliced through the branch and continued its pursuit. Issei panicked, questioning who this terrifying being was. 𝗎𝗲𝗄 informed him that it was a world eater, a creature known for its rage and destruction. Issei was alarmed, demanding help as the creature taunted him. Just then, Mel emerged through a portal, launching a burst of purple fire at the world eater, sending it crashing to the ground. Issei was relieved to see her. Mel playfully greeted him, but when he tried to hug her, She teleported behind him and playfully tapped him on the head. Issei was confused by her actions, and Mel scolded him for running away from school instead of toward it. Issei admitted he had gotten lost, prompting Mel to tease him about his lack of direction. As the World Eater began to rise again, Mel prepared another attack, but her fireball vanished unexpectedly. Nikki appeared through a blue portal, wielding a staff adorned with countless eyes. Issei was bewildered by the sight. Nikki demonstrated the power of her staff by firing lasers at Mel and Issei, who ducked just in time to avoid the destructive beams that felled nearby trees. Mel retaliated with a streak of flames, but Nikki countered, extinguishing the fire effortlessly. She commanded the World Eater to attack Issei, who readied his sonic blaster. However, before he could fire, another figure struck him from behind, causing him to cry out in pain. The armored figure warned him to always watch his back. Mel was suddenly ensnared by chains, and Nikki revealed her intention to eliminate her. Issei was shocked to learn that Nikki had orchestrated all this just to get revenge. She recounted a past incident that still upset her, but Issei found it petty. Just as Nikki attempted to stab him, her body froze, along with the World Eater and the armored figure. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 emerged from the bushes, announcing her timely arrival. She had brought a friend with her, and soon, 𝗬𝗫 appeared, shocking everyone. 𝗬𝗫 and Mel joyfully reunited, while Issei expressed his surprise at their friendship. Mel playfully rejected Issei's advances, leading to a humorous exchange about relationships. Nikki, frustrated by their banter, reminded them of the ongoing battle. She charged her staff, preparing for a decisive attack, but as she aimed, her staff unexpectedly broke, leaving her stunned. With a sense of urgency, Nikki called for a retreat, fleeing with her companions as Issei, Mel, 𝗬𝗧𝗏, and 𝗬𝗫 remained, still recovering from the flashbang effect. Just then, Abigail burst through a portal, carrying pizza and vodka, bewildered by the scene before her. Issei explained the chaos that had unfolded, and Abigail suggested they all get their eyes checked. Mel dismissed the idea of seeing doctors, while Abigail playfully questioned her about her preferences. Issei, eager to return to you, pleaded with Abigail for help. She reluctantly agreed but insisted they visit the eye doctor first. Issei complied, and as he was teleported back to the main building of 𝗬𝗏, he felt a mix of relief and exhaustion. Goodness, Issei made it out of there. He got up and walked into the building, heading for the nurse's office to get his eyes checked. Meanwhile, we cut over to Izuku, who stood in front of AI's house. He took a deep breath, preparing himself for what was to come. After a moment of hesitation, he knocked on the door and waited. Eventually, the front door opened, revealing 𝗕𝗏𝗂, who glared at Izuku while he looked away. 𝗕𝗏𝗂 asked why he was there, and Izuku stammered that he was there to see AI. 𝗕𝗏𝗂 curtly informed him that AI was not home. Just then, Camilla approached, inquiring about who was at the door. 𝗕𝗏𝗂 dismissed Izuku as unimportant, but Izuku, feeling a surge of confidence, spoke up, asserting his significance. He explained that he was there to see the woman he had a child with and demanded to be let through. 𝗕𝗏𝗂, taken aback by his tone, stuttered an agreement, and Izuku walked past her, heading toward AI's room. 𝗕𝗏𝗂 stood there, shocked, as Camilla came over, noticing her daughter's reaction. When Camilla asked what was wrong, 𝗕𝗏𝗂 hesitated before revealing that Izuku was a father. Camilla, confused, asked if there was a missing child, but 𝗕𝗏𝗂 assured her that he knew where he was going. Meanwhile, Izuku knocked on AI's door, calling out to her. The door opened quickly, and AI hugged Izuku, tears in her eyes. He embraced her back, concerned about her emotions. AI expressed her fears that he might not want to be with her anymore after he had passed out. Izuku reassured her that he was not scared of being a dad, but he worried about not being good enough. AI was surprised by his honesty, and Izuku promised to step up and be the best dad he could be when the baby arrived. AI, sniffling, noted how different he was from other guys, to which Izuku proudly mentioned that his mother always said he was one of a kind. He assured her he would never abandon her or the baby, and she thanked him, feeling blessed to have him. Just then, Camilla, overhearing their conversation, entered the room with a look of shock. She exclaimed in excitement, realizing that AI was going to have a baby and that Izuku was the father. The revelation sent her into a joyful frenzy, and she ran over to hug Izuku tightly, showering him with gratitude. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, hearing the commotion, rushed in, asking if the house was on fire. 𝗵𝗲 excitedly declared that she was going to be a grandma, which startled 𝗧𝗵𝗲. 𝗵𝗲 continued to express her thanks to Izuku, who felt a bit overwhelmed but happy. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, however, expressed her longing for a baby too, leading to a moment of surprise from everyone in the room. Izuku found himself in a surprising situation as 𝗧𝗵𝗲, with her pouty expression, expressed her longing for a family. She insisted that she didn't want to be left out, which left Izuku bewildered. Just then, AI intervened, urging 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to get off him, but 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was determined to have her moment. 𝗵𝗲, hoping to diffuse the tension, suggested they all could have some family bonding time together. Izuku sighed in relief, thinking 𝗵𝗲 would bring reason to the chaos, but then she spun around in a playful manner, catching him off guard as she donned a bunny suit. 𝗵𝗲's playful demeanor made Izuku nervous, and he felt overwhelmed by the attention from all three girls. 𝗵𝗲 leaned in and kissed Izuku gently, which quickly escalated into a passionate moment. Meanwhile, AI and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 playfully tugged at his clothes, adding to the chaotic yet light-hearted atmosphere. After a brief moment, 𝗵𝗲 paused, surprised by Izuku's reaction, and teased him about how he managed to attract her daughters. As the playful banter continued, 𝗵𝗲 playfully suggested they explore their connections further, leaving Izuku feeling both excited and apprehensive about the unfolding events. Izuku noticed that 𝗵𝗲 seemed to be in need of some affection, and he decided to help her relax. He gently laid her back and shared a tender kiss, feeling a connection grow between them. 𝗵𝗲, feeling the warmth of his presence, thought to herself how charming this young man was. Curious about him, she asked for his name. He introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, and she pulled him closer, whispering sweetly in his ear, hinting at her desires. Izuku felt a rush of excitement at her words, encouraged by a playful voice in his mind that urged him to show her what joy felt like. As the moment intensified, 𝗵𝗲 expressed her delight, urging him on with enthusiasm. AI and 𝗧𝗵𝗲, observing from a distance, exchanged glances, realizing the impact Izuku was having on 𝗵𝗲. They couldn't help but comment on how no one had ever made her react this way before. With a spark of inspiration, AI leaned in to share an idea with 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who nodded in agreement. They approached 𝗵𝗲, ready to join in the fun. 𝗵𝗲, caught off guard by their sudden attention, felt a wave of excitement wash over her as they surrounded her with affection. The atmosphere was charged with energy, and 𝗵𝗲 found herself swept away in the moment, overwhelmed by the joy and connection they were all sharing. "I can't handle this much," AI suggested, thinking of it as a punishment for hogging Izuku. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 chimed in, teasing AI. The two resumed their actions while Izuku continued to kiss and caress 𝗵𝗲, who was lost in pleasure. She thought to herself how wonderful it felt, realizing how much she had missed this kind of intimacy. Izuku felt the moment approaching, and 𝗵𝗲 urged him to continue, expressing her need and craving for him. As he increased his pace, 𝗵𝗲's breaths became more erratic, and she felt waves of pleasure wash over her. Suddenly, a tattoo began to appear on 𝗵𝗲, marking her as a CNCBN. AI and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 exchanged surprised glances, while Mel explained the significance of the mark. AI, feeling playful, laid on top of 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and teased Izuku, eager for her turn. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 joined in, urging him to take action. Izuku picked AI up, placing her in a hold as he positioned himself and began to move gently. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 knelt beside them, offering her support. Downstairs, 𝗕𝗏𝗄 struggled with her own desires, hearing the commotion above. She sighed in frustration, trying to resist the urge to join them. But as the sounds intensified, she decided to confront the situation. Marching upstairs, she kicked down the door to find the scene before her, shocked by what she saw. 𝗕𝗏𝗄 ordered AI and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to move aside, claiming her turn with Izuku. They protested, but 𝗕𝗏𝗄 was determined. Using her powers, she bound them, leaving them on the floor as she approached Izuku. She made her intentions clear, demanding that he give his best effort. Izuku, surprised by Kafka's boldness, flipped her onto her back and began to move, causing her to gasp in surprise. As they shared this moment, 𝗕𝗏𝗂 reflected on how different it felt compared to her past experiences. AI and Stalking, eager to join in, urged them to pay attention to them as well. 𝗕𝗏𝗂 released her bindings, and the two girls approached, watching the connection between her and Izuku with a mix of envy and excitement. As the night progressed, they all found themselves lost in the moment, enjoying each other's company and the satisfaction that came with it. Eventually, they all lay together, content and smiling, while Izuku caught his breath, surprised by how long it had all lasted. Slaanesh, watching from afar, expressed pride in Izuku's achievements and the new relationships he had formed. Izuku felt a sense of accomplishment, grateful for the support and encouragement. As the night wore on, Izuku fell asleep surrounded by the girls, while Slaanesh teleported to issei, waking him with urgency. She informed him of a new assignment, but issei, still groggy, was reluctant to engage. Suddenly, a mysterious figure caught his attention outside the window, leaving him startled and confused. Slaanesh warned him to stay alert, and with that, she vanished, leaving issei to confront the unknown. Issei sat in the corner of his dorm room, trembling with a flashlight in his hand. He had been there for 2 hours, wide awake and terrified of the intruder lurking in the building, specifically hunting him. He whispered to himself, calling out for help, but the silence was deafening. Suddenly he heard a creaking noise and quickly pointed his flashlight toward the source, only to find nothing. He sighed, feeling the weight of his fear. He thought about his situation, feeling trapped and unable to use his sonic blaster without alerting everyone in the school. Just then, a soft tapping sound startled him. He turned to the window and saw a shadowy figure, the Night Lord, holding something unsettling. Issei's heart raced as he realized it was a human scalp. The Night Lord dipped his finger into the BLD and began writing a message on the window. After a few moments, he tapped on the glass and vanished into the night, leaving Issei to read the chilling words, "You don't need to worry about dying because I'm not going to kill you. That's too easy. I'm going to torment you for the next 4 nights and slowly make you wish you were dead as I watch you descend into madness. Then, when the time comes, I'm going to strangle the life out of your degenerate body, you filthy pleasure worshipper." Issei fell over, overwhelmed by despair, and silently cried himself to sleep. Meanwhile, the Night Lord smirked beneath his helmet, amused by Issei's plight, and disappeared into the forest to plan his next move. The next day, Issei sat at his lunch table, scanning the cafeteria with paranoia. He reassured himself that it was daytime and that he was safe among witnesses. Just then, Matsuda approached him, but Issei, startled, instinctively punched him in the face, sending him crashing into the wall. The cafeteria erupted in shock as Issei rushed over to help Matsuda, who was now bruised. Issei apologized profusely, feeling guilty for his reaction. Matsuda, though in pain, forgave him quickly. Issei insisted on taking him to the nurse's office, where he placed Matsuda on a hospital bed. The nurse examined Matsuda's injuries and noted the damage, preparing to treat him. However, she soon realized they were out of ice packs and left to get more. While Matsuda waited, he pondered why Issei seemed so frightened. His thoughts were interrupted when the door swung open again. Suddenly, he was knocked unconscious by a figure that entered the room. The figure smiled, satisfied with their work, and carried Matsuda out of the window, disappearing into the forest. Once deep in the woods, the figure tied Matsuda to a tree and prepared for his awakening. They retrieved a scalpel, aiming for the vulnerable spots on Matsuda's body. The figure, known as Makoto, spoke to another figure named Naoto, discussing their twisted methods and the voices in their heads. Naoto, who had his own peculiarities, engaged in a bizarre conversation about their dark pursuits. As they continued their unsettling dialogue, a bear's head suddenly flew out of the bushes, followed by Asta, the world eater, who was excited about their find. Asta began to feast on the bear meat without hesitation, much to the bewilderment of Makoto and Naoto. Their banter turned into a heated argument, filled with insults and challenges, as they grappled with their own identities and the consequences of their actions. The tension escalated as Asta and Naoto clashed, exchanging blows that sent them both to the ground. The chaotic scene unfolded in the forest, where their reckless behavior and conflicting ideologies collided, leaving a trail of confusion and chaos in their wake. Naoto asked if they were done, and Asta agreed, while Makoto expressed relief. Matsuda groaned, confused about his surroundings. As he adjusted his vision, he saw Makoto in a doctor's uniform, which startled him. He realized he was tied up and began to panic, questioning what was happening and who Makoto was. Makoto, with a sinister smile, hinted at the impending events, saying there were many questions but little time for answers. He approached Matsuda, placing a 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲 in his mouth, and picked up various instruments that filled Matsuda with dread. Despite his struggles, Matsuda couldn't break free. Naoto decided to leave, uninterested in the unfolding chaos, while Asta expressed his eagerness for action. Naoto reminded Asta to stay hidden, but Asta insisted on seeking violence. Makoto interrupted their banter, demanding silence before turning his attention back to Matsuda. With a twisted grin, Makoto began his grim work, inflicting pain on Matsuda throughout the day, using substances to prolong his suffering. Eventually, Matsuda broke under the torment, prompting Makoto to express disappointment that he hadn't surpassed the previous victim's endurance. He glanced at a skeleton dressed in a butler outfit hanging from a tree, then decided to make one final display of his work before showing it to Issei. As night fell, Issei hid in his closet, convincing himself that staying hidden would keep him safe. He waited in silence, relieved when he heard nothing. After a while, he peeked out and saw the coast was clear. Feeling secure, he got out of the closet and flopped onto his bed, relaxing until he noticed something strange about his covers. Curious, he turned on his lamp and gasped in horror, realizing his blanket was made of human skin, with Matsuda's face grotesquely stitched into it. Issei fell to his knees, overwhelmed with grief and disbelief. Meanwhile, Makoto stood atop a building, surveying the city with a satisfied smirk. He felt he was one step closer to breaking Issei, and once he succeeded, he would move on to his next target, laughing maniacally as he vowed to make his father proud. It was still nighttime as Izuku lay in her bed with 𝗧𝗏𝗏, Kafka, and Camilla, all nestled under the covers after a night filled with warmth and affection. Izuku reflected on how this was the third time that Wiki had spent the night there. Mel, his friend, appeared to him, commenting on how popular he had become. However, Mel had a serious matter to discuss. The witch hunters were becoming restless, searching for the one who had destroyed their base. Mel advised Izuku to stay low for now while they figured things out. He reassured Izuku that he would come to him when needed, urging him to remain under the radar. As Izuku began to drift off to sleep, Mel vanished, and in another realm, Slaanesh was seen tormenting Marina's soul. Mel warned Slaanesh that he had informed Izuku about the witch hunters, and Slaanesh expressed relief, not wanting Izuku to find himself in another precarious situation like before. Meanwhile, Issei was at home, struggling with the trauma of losing a friend. He cursed Slaanesh, who appeared before him, reminding him that it was time to move on. An objective screen materialized in front of Issei, revealing a mission to find and confront the Night Lord. Slaanesh urged him to stop grieving and get to work. Slaanesh opened a portal, showing Issei a scene where Makoto was tormenting Motohama in his bedroom. Issei called out to his friend, but Makoto quickly reacted, grabbing a weapon and shooting at Issei, who barely managed to dodge the bullets. Makoto escaped through the window, prompting Issei to jump through the portal and free Motohama. Issei then leaped out the window in pursuit of Makoto, but he was already gone. Frustrated, Issei ran off, determined to find him. Meanwhile, Makoto watched from a rooftop, observing Issei's departure before turning back to Motohama, who was now being attended to by his parents. Makoto felt a twinge of envy before he dashed away, jumping from rooftop to rooftop. As the hours passed, the moon set and the sun rose. Izuku was now at AI's house, preparing breakfast and humming a cheerful tune. Izuku sang and cooked breakfast simultaneously, keeping the rhythm and momentum. Little did he know, the delightful aroma of pancakes and bacon had awakened the girls. As they walked downstairs, they found Izuku dancing while finishing breakfast. The girls smiled at the sight, and before anyone could speak, 𝗵𝗲𝗄 hugged Izuku from behind, playfully resting her head against his back. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 greeted him cheerfully, and Izuku responded warmly, asking how she had slept. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 replied that she had slept like a princess. The others chimed in, playfully protesting 𝗵𝗲𝗄's affectionate hold on Izuku. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 teased that it was first come, first served, and the playful banter continued as they discussed their shared relationship with Izuku. Izuku, enjoying the light-hearted atmosphere, announced that breakfast was ready. When asked where he learned to cook, he explained that he had picked it up while his mother worked overtime. The group settled at the table, enjoying their meal and chatting until a knock at the door interrupted them. Curious about the visitor, Izuku volunteered to answer. He opened the door to find 3 girls accompanied by several bodyguards. They inquired about 𝗧𝗓𝗏's presence, and Izuku, surprised by their familiarity, asked how they knew her. 𝗧𝗓 called out to him, prompting him to explain the situation. The girls requested to come inside, and Izuku allowed them entry while blocking the bodyguards. Tension escalated when one of the bodyguards grabbed Izuku's arm, threatening him. In a swift motion, Izuku countered, surprising everyone as he subdued the bodyguard and stepped outside to confront the others. The girls heard the commotion outside, including the sounds of a struggle. 𝗧𝗓 remarked on Izuku's unexpected prowess, while the newcomers expressed their shock at discovering he was her boyfriend. 𝗬𝗏, one of the girls, explained her intentions for visiting, mentioning the upcoming idol festival and her longing to compete for the title of idol queen. As the conversation unfolded, the girls discussed their roles in the competition. Suddenly, a commotion outside drew their attention, revealing Izuku's impressive handling of the bodyguards. He returned to the window, BLD on his face, not his own, and waved at the girls, who were both impressed and concerned. Izuku continued to fend off the bodyguards, showcasing his strength and determination. 𝗧𝗓 watched proudly, affirming their relationship. The atmosphere shifted as 𝗧𝗓 declared her intention to protect her title at the festival, hinting at a plan to thwart her rivals. 𝗬𝗏, unfazed, expressed her eagerness to see what 𝗧𝗓 had in store. As the girls prepared to leave, they were met with the sight of their unconscious bodyguards scattered outside, a testament to Izuku's unexpected abilities. He reassured them that they were merely in need of medical attention, not worse. As the 3 girls departed, Izuku turned back to 𝗧𝗓 and the others, preparing to head home. Before he left, 𝗧𝗓 asked for his help with a new challenge involving blackmail, leaving Izuku to ponder the implications of her request. Later, at home, Izuku sat at the kitchen table, contemplating 𝗧𝗓's proposition. 𝗕𝗏, his inner voice, chimed in, curious about the situation. Izuku explained the request to blackmail the 3 girls, and 𝗕𝗏, intrigued, began to gather information about them. With a plan forming, Izuku listened intently as 𝗕𝗏 outlined the steps they would take, ready to navigate the complexities of the upcoming idol festival and the girls' ambitions. Mirai was at home, watching TV and thinking about the upcoming idol festival. She felt the pressure to come up with something extraordinary, but her mind kept drifting back to 𝗧𝗓's words, sensing that something was brewing. Suddenly, her computer chimed with a notification. Curious, she walked over to check it and was shocked to see that someone had sent her $. She entered her password and discovered it was from an anonymous account in her chat. Mirai pondered the situation, wondering why someone would choose to remain anonymous. Then, she received a message from the same anonymous number, which read, "I really like your content and live streams, Idol Kitty. If you don't mind, I'd like to meet you in person. Meet me at the Cat Cafe on 𝗵𝗃𝗏 Street tomorrow at 3. Peace out." Mirai hesitated, contemplating whether she should go. The money was tempting, but uncertainty lingered in her mind. After a moment, she left her computer and flopped onto her bed, weighing her options. Meanwhile, Izuku was in his room, staring at the ceiling, anxious about Mirai's response. 𝗕𝗏, his inner voice, reminded him that if she declined, they would have to resort to Plan B. Izuku was curious about what that entailed, but 𝗕𝗏 assured him he wouldn't like it. As they continued their banter, Izuku's phone buzzed, and he saw that Mirai had texted back, agreeing to meet him. Excited, Izuku shared the news with 𝗕𝗏, who celebrated the first step's success. 𝗕𝗏 instructed Izuku to wait until tomorrow and get some rest. Although it was still early, 𝗕𝗏 encouraged him to relax, promising to return later. Back in the realm of chaos, Mel encountered Marina, who was in distress. Slaanesh, a powerful figure, taunted her, demanding secrets in exchange for mercy. Marina stood her ground, refusing to break under pressure, but the situation was dire. As the scene shifted back to the mortal realm, Issei was struggling to locate Makoto. Frustrated, he took a break and plopped onto his bed. His mother, Miki, knocked on the door and entered, bringing him mini sandwiches. She expressed concern for his well-being, reminding him not to overthink things. Issei appreciated her support but felt the weight of his mission pressing down on him. As night fell, Issei prepared himself to confront Makoto, determined to catch him. Unbeknownst to Issei, Makoto was on another rooftop, observing Izuku. As he prepared to approach, a sudden migraine struck him, causing him to lose his grip and fall. Makoto landed hard, overwhelmed by disturbing visions. He realized he needed to avoid Izuku and focus on another target. With a newfound resolve, he fled into the shadows, grateful to have escaped a dire fate. The hours passed, and as dawn broke, Mirai donned a hood and glasses to conceal her identity while walking to the cafe. She hoped she wouldn't regret her decision. Upon arriving, she received a text instructing her to sit at table. Peering through the window, she spotted Izuku, who looked different than she remembered. Taking a deep breath, she entered the cafe. As she approached table 12, Izuku expressed his surprise that she had come. Mirai explained that it would be rude not to show up. Curiosity piqued, she asked why he wanted to meet. Izuku hesitated, taking a deep breath before revealing that he wanted to take her out on a date. Mirai was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Izuku reassured her that it was just a one-time thing, and if she didn't want to, he would leave. Right now, Mel was thinking about her plan, hoping it would work. Izuku was internally urging her to reconsider, but Mel was determined. Mirai, after some hesitation, agreed to participate in the plan. Izuku felt a sense of relief at her acceptance. They began to talk about themselves at a cafe, where Izuku ordered carrot cake and Mirai chose a coffee cake. After their meal, Izuku took Mirai to various places she wanted to visit. They went to the mall for shopping, the food court for snacks, and even a mini-golf place for some fun. As the day progressed, Mirai started to develop feelings for Izuku, which did not go unnoticed by Mel. She shared her thoughts with Izuku, who sighed internally but agreed to her idea. In the afternoon, Izuku walked Mirai home, and they continued their conversation along the way. Mirai expressed how much fun she had, and Izuku was glad to hear it. She mentioned her plans for an upcoming idol festival that she and her friends were organizing, which piqued Izuku's interest. Mirai excitedly explained the details, surprising both Izuku and Mel with the scale of their plans. Mel thought about how dazzling the event would be, while Izuku acknowledged the potential noise it could create. Mirai was enthusiastic about the festival, dreaming of becoming the new idol queens if everything went well. Izuku suggested they continue their conversation over drinks inside, and Mirai agreed, curious about what more they could discuss. 20 minutes later, Izuku was still composed while Mirai, having enjoyed several glasses of wine, was becoming more animated. She expressed her frustrations about her friends not valuing her opinions, and Izuku empathized with her situation. Mirai noticed that despite having consumed more wine, Izuku remained steady, prompting her to question his tolerance. Mel was urging Izuku to stick to the plan, but he decided to stay a little longer when Mirai asked him to. She wanted to talk more, and Izuku was willing to listen. As their conversation continued, Mirai remarked that he resembled AI's boyfriend, leaving Izuku intrigued. Mirai expressed her loneliness, wishing for companionship. She suggested that Izuku come closer to her, hinting at her longing for connection. Mel, observing the situation, felt a sense of excitement about the unfolding events. As Izuku approached, he noticed Mirai's intoxication and attempted to guide her to a safer place. Suddenly, Mirai playfully tackled Izuku, surprising him with a kiss. Mel smirked, feeling confident about the chemistry between them. Izuku, feeling encouraged, lifted Mirai and carried her to her bedroom. Once inside, he gently placed her on the bed, and they began to share a tender moment. As they embraced, Mirai expressed her wish for gentleness, and Izuku was eager to please her. Mel, feeling mischievous, took control for a brief moment, guiding Izuku's actions. Mirai reacted with surprise and delight, overwhelmed by the sensations. Izuku, regaining control, was concerned for Mirai's well-being as she seemed to be lost in pleasure. Mirai, taking charge, climbed on top of him, expressing her enjoyment. Izuku responded to her enthusiasm, and their connection deepened. After a moment of shared bliss, Mirai felt a strange warmth and noticed a tattoo appearing on her skin, prompting her to question its origin. Mel, appearing in the room, revealed herself and shocked Mirai with her presence. Mel explained the situation, hinting at a deal that could be made. Mirai, feeling cornered, agreed to the terms but requested to spend more time with Izuku. Mel, surprisingly accommodating, agreed to this arrangement. Mirai also expressed her longing to involve others, hinting at information that could be beneficial. The scene shifted to a new day in the city of Mizudafu, where Izuku and Issei were walking down the street. Issei was curious about their mission, and Izuku explained they were searching for an idol named 𝗃 Shiju. Issei, excited, shared his admiration for her talent and success. As they approached a jewelry store, they spotted 𝗃, surrounded by her guards. Issei's eagerness to speak with her led to a chaotic scene as paparazzi swarmed around her. Izuku, concerned, tried to keep Issei grounded, but the excitement was palpable. With a plan in mind, Izuku decided they would have to find a way to draw 𝗃 to them instead of approaching her directly. He led Issei away, determined to devise a strategy that would allow them to connect with the idol without the chaos of the crowd. 𝗃 managed to slip into a random store, leaving her guards to handle the persistent paparazzi. She thought to herself about how close the encounter had been and expressed her frustration with the intrusive photographers. As she looked around, she realized she was in a ladies' clothing store. 𝗃 wandered through the aisles, noticing an array of items. She saw jackets, dresses, wedding gowns, swimsuits, and beach attire, marveling at the variety available. Meanwhile, Mel appeared in the changing room, quickly disguising herself to blend in. She admired her reflection, feeling confident about her look. After a moment, Mel stepped out of the changing room and scanned the store for 𝗃, spotting her near the summer dresses. As Mel approached, a woman nearby caught her attention. The woman approached Mel, holding 2 dresses. She asked for Mel's opinion on which dress her boyfriend might prefer. Mel replied honestly, suggesting that neither dress would impress him. She then advised the woman that she needed something special that would truly capture her boyfriend's attention. The woman was taken aback by Mel's boldness. Mel encouraged a lady to come over and browse the outfits, blushing as she found something appealing. Mel mentioned that the outfit would certainly make her boyfriend more obedient if that was what she desired. The lady hesitated, unsure of her choice, but Mel presented her with a decision: go home with an unsatisfied boyfriend or surprise him with a little excitement. After some contemplation, the lady decided to take the outfit. As Mel prepared to leave, another woman approached her with 4 different outfits, asking for help in choosing something her husband would like. Soon, more ladies gathered around Mel, each seeking her opinion on various outfits. Mel felt overwhelmed but managed to maintain her composure, calling for order among the crowd. With the help of her friends Abigail, 𝗵𝗂𝗧, and 𝗬𝗫𝗁, they began assisting the ladies with their choices, offering advice on how to impress their partners. After a busy 12 minutes, the ladies finally left Mel alone, who sighed in relief, reflecting on her experience as a store clerk. Abigail shared her own story of working in a similar job before being let go. Just then, the store door burst open, and a very upset woman stormed in, demanding to see the manager. Mel recognized the situation all too well and felt a wave of frustration. As the woman continued to shout, Mel decided to step away, only to discover that 𝗃 was missing. Disappointed, she connected telepathically with Izuku and Issei, instructing them to find 𝗃. The 2 boys quickly set off to search for her. Meanwhile, 𝗃 sat in a cafe, eagerly waiting for her cake. She thought about the upcoming idol festival, confident that they would secure first place as long as no one interfered. When her cake arrived, she enjoyed a delicious bite, savoring the moment. Outside the cafe, Issei spotted her and decided to sit at her table without revealing his presence. 𝗃𝗁 was initially confused by his sudden appearance, and when he attempted to engage her in conversation, she showed disinterest. Issei, wanting to talk, reached for her arm, but 𝗃𝗁 reacted loudly, causing a scene. As chaos erupted, Issei found himself tackled by several patrons who misunderstood the situation. 𝗃𝗁 watched as Issei fought back, surprising her with his determination, but eventually, she lost interest and left, feeling disdain for the commoners around her. Just then, Izuku appeared and, without warning, subdued 𝗃𝗁, rendering her unconscious. He dragged her into an alley where Ivory awaited. Izuku handed over 𝗃𝗁, reminding Ivory to be careful with her and to return her home afterward. Ivory, pleased, summoned 2 large demons to assist him, and they departed through portals, leaving Izuku to head home. Later, as the sun began to set, a portal opened in a house, and 𝗃𝗁 fell through, exhausted and disoriented. Ivory's voice echoed as he reminded her to check her email soon. Alone, 𝗃𝗁 reflected on her strange experience, feeling a mix of confusion and amusement. She decided to rest on the couch, allowing herself to recover from the day's events. After a couple of hours, she finally got up, ready to face whatever came next, and trudged her way to her bedroom. Once she arrived, she plopped onto the bed and smiled, thinking about the boy she needed to find again. A small portal appeared above her, and her phone fell out, hitting her on the head. She looked over to see her phone and noticed she had an email. Remembering that he mentioned she would receive an email, she opened her phone and checked her mailbox. To her shock, she found a video of herself during an exciting time with Ivory. As she watched the video from start to finish, she felt a wave of panic wash over her. She realized he had recorded everything, and this was bad. Suddenly, her laptop chimed, and she opened it to find an anonymous text that read, "If you don't want this to be uploaded onto the internet, then don't come to the Idol Festival. Call in sick, or else your career will be ruined." Anger surged through her, and she texted back defiantly, stating that the person had no idea who they were dealing with and that she would have them found for trying to blackmail her. With a smirk on her face, she sent the message, thinking it would intimidate the sender. Meanwhile, Izuku received the message and glanced at Mel, who smirked at him. He decided to take action and search for other idols' phone numbers and emails, sending the video to 14 different idols before waiting for a response. Back with 𝗃𝗁, she was sitting on her bed, watching TV, seemingly carefree until her phone vibrated incessantly. Confused, she grabbed her phone and saw she was being bombarded with messages from other idols asking about the video. Horrified, she opened the message board and realized the same video had been sent to them, and they were threatening to inform her manager. In a panic, 𝗃𝗁 rushed to her laptop, tears streaming down her face as she typed a desperate message back to the anonymous number, pleading for them to delete the video. She sat there, anxiously hoping for a reply. Finally, she received a message saying, "Done." Relieved, she looked at her phone and saw the video was gone from the other idol's messages. She wiped her tears, thinking everything was okay. Meanwhile, Izuku sent the video to AI, just in case 𝗃𝗁 tried anything sneaky. Mel questioned why he sent it to his girlfriend, and he explained it was a precautionary measure. Mel praised his smart move, and they both knew there was still one more task to complete. In another scene, 𝗬𝗁 was on the phone with Mirai, feeling angry and confused. Mirai explained that she couldn't attend the festival due to a doctor's advice to rest. 𝗬𝗁 was frustrated, feeling let down by her friend's absence. Just then, 𝗃𝗁 called, and 𝗬𝗁 answered with a smile, but her expression quickly changed to shock when 𝗃𝗁 informed her that she couldn't attend the festival either due to a family obligation. After hanging up, 𝗬𝗁 felt a surge of anger and frustration, realizing she needed to take action. She picked up her phone and called a group chat, determined to prepare for whatever challenges lay ahead. The next day, Izuku woke up feeling refreshed after a well-deserved rest. Mel greeted him, and they discussed a new mission. Mel showed him a message board that had an unusual request, and Izuku was taken aback. Mel explained that the missions were random, and he needed to gather a specific group of people for the task. Izuku sighed, feeling the weight of the unusual request but agreed to take on the challenge. As he got ready for the day, he noticed that his mother and sister were not home. He found a note on the refrigerator explaining that they were out shopping and would be gone for a while. Excited by the prospect of having the house to himself, Mel encouraged him to take advantage of the situation, but Izuku remained cautious, not wanting to leave the house empty. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and he looked through the peephole to see 𝗬𝗲 standing there, leaving him puzzled about what would happen next. Izuku opened the door to find 𝗬𝗲 smiling at him, but before he could say anything, a bodyguard emerged from hiding and struck him in the face, causing him to stumble back. 4 more guards quickly tackled him, holding him down as 𝗬𝗲, Robin, Sayaka, Miku, Inori, and Sakura entered and took a seat on the couch. 𝗬𝗲 greeted him, and Sakura expressed her surprise that AI had a boyfriend. Miku echoed her sentiment, while Izuku was bewildered by the sudden aggression. 𝗬𝗲 urged him to relax, explaining that they only wanted to talk. One of the guards locked the door, and the others lifted Izuku to his feet, forcing him to face 𝗬𝗲 and the others. 𝗬𝗲 made it clear that they didn't want to hurt him, but if necessary, the guards wouldn't hesitate to get rough. Izuku was confused and demanded to know how they had found him. 𝗬𝗲 revealed that it took some time, but with the help of one of AI's many admirers, they tracked him. Izuku was shocked to learn about AI's stalkers and how it would be a shame if they discovered her address. 𝗬𝗲 taunted him, suggesting that it would lead to chaos at her doorstep. Izuku, filled with anger, lunged forward but was restrained by the guards, causing the girls to flinch. He warned 𝗬𝗲 to leave AI alone, to which 𝗬𝗲 responded that she would, as long as Izuku convinced AI to step down from her top position. The girls chimed in, voicing their jealousy over AI's repeated success. Sayaka insisted that AI needed to step down, while Robin and Sakura expressed their longing for the spotlight. Miku added that she wanted to hold the #1 title at least a few times. Izuku realized that their issue stemmed from jealousy. In a sudden turn, one of the bodyguards struck Izuku in the chest, but he retaliated with a headbutt, surprising everyone. Another guard began to punch him, but 𝗬𝗲 intervened, ordering them to stop. She handed Izuku a phone, instructing him to call AI and ask her to step down. Izuku hesitated, and 𝗬𝗲 threatened to leak her address if he refused. After a moment of silence, he reluctantly agreed, and 𝗬𝗲 smiled, instructing the guards to release him. As the guards let go, Izuku took the phone and dialed AI's number. 𝗬𝗲 and the others eagerly anticipated the outcome. When AI answered, Izuku greeted her, but struggled to find the right words. After a brief exchange, he relayed a code phrase that AI recognized, granting him permission for something unexpected. Shocked, the girls listened in silence. Inori was the first to break the silence, questioning what AI had just said. Izuku confirmed the shocking revelation, and in an instant, he dashed past the guards, who were caught off guard. He quickly secured the front door with a magical lock, causing the girls to step back as his appearance began to change. 𝗬𝗲 stammered, trying to de-escalate the situation, while Miku urged him to calm down. Izuku declared that he would show them the true meaning of pleasure and pain, revealing his wings and embracing his new form. He proclaimed himself the Prince of Damnation, warning that they would either feel like commoners or revered queens by the end. The girls felt a mix of fear and intrigue as Izuku's presence intensified. Sakura, trembling, warned him to stay back, but Izuku commanded her to kneel, and to her shock, she found herself obeying. As he approached her, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Izuku's newfound confidence left the girls both frightened and curious about what would happen next. Robin hurriedly approached Izuku, her heart racing with anticipation. She expressed her longing for both affection and joy, and Izuku nodded in understanding. He began to move with a rhythm that brought Robin a mix of sensations, where the pleasure outweighed any discomfort, enveloping her in a warm embrace of love. Meanwhile, 𝗬𝗲 was taken aback, realizing her plan was unraveling. The situation around her was chaotic, with many either unconscious or unable to assist. As she attempted to escape, Sayaka, Miku, and Inori intervened, blocking her path. 𝗬𝗲 was surprised by their sudden actions, feeling a rush of emotions as Inori leaned in, sharing a kiss that left her momentarily stunned. The other 2 girls began to assist Inori, and despite 𝗬𝗲's attempts to resist, she found herself overwhelmed. Sayaka encouraged her to surrender to the moment, urging her to embrace the feelings washing over her. Miku encouraged everyone to serve their new master. Robin was overwhelmed with joy as Izuku entered the room, and she felt a wave of bliss wash over her. He gently placed her on the couch next to Sakura and turned his attention to the others. Izuku commanded 𝗬𝗯𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗆 to crawl to him, and she hesitantly complied. However, Inori playfully pushed her down, reminding her that crawling was the way to go. Izuku then instructed the three girls to demonstrate how it was done. Inori, Miku, and Sayaka eagerly crawled towards Izuku, showcasing their enthusiasm as they engaged with him. 𝗬𝗯𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗆 watched, her cheeks flushed, feeling a mix of admiration and shyness as she observed their playful antics. Izuku continued to encourage 𝗬𝗯𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗆 to join in, creating an atmosphere filled with excitement and anticipation. 𝗬𝗬𝗯𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗆, feeling a shift in the air, began to crawl toward Izuku. As he moved the other three back, he placed his hand gently on the side of 𝗬𝗯𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗆's face and smiled warmly. He asked her how long she could hold her breath. 𝗬𝗬𝗯𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗆 hesitated, unsure, and mentioned it might be a minute or two. Izuku, eager to test her limits, decided to push the boundaries. He held her head firmly, creating a tense moment as she struggled to keep up with him. Miku, watching closely, warned her not to back down, while Sayaka added her own taunts. 𝗬𝗯𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗆 felt the pressure building, realizing she might lose her breath as Izuku continued to assert his 𝗕𝗫. Izuku, breathing heavily, looked at his companions. Miku suggested they take their turn next, but Inori insisted she should go first. Sayaka, feeling overwhelmed, expressed her eagerness to join in. Izuku reminded them to take turns, addressing them affectionately. He then focused on Inori, guiding her gently, while Miku and Sayaka moved towards 𝗬𝗯𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗆, concerned as they noticed her becoming unresponsive. Sayaka urged 𝗬𝗬𝗁𝗁 to wake up, worried about her state. Miku urged 𝗬𝗁𝗁 to stay awake, feeling frustrated at her state. 𝗬𝗁𝗁, exhausted, fell unconscious, leaving Miku to call out to her. Izuku, observing the situation, expressed a sense of indifference, deciding he would deal with Miku later. He then turned his attention to his companions, referring to them as his loyal followers. Sayaka and Miku responded eagerly, while Mel watched with pride for Izuku's confidence. As time passed, Inko and Izumi returned home after a long day, finding Izuku in the kitchen preparing a meal. Inko complimented him on his cooking skills, and Izuku proudly stated he had learned from the best. Inko expressed her affection for her son, while Izumi mentioned they had already eaten pizza with friends. Izuku brushed it off, finishing the katsudon he had made. When Izuku went upstairs to his room, he found the five girls resting, looking content after their time with him, except for Miku. He offered her a plate of katsudon, and she gratefully accepted. Izuku smiled at her, feeling a sense of satisfaction. In the corner of the room, Mel was attending to 𝗬𝗯𝗁, who seemed to be in a daze. Izuku observed the scene, noting the dynamics at play. He approached 𝗬𝗯𝗁, gently pulling her attention away from the moment and reminding her of her identity. 𝗬𝗯𝗁 struggled to articulate her thoughts but eventually acknowledged Izuku's status and her own place in his world. Izuku encouraged her, reinforcing her role and the sense of belonging she had found. As 𝗬𝗯𝗁 embraced her new reality, Izuku felt a sense of accomplishment in guiding her. The next day dawned in Mizufu, Japan, with Izuku at U, working alongside Mei on a project. They were focused on repairing wrist bracelets for Mina, and Mei guided Izuku through the process. As they finished, Mei paused to check on Izuku, sensing something was on his mind. Izuku noticed that Mei seemed a bit off after their recent encounter at the church. She expressed her feelings, saying that something just didn't feel right. Izuku reassured her that everything would be fine and suggested that a trip to the idol festival might help ease her mind. Mei asked if he had tickets, and Izuku confirmed that he did, hinting at his role as a protector for the night. Mei playfully wondered if he was asking her out on a date, and Izuku dismissed the thought, focusing instead on their plans. As they walked together after school, Izuku carried a box containing Mina's finished gauntlets. Suddenly, Mel appeared, excitedly presenting new missions for Izuku. Despite his reluctance, Mel insisted that these missions were important, and Izuku was taken aback by their nature. Mel teased him about the rewards he could earn if he completed them. Izuku arrived at the 1A dorm and knocked on Mina's door. She greeted him enthusiastically, and upon receiving her gauntlets, she hugged him tightly, catching him off guard. Mina affectionately called him Mido Babe, which puzzled Izuku. Just as he was about to step away, the mission board reappeared, displaying a shocking new task involving Mina. Mel informed him that fate was on his side since no one else was in the dorm. Izuku hesitated but ultimately decided to go inside Mina's room. After a few moments, things escalated quickly, and he found himself in a compromising situation. The tension was palpable as he tried to keep quiet, hoping no one would interrupt them. Just when he thought they were safe, Toru returned unexpectedly, knocking on the door and calling for Mina. In a panic, Izuku and Mina quickly hid, trying to remain unnoticed. Toru entered the room, but to their relief, she didn't find them. After a brief moment, Toru left, and the two sighed in relief, grateful they hadn't been caught. However, the situation took another turn when Mina's phone rang, prompting her to rush out of the closet to answer it. Izuku quickly got dressed and made his escape through the window, feeling a mix of relief and adrenaline. Once outside, he took a deep breath, relieved that he had completed the mission. Mel congratulated him on his success and noted that he was getting better at handling these situations. Izuku wondered about his friend Issei and how he was faring with his own challenges. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Issei was struggling with his own set of difficulties, facing the wrath of Slaanesh, who was less than impressed with his performance. Issei screamed in frustration as Slaanesh loomed over him, her presence both intimidating and alluring. She had a plan for him, one that involved a mission at the Idol Festival. With a snap of her fingers, Issei found himself on the floor, struggling to rise against the pain that coursed through him. Slaanesh informed him that he needed to prove his worth by finding a specific person, showing him a photo of an exorcist. She mentioned that others were also searching for this individual, including Makoto, Naoto, and 𝗧𝗏, each with their own motives. Slaanesh commanded Issei to locate, capture, and if possible, corrupt this person, transforming him into a follower of pleasure. Issei, feeling the weight of the task, agreed to the mission before being sent back to the mortal realm through a portal. Once back in his dorm room, Issei contemplated the importance of the mission, realizing that failure was not an option. Exhausted and in pain, he attempted to climb into bed but succumbed to sleep on the floor instead. Meanwhile, Izuku and AI were being driven to the concert area by Camilla. Camilla expressed her concern for AI, who was carrying a child, but AI reassured her that everything would be fine with Izuku by her side. As they arrived, AI, Mei, and Izuku exited the car, heading toward the backstage area where the other idols were gathered. Issei, on his bike, arrived at the concert venue and was dismayed by the long line. Determined not to wait, he spotted Makoto on a rooftop and reminded himself to stay focused on his mission. As he searched for a way to sneak in, Naoto and 𝗧𝗏 were engaged in a heated argument about their approach to entering the concert. Naoto insisted on stealth, while 𝗧𝗏 was eager to charge in. Frustrated, Naoto knocked 𝗧𝗏 unconscious, realizing his own strength. Makoto, observing from a distance, urged them to hurry up. Naoto dragged 𝗧𝗏 to a spot where they could slip into the concert area unnoticed. Back with Izuku, he scanned the crowd for the idols he needed to find. Mel, his companion, reminded him of the stakes involved in his mission. As he continued searching, he finally spotted Yuta, one of his targets. Excited to see her, he approached her backstage room. Yuta welcomed him, but Izuku's request took her by surprise. He asked if he could join her before her performance. Yuta, initially confused, was caught off guard by his directness. As she began to call for security, Izuku quickly covered her mouth, panicking about how to handle the situation. Remembering something, he released a puff of purple smoke that enveloped Yuta, making her feel a sudden warmth. Izuku, feeling conflicted but knowing he had to act, prepared himself for what was to come, hoping to complete his mission without causing harm. Izuku felt overwhelmed and frustrated, expressing his desperation to Mel. He wanted the mutation, feeling he had no other choice. Just as he was about to elaborate, Yuta surprised him with a kiss. After a moment, she pulled away, breathing heavily and looking at him intently. She had invited him into her room, and though he felt regretful, Yuta seemed unfazed, indicating that something had changed within her. As Yuta began to remove her clothing, Izuku was taken aback, realizing that his influence hadn't fully taken hold of her. He wondered if she truly wanted this, while Mel confirmed that such a situation was unprecedented. Once Yuta was undressed, she leaned against the wall, beckoning Izuku to join her. He was startled but quickly regained his composure, approaching her and sharing another kiss, preparing to take the next step. Meanwhile, Issei blended into the crowd, focused on his mission. He needed to locate his target while keeping an eye out for his adversaries. He plotted his steps. First, find the target and manipulate him. Second, track down the one responsible for his friend's injury. And third, enjoy the company of someone attractive. The excitement in the air was palpable as the concert was about to begin. As the crowd erupted in cheers, Issei scanned the area until he spotted a man with black hair. He approached, only to realize it wasn't the person he sought. Apologizing, he moved on, continuing his search until he noticed Makoto dragging someone toward the parking lot. Determined, Issei followed, intent on intervening. In the parking lot, Makoto removed a bag from the head of a girl with black hair, expressing his disappointment at not having captured the right person. Just as he was about to take drastic action, Issei shouted at him to let the girl go. Makoto recognized Issei and smirked, ready for a confrontation. The two clashed, with punches thrown and dodged in a flurry of movement. Issei managed to land a few hits, but Makoto countered with his own attacks, pushing Issei back. The fight escalated until Naoto joined the fray, catching Issei off guard and knocking him down. Makoto and Naoto exchanged words, discussing Issei's identity as a warrior of the Dark God. They agreed to eliminate him, but their plans were interrupted by the host announcing the start of the concert. Excitement surged through the crowd as Makoto rushed off to see Yuta perform, leaving Naoto behind. Issei, recovering from his fall, took the opportunity to pursue Makoto, determined to turn the tide in his favor as the stage lights dimmed, signaling the beginning of the show. Yuta performed her song, causing everyone to cheer for her, whether they were fans or not. Makoto was overjoyed to hear his idol sing, but he noticed something was off. He could see her stumble from time to time and wondered if she was okay. As he enhanced his eyesight, he was shocked by what he saw, which made him fall to his knees, shaking and breathing heavily. His shock soon turned to anger and determination. Yuta did not belong to anyone. She was his and his alone. Makoto got up and ran into the shadows, sneaking backstage to find out who had harmed her. Meanwhile, Izuku was in a prep room, sitting down while another target was close to him, expressing her affection. Izuku held her closely, whispering sweet words, and they shared a moment of intimacy. After a while, he finished and dressed, leaving the room to check on Mei. As he walked, Izuku was suddenly grabbed by the shoulder and thrown through the wall behind the stage. He rolled across the ground and got back up to see an enraged Makoto, filled with hatred and crackling with energy. Makoto charged at Izuku, who barely dodged the attack. Makoto lunged again, swinging wildly, intent on taking Izuku down. Izuku continued to evade Makoto's strikes until he managed to grab his arm and deliver a swift knee to his gut. However, Makoto retaliated, leaving a mark on Izuku's face. In a fierce exchange, Makoto plunged his claws towards Izuku, but Izuku countered with a punch and a headbutt, forcing Makoto to withdraw. Seizing the moment, Izuku summoned his blade and struck, causing Makoto to stagger back. After a series of powerful blows, Izuku dropped to one knee, breathing heavily. He felt exhausted and accepted his fate, believing it was the end. But then he heard a voice of desperation, urging him to fight. Izuku felt his heart race as his body began to change, bones shifting and morphing painfully. He was undergoing a transformation, and he cried out in confusion and fear. The voice reassured him, expressing a deep connection and a refusal to let him die. As the transformation neared completion, Makoto awoke, initially furious but then shocked to see Izuku becoming something otherworldly. Fear gripped him as he realized he was facing a true monster. He scrambled to his feet and fled, terrified of what Izuku had become. Before he could escape, something landed in front of him, causing him to fall back in fear. As he tried to get up, a powerful tail wrapped around his leg, slamming him into the ground. Makoto attempted to fight back, but his efforts were futile against the creature before him. Izuku, now transformed, confronted Makoto, who was paralyzed with fear. In a desperate move, Makoto dropped a smoke bomb, creating a cloud that allowed him to escape. Izuku, frustrated, looked at his changed hands, beginning to understand the extent of his transformation. He pondered what had happened, and the voice responded with a cheerful message, leaving Izuku with a mix of confusion and newfound power. Slaanesh informed Izuku that he had transformed him into a demon prince. Izuku, shocked, struggled to comprehend the change. Issei, witnessing Izuku's new form, expressed his disbelief at Izuku's towering height. Izuku reassured Issei that he was still himself, despite the transformation. Issei was on a mission to find an exorcist with black hair, and upon spotting the individual hiding behind some crates, he called out. The exorcist, startled, attempted to flee but was swiftly caught by Izuku, who used his tail to lift him off the ground. The exorcist pleaded for mercy, promising to reveal everything he knew. Izuku, intrigued, learned the exorcist's name was Joshua. He revealed that he had knowledge of Joshua's secrets, including an embarrassing one that made Issei laugh uncontrollably. Joshua denied it, but the revelation left Izuku confused about his own memory. Mel explained that it was a result of Izuku's demonic split personality, which he needed to overcome. As Izuku battled the shadow demon within his mindscape, he realized he had to devise a strategy to defeat it. The shadow demon taunted him, claiming he could not win. In a moment of inspiration, Izuku challenged the demon by revealing something it lacked. He declared that he possessed a unique trait, which surprised the shadow demon. In a burst of light, the shadow demon began to evaporate, overwhelmed by Izuku's unexpected display. With the demon defeated, Izuku emerged victorious, reclaiming control of his body. He awoke, drenched in sweat, and was greeted by Mel, who confirmed he was back to his normal self. Izuku, now feeling like a champion, was encouraged to enjoy his time without any missions. As the concert featuring AI Hoshino began, Izuku rushed into the crowd to find Mei. He managed to block her path just as she was about to leave. Mei, initially confused, recognized Izuku and was astonished by his transformation. They agreed to enjoy the concert together, setting aside the long story of what had happened to him. As the crowd erupted in excitement for AI's performance, Izuku joined in, moving in sync with those around him. AI, noticing the energy from the crowd, felt a sense of anticipation for when they would reunite after the show. The concert concluded with cheers and chants for AI, who felt accomplished as she stepped off the stage, unaware of the hooded figure approaching her with flowers. AI felt a rush of anxiety as she noticed the hooded figure approaching her with flowers. She took a deep breath, glancing between the figure and the blooms. She politely declined the offer, suggesting the figure leave the flowers with the other gifts. As she began to speed walk toward her dressing room, she could hear the figure's footsteps trailing behind her, prompting her to quicken her pace. Once she reached her dressing room, just as she was about to open the door, the hooded figure grabbed her shoulder. In a moment of panic, AI elbowed him in the face, causing him to release her. She hurried inside, slamming the door shut and barricading it with nearby items. The figure began banging on the door, demanding entry. AI felt a wave of fear wash over her as she cried out for help. Fortunately, Sakura noticed the commotion and called for security. The figure glanced over, seeing Sakura and 4 security guards approaching, which prompted him to flee. Sakura quickly made her way to AI's door and knocked, reassuring her that the threat had been dealt with. AI cautiously opened the door, and upon seeing Sakura, she embraced her tightly, expressing her gratitude for the support. Meanwhile, the hooded figure managed to escape and found refuge in an abandoned store. Frustrated, he muttered to himself about being so close to achieving his goal. Just then, Mel appeared alongside Izuku, who confronted the figure. In a swift motion, Izuku punched the figure, knocking off his hood and revealing his identity as Ryosuke Sagano. Izuku confronted Ryosuke, revealing that he knew all of his secrets, including the plot against AI. Without a word, Izuku placed his finger on Ryosuke's forehead, inscribing a mark that caused Ryosuke to scream in agony. The pain intensified as Ryosuke began to undergo a horrific transformation, his body twisting and contorting in unnatural ways. As Ryosuke writhed in pain, he realized he was becoming something monstrous. In a final act of desperation, he crawled toward the door but fell through a portal, vanishing into another realm. Mel commented on the consequences of failing Slaanesh, while Izuku expressed his intent to maintain his sanity. With that, they left the abandoned store and returned to the concert, which was nearing its conclusion. Izuku, Mei, and AI regrouped and headed to the car. After dropping Mei off at her house, Izuku, AI, and Camilla returned home. 15 minutes later, Izuku found himself tied to Camilla's bed, feeling a bit anxious as he noticed AI, Camilla, stalking, and Kafka watching him intently. AI explained that they were concerned about his recent disappearances, leaving Izuku puzzled about what was to come next. AI expressed her frustration but also acknowledged how much fun Izuku made the night by getting everyone to synchronize. She found it awesome. Izuku thanked her, but AI pointed out that he had disappeared and transformed into a demon. Izuku wondered if that was a problem, to which AI replied it was not. Camilla chimed in, explaining that AI was trying to say he had been both good and bad, hinting at a playful consequence for him that night. Izuku hesitated, asking if there was at least a safe word, but Camilla teased him, saying there was none. Kafka added that it wouldn't be fun that way, leaving Izuku feeling apprehensive about the long night ahead. The next day, Izuku arrived at U, feeling exhausted from the previous night. He was still tired but focused on working on new inventions with Mei. He wondered why he felt so drained, and Mel teased him about the stamina he had used the night before. Izuku admitted he had gone all out a bit. Mei noticed he didn't look fine and slid a cup of coffee over to him. He caught it and, seeing her smile, felt grateful. After taking a sip, he suddenly felt a surge of energy and got back into the swing of things. Mei commented on his return to action, and Izuku was curious about what she had put in the coffee. Mei casually mentioned sugar, creamer, and a hint of Hennessy, which startled Izuku. She assured him it worked wonders, and he reassured himself that it didn't necessarily count as alcohol since he had never drunk before. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and Mina poked her head into the workshop, greeting them cheerfully. Izuku said hello, and Mei asked if something of hers had broken. Mina replied she just needed to borrow Izuku for a bit and quickly pulled him toward the door. As they left, Mei sighed, wondering what Mina needed him for. Meanwhile, Izuku found himself in a bathroom stall, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. Mina was close to him, and he felt the thrill of the moment. He was aware of the risk of being discovered and tried to stay quiet. Mina encouraged him to relax and enjoy the moment a little longer. Just then, they heard voices outside the stall, and Izuku felt a rush of panic, hoping they wouldn't be found out. Two students were discussing their classmates in the bathroom. One of them mentioned a girl, comparing her to a frog and joking about her unique abilities. They tossed around names, debating who might be more appealing, but the conversation shifted when one of the guys knocked on a stall door, expecting someone to be inside. After a moment of silence, they kicked the door open, finding it empty, and decided to leave. Meanwhile, Izuku was in the stall, feeling a mix of relief and surprise as he witnessed Mina's playful antics. She seemed to enjoy herself, teasing him with a smile. He thought she was adorable like a puppy and felt a sense of camaraderie with her. After a brief moment, Mina got up and left the stall, while Izuku took a moment before heading back to the workshop. As he walked, he was interrupted by Shoka, who grabbed his hand and led him away. Izuku wondered where she was taking him, but Mel, his inner voice, teased him about her intentions. Izuku dismissed the thought, knowing Shoka was straightforward. In an empty classroom, Shoka playfully pushed Izuku inside, catching him off guard. She had a mischievous smile on her face, and despite his initial hesitation, he found himself drawn to her warmth. Just then, the lunch bell rang, and Shoka suggested they embrace one another's warmth. Izuku, feeling a mix of surprise and intrigue, agreed. Meanwhile, Issei was feeling frustrated and envious of Izuku's success with girls. He couldn't understand why he struggled while Izuku seemed to thrive. Mel, his inner voice, pointed out the possibility that Issei might not be as appealing as he thought. Determined to prove himself, Issei spotted a girl reading nearby and approached her, but she quickly dismissed him, leaving him feeling defeated. Back in the classroom, Izuku and Shouka were sharing a moment, feeling the warmth of each other's presence. They were caught up in their own world, exploring the connection they had. Shouka playfully bit Izuku's neck, and he winced but understood her playful nature. They continued to enjoy each other's company, lost in the moment. Afterward, Izuku noticed a mark appearing on Shouka, signifying a deeper connection. He realized that he could have multiple partners, which surprised him. They quickly got dressed, preparing to leave the classroom. Just as they were about to exit, the door was kicked open, startling them both. Issei burst in, demanding to know how Izuku was so successful with girls. Izuku, still recovering from the shock, tried to explain, but Issei was relentless, shaking him in frustration. Shouka intervened, kicking Issei in the gut to protect Izuku. Afterward, she kissed Izuku on the cheek and left, leaving the two boys behind as Issei lamented his own struggles with romance. Issei expressed his frustration, wondering why he was struggling to find someone. Izuku, trying to reassure him, mentioned that he was sure Issei would eventually meet someone special. Issei then asked how many girls Izuku had been with, to which Izuku hesitated but confirmed there was a list. Issei, feeling defeated, questioned what he was doing wrong. Izuku suggested that Issei check if he had completed any mission challenges. Issei was confused by the term and asked what it meant. Izuku explained that it referred to the small side missions listed beneath the main objectives. Mel, who was nearby, snapped her fingers and revealed what a mission board looked like, leaving Issei in shock. Issei realized that he could have been on Izuku's level if he had known about the mission board. His frustration grew as he exclaimed about the unfairness of the situation, feeling like he was treated poorly while Izuku got all the exciting tasks. Mel pointed out that Issei had transitioned from a cultist to an angel of rock, which added to his confusion about Izuku's strength. Izuku urged Issei to calm down, but Issei sighed, feeling doomed to be single forever. Izuku reassured him again, saying he would eventually find someone. Suddenly, a mission board appeared in front of both Izuku and Issei, surprising Issei as they saw the tasks assigned to them. Issei asked Mel about a particular task, and she reacted with excitement, urging everyone to take a look at what was revealed. Portals opened as Abigail, Ivory, 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲, Scanty, Hina, and Iori emerged to see what Mel was observing. Iori found the situation intriguing, while Hina giggled. Scanty warned the boys not to mess things up, and 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲 expressed confidence in their abilities. Izuku, feeling a bit lost, asked for clarification. Abigail explained that it was essentially a double date, but instead of each boy bringing a different girl, they would be going out with a girl and her best friend. Izuku pondered this, and Issei excitedly realized he had a chance to impress someone. Ivory encouraged Issei to play his cards right, hinting at potential success. Issei was thrilled and rushed to prepare, but Mel reminded him that he didn't even know who he was going out with. When the boys looked at the screen, they saw their targets, Astra Yao and her right-hand woman, Evelyn. Issei immediately expressed his interest in Evelyn, and Mel approved his choice. Izuku decided to go with Astra, and Mel sent them off to prepare for what she called the greatest mission of their lives. As the boys left, Mel and the others exchanged playful bets on who would succeed in their endeavors. The scene shifted to Izuku in the engineering area of 𝗬𝗓𝗍, contemplating the upcoming mission. He was approached by Mei, who asked him to pass her a wrench. Izuku complied, and Mei explained that she was working on an attack bike for the police force. Izuku found it impressive. Mel made a humorous suggestion about customizing the bike, and Izuku wondered why he was being told this. Mei then asked to see Izuku's demon form again. He obliged, transforming amidst a swirl of pink flames, which captivated Mei's attention. As she admired him, Mel noted her distraction, hinting at her interest. Suddenly, a mission board appeared before Izuku, revealing a bonus objective that piqued his curiosity. Mel explained it in a cheeky manner, and Izuku decided to approach Mei with confidence. He leaned in close, causing her to shiver, and playfully teased her, which elicited a surprised reaction from Mei. She admitted she had never been with a guy before, and Izuku offered to change that. Mei eagerly agreed, and in a moment of spontaneity, she jumped onto Izuku, ready for an adventure. Meanwhile, Issei was in his dorm room, eagerly anticipating the mission. He was determined to make the most of it, while Ivory reminded him to prepare properly. Issei was confident, but Ivory suggested he check on Izuku to ensure he was ready. Ivory then revealed a crystal ball that showed Izuku and Mei in a rather NTMT moment, leaving Issei in shock. He struggled to comprehend the scene, while Ivory reassured him that Izuku was special in his own way. Determined to prove himself, Issei left his room and approached another dorm, knocking on the door. When it opened, he greeted Rias, complimenting her beauty, but she dismissed him curtly. Undeterred, he moved to another door and knocked again, this time meeting Asia, who politely declined his advances due to having a boyfriend. Issei sighed, realizing he had a long way to go in his quest for success. Issei approached one more door and knocked, only for it to swing open on its own. Akino greeted him with a playful smile, teasing him as she tapped his chest, causing him to stumble back in surprise. Issei wondered why this was happening to him. Akino, still smiling, paused before closing the door and asked about the boy Issei often hung around with, the one with green hair. Issei coughed and mentioned Izuku. Akino requested a favor, pulling out an envelope and placing it on Issei's face before giving him a light slap and retreating into her room, still smiling. Issei groaned, questioning what he was doing wrong. Ivory, observing the scene, thought it was quite sad. Just then he received a call from his sister, informing him that Slaanesh wanted to see them. He relayed the message to Issei before leaving. The scene shifted to the group standing before Slaanesh, who had a serious expression. She announced that the next mission would be a two-person operation. Mel confirmed this, while Abigail asked if it would be a problem. Slaanesh acknowledged the concern but pointed out one slight issue: Issei's lack of confidence. Nisox inquired about this, and Slaanesh questioned why it was her concern. Issei had little experience with girls, which meant that the two of them might struggle. Hina expressed her confidence in Izuku, believing he would excel. Slaanesh acknowledged that she had no doubts about Izuku's abilities, but she pointed out that if Issei made a mistake, it would affect Izuku's chances as well. Abigail was surprised to learn that there were rules governing the situation. Slaanesh explained that the rule stated if both boys were successful with women, they would thrive, but if one of them made too many mistakes, it would end poorly. Mel acknowledged the challenge, noting that Issei struggled with the ladies. Slaanesh insisted they needed to teach Issei how to charm women, and the demons agreed to the task. She added that if they encountered the Night Lord again, they should handle it. The demons departed from Slaanesh's palace, leaving her to sigh, realizing she had to place her faith in Issei. Days passed as the demons focused on teaching Issei the fundamentals of dating. Meanwhile, Izuku prepared for their mission, which was set for a Saturday morning. As they walked down the street together, Izuku outlined their plan to find the girls, engage them in conversation, and take them somewhere nice. Issei was eager to put his newfound skills to the test, and they fist-bumped in agreement before searching for the girls. Eventually, Issei spotted Evelyn and Astra exiting a theater. With determination, he approached them with a smile, while Mel and the other demons watched anxiously from their realm. Ivory expressed concern about Issei's impulsiveness, fearing he was acting too soon. Mel reminded everyone that they had trained Issei for this moment, but the tension grew as they realized he might jeopardize the mission. Meanwhile, Izuku was still searching for the girls when he encountered a random passerby who recognized Astra. As word spread, a crowd began to form, and Izuku quickly realized he needed to escape before being overwhelmed. The demons watched in panic, fearing the consequences of a failed mission, which could result in chaos. Back with Issei, he struggled to find the right words to impress Evelyn, making a series of awkward comments that only frustrated her. She warned him to leave her alone, but Issei persisted, trying to express his admiration. Just then, Izuku ran toward them, causing Evelyn to prepare for confrontation until she noticed the approaching crowd of fans. As the fans surged forward, Izuku sprang into action, using his abilities to lift issei and the girls into the air, narrowly escaping the mob. Once they were safely away, Izuku introduced himself, and Astra recognized him, amused by the chaos that had unfolded. Evelyn expressed her gratitude for Izuku's timely rescue, while Astra decided to reward him with a kiss, leaving both boys stunned. As Astra smiled at Izuku, Evelyn was left speechless, questioning Astra's choice. The scene hinted at the budding connections and the unpredictable nature of their mission, setting the stage for further adventures ahead. Astra noticed something was off and asked Izuku what was wrong. He hesitated, thinking about how he hadn't even taken her out to eat yet. He gathered his courage and suggested they grab something to eat if she was interested. Astra responded that it sounded nice but maybe next time. Issei, overhearing this, was taken aback by the idea of a next time. Astra explained that she needed to keep a low profile from her fans now that they knew she was in the city, as she didn't want to be overwhelmed again. Izuku understood her concerns. She then asked to see his phone, and after he unlocked it, she entered her number before handing it back. With a quick kiss on the cheek, she walked away, saying she would see him when she had time. Izuku felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. Evelyn, who had been watching, expressed her anticipation of meeting him again, and Izuku echoed her sentiment. As Evelyn hurried off to catch up with Astra, the two boys exchanged glances. Izuku remarked on how the encounter had been something, and Issei reassured him that at least they hadn't messed up. Curious about the consequences of failure, Issei speculated it might be something simple like a mutation. Izuku, intrigued, looked up the potential outcomes, only to be shocked by what he found. They were confronted with a horrifying image of a grotesque creature, a mix of flesh and spider-like appendages. Izuku questioned what kind of abomination it was, and Issei remarked that even the most chaotic beings would likely be repulsed by it. They quickly closed the screen, both feeling uneasy as they made their way home. Issei handed Izuku an envelope from one of his classmates. As Izuku opened it, he found a letter from 𝗕𝗏𝗁 expressing her longing to meet him during lunch the next day. The playful postscript warned him not to get too attached to Issei, or he might face trouble. Issei, feeling defensive, snatched the paper from Izuku and tore it up, his anger evident. He insisted that the rumors were false, and Izuku, surprised, asked if that was really the case. Issei calmed down slightly but then lamented that he had never received a kiss from the attractive blonde. Izuku chuckled at his friend's realization. Meanwhile, the demons were relieved that their mission hadn't ended in complete disaster. Abigail expressed gratitude that Izuku wasn't a chaos spawn, and the others agreed, unable to fathom such a scenario. Mel pointed out that they could still salvage the situation since Izuku had performed well, despite Issei's near blunder. She showed the group Astra's increasing affection for Izuku, emphasizing that their goal was still attainable. The demons agreed to put in serious effort, knowing the stakes were high. As a new day dawned, Izuku and Issei found themselves in an empty classroom during lunch, receiving guidance from Mel. She posed a question to Issei about the importance of not having bad breath on a date, which he answered correctly. Mel then asked Izuku for his input, and he responded that treating women with respect was crucial. Mel pressed Issei on who should pay for the meal, and he argued that it depended on the cost of the food. Mel insisted he needed to be willing to do anything to succeed in their mission. As Mel continued to lecture Issei, she suggested that Izuku talk to Akino while she focused on Issei. Izuku agreed, feeling the need for some fresh air, while Issei protested, wanting to join in. Mel firmly told him to stay put and listen. How come Izuku can leave but I can't? Mel explained that unlike Issei, Izuku actually knew what to do. With a sigh, Issei watched as Izuku said his goodbyes and walked out of the classroom. He headed up to the school roof where Akino was supposed to be waiting for him. After a while of walking down the school hallway and climbing the stairs, he opened the door to find Akino. She expressed her relief at seeing him, mentioning that she had been worried he got caught up with Issei. Izuku apologized for keeping her waiting, and Akino reassured him that now that he was there, that was all that mattered. Curious about what she wanted to discuss, Izuku asked if she had received his note. Akino confirmed she had and warned him that issei was bad news. Izuku hesitated, wondering if the rumors about issei's behavior were true. Akino pointed out that issei was a pervert, almost as bad as Mineta, and thanked Izuku for dealing with that little creep. She advised him to be careful around issei, expressing her concern about him potentially becoming like that. Izuku firmly stated that he had no intention of being anything like issei. Akino was pleased to hear that, and after sharing her thoughts, she told him he could go. As Izuku left, Akino bit her fingernail and smirked, imagining how cute he would be if he were a bit more daring. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the end of lunch. Izuku found himself back in the engineering room with Mei, who seemed unusually energetic. He noted that she had been moving much faster than usual. Abigail, observing from the side, remarked that Mei looked normal to her. Mei excitedly instructed Izuku on her latest invention, a device she called an intoxication gun, which would make someone feel drunk based on its settings. Izuku found the concept interesting but declined her offer to be a test subject, stating he had things to do. As they prepared to take a break, Issei walked into the engineering room only to find it empty. He wondered if Izuku had created anything useful for their mission and began examining the various inventions. After dismissing several items, Issei stumbled upon Mei's intoxication gun. With a smirk, he decided to test it out. However, after several attempts to fire it at random objects without success, he grew frustrated. Just then, Izuku entered the room, and in a moment of surprise, Issei accidentally pulled the trigger, hitting Izuku with the gun's effects. Izuku collapsed to the ground, leaving Issei in a panic, fearing he had harmed his friend. To Issei's relief, Izuku was alive but clearly affected by the device. He began to express his affection for Issei in a humorous, slurred manner, causing Issei to feel confused. Mel soon arrived, questioning the scene before her. Izuku, still in a daze, complimented Mel in a way that left her shocked. After Issei explained the situation, Mel chased him around, playfully reprimanding him for his actions. The other students watched the chaos unfold, some amused and others bewildered. Abigail pointed out that something was off with Izuku, who was on the floor with a silly grin and bright red cheeks. Hina noted that it seemed like he was indeed intoxicated. As the commotion continued, Issei realized they needed to fix the situation before it escalated further. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the end of school. Students began to leave, and Issei felt a wave of panic wash over him as he remembered Izuku's phone. Before he could react, Mel playfully transformed into Izuku, ready to handle the situation. Izuku answered the call, greeting Astra with enthusiasm. She expressed her excitement about their upcoming outing, reminding him of his promise to take her out. Izuku confirmed his willingness and asked where she wanted to go. Issei interrupted, inquiring if Evelyn was present. Izuku, slightly flustered, managed to respond affirmatively while trying to keep his composure. Astra suggested they meet at Fuji's Cuisine Train, a renowned restaurant. Issei, thrilled at the thought, was cut off by Izuku, who playfully slapped him, agreeing to the plan. Astra blew Izuku a kiss before hanging up, leaving him to sigh and reflect on the situation. Mel, observing from a distance, felt a mix of anxiety and responsibility for the outcome of the day. Issei, ever the optimist, encouraged his friends to have faith in their training despite past mishaps. Abigail reminded them of a previous mission that had gone awry, but Issei was determined to prove himself this time. Hina expressed her doubts, but Issei reassured everyone that today would be different. As they boarded the train, Issei found himself staring at Evelyn, wearing a goofy smile that only annoyed her further. Astra noticed Izuku's odd behavior and voiced her concern, while Izuku, in a state of confusion, made nonsensical comments that left everyone puzzled. Issei, trying to lighten the mood, shared a story that unexpectedly made Evelyn laugh, surprising everyone and raising her spirits. However, Issei's attempt to flirt took a turn for the worse when he made an inappropriate suggestion, causing Abigail to react with disbelief. The atmosphere shifted as Evelyn's mood soured, and she punched Issei in frustration. Astra was shocked by the sudden outburst, but Evelyn was determined to leave the train with Astra, despite the unfinished meal. Izuku, feeling the tension, pleaded for them to stay and calm down. He expressed his admiration for Evelyn, calling her a treasure and making a heartfelt statement about how lucky any man would be to be with someone like her. To everyone's surprise, his words seemed to resonate with Evelyn, and her mood began to shift positively. As the demons observed, they noticed that Evelyn's mood meter had reset, indicating a change in her feelings, while Astra's meter also showed improvement. Hina cheered for Izuku, and Mel felt a surge of hope. Evelyn, touched by Izuku's words, acknowledged that no one had ever said such things to her before. Izuku, feeling the effects of the intoxication gun, eventually fell asleep at the table, prompting light laughter from Evelyn and Astra. Issei, recovering from his earlier mishap, searched for his missing teeth, lamenting his situation. Eventually, the waiter arrived to take their orders, and Astra had to wake Izuku to ensure he could order as well. Once everyone had placed their orders, the waiter left, and Izuku began to regain his senses, realizing the importance of the date. Issei continued to engage Evelyn in conversation, much to her annoyance, but she tolerated him for Astra's sake. When the food arrived, everyone enjoyed the delicious meal together. After finishing, it was time for the check, and Astra offered to cover it, reassuring Izuku that it was her treat. Issei, however, insisted on paying, only to be shocked by the exorbitant price when he opened the bill. Astra and Evelyn encouraged him to pull out his wallet, and Issei, overwhelmed, realized they would all need to chip in to cover the cost. Issei wanted to pay for the meal, but he hesitated. Izuku expressed his lack of funds, and Evelyn inquired about how much money Issei had. After a moment of silence, Issei revealed his meager amount. Izuku reacted with surprise, while Astra found the situation unfortunate. The demons nearby laughed heartily at the scene. Astra decided to cover the cost of the meal, and soon after, the four friends waited for the train to arrive. Once it stopped, they disembarked in Hosu City. Astra remarked on the fun they had, suggesting it was time to head home. Izuku agreed, mentioning that his mother was probably worried about him. Astra smiled and affectionately kissed Izuku on the cheek before waving goodbye. Meanwhile, Issei attempted to kiss Evelyn, but she swiftly grabbed him by the throat, warning him not to lose more teeth. Issei stammered in response, and Evelyn firmly declined his advance, pushing him back as she walked off after Astra, leaving the two boys behind. Izuku commented on the fun they had, while Issei lamented the punch he received from Evelyn. Izuku asked how that incident occurred, and Issei explained it was meant to be a joke, believing Evelyn was just playing hard to get. Izuku offered his support, and Issei thanked him. The two boys then parted ways, while the demons observed the situation with relief, knowing Issei had narrowly avoided ruining things. Mel suggested they needed to address Issei's behavior quickly, and the other demons agreed. Ivory mentioned the saying about the third time being the charm, while Abigail questioned what that charm referred to. Hina pointed out that there wouldn't be a third chance for Issei to jeopardize their mission. Mel decided it was time to step up their training from roleplay to something more intense. The next day, Issei found himself training with the demons after his second poor performance during a mission. Mel asked him what a good gift for a date would be. Issei struggled to respond, and Mel pressed him for an answer. After some hesitation, Issei finally suggested chocolate, only to be reminded that it was more suitable for Valentine's Day. Mel reiterated the question, and Issei quickly listed perfume, jewelry, food, and sweets. Mel acknowledged that those were good answers, and Issei sighed in relief. Issei was currently doing planks while being asked a series of dating questions, surrounded by demons wielding 𝗕𝗶𝗄𝑠. Ivory posed the next question, asking what was something one should never ask a woman. Issei, frustrated, wondered why Izuku wasn't being treated the same way. Nisok pointed out that unlike Issei, Izuku was actually good at this sort of thing. Issei recalled that Izuku had been drunk at a previous dinner date, and Mel reminded him that it was his fault. Issei fell silent, remembering how he had caused Izuku to be in that state, only to be whipped again by Hina and Iori, who demanded he stand up straight. Meanwhile, Izuku was in the school gym showers with Asia, sharing a moment of intimacy after receiving a new mission objective. He expressed concern about how she might perceive him, but Asia reassured him, revealing that she was glad it was him. She mentioned that the girls in the occult research club seemed to have a crush on him. When Izuku admitted he was in a relationship with Shoka and Hoshino, Asia noted that it seemed they were comfortable sharing since Shoka was usually cold. As they continued to kiss, Izuku suddenly stepped back, remembering that Asia had a boyfriend. Asia explained that she only said that to Issei to keep him away. Relieved, Izuku learned that Asia was actually single. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him back into a kiss. Just as things were heating up, they heard voices approaching the shower room. Panicking, they quickly composed themselves. The voices belonged to a group of boys who were discussing their workout and noticed the running water. Just as one of them was about to open the door, a coach's voice boomed, ordering everyone back outside. The boys left, and Izuku and Asia breathed a sigh of relief, sharing a laugh. They agreed to try again another time. Later, Izuku and Issei were on the school roof discussing the mission board. Issei expressed his frustration about never receiving a mission like Izuku's. He sought advice on how to improve his interactions with girls. Izuku suggested complimenting their looks, prompting a flashback of Issei's disastrous attempt to flirt with a girl in the library, which ended with him getting stabbed in the hand with a pen. Issei then recalled another failed attempt at being charming when he approached a mother in the park, only to be confronted by her husband, Bill, who dragged him away while the kids cheered. Izuku suggested giving gifts, and Issei remembered a time he tried to present a gift to Rias on Valentine's Day. Issei surprised Rias with a present, a genuine smile on his face as he wished her a happy Valentine's Day. Rias looked at the gift and was taken aback, asking what it was. Issei, with his goofy smile, revealed it was a novelty item modeled after himself. Rias, unimpressed, called for Kaneko, who was eager for retribution. Kaneko pulled out a large cleaver, swinging it playfully in the air, which sent Issei running off in fear, only fueling Kaneko's excitement. She declared that she would give him a head start to enjoy the thrill of the chase. Akino watched the scene unfold with amusement. Flashback, Issei reflected on the aftermath of that day, relieved he hadn't faced any serious consequences but now feeling a newfound fear of cat girls. Izuku, curious about Issei's choices, questioned why he thought that would impress Rias. Issei believed she would appreciate it, while Izuku suggested they focus on understanding what the girls liked instead. With the school day ending, the boys prepared for their next outing with Astra and Evelyn. At a cafe near you, Izuku hesitated about calling Astra, unsure of how their previous date had gone. Issei urged him to make the call, eager to impress Evelyn. After some back and forth, Izuku finally dialed Astra's number. She answered, inviting them to join her and Evelyn at the carnival. Despite Izuku's initial reluctance, they decided to go. The taxi ride took about 30 minutes, and upon arrival, Izuku, who was still covering for Issei's lack of funds, suggested they sneak in to save money. With a plan in mind, they climbed over the fence and entered the carnival grounds. Izuku insisted they stick together for the mission's success, and Issei reluctantly agreed. As they navigated the carnival, they spotted Astra and Evelyn at a game stand. Astra was determined to win a plush shark puppy, despite Evelyn's warnings. Izuku stepped up to help, and after a series of mishaps, he managed to break the required number of bottles, much to everyone's surprise. Astra cheered in delight and claimed her prize, naming the shark puppy Noodle. As Astra celebrated, her friend Sayakona approached, admiring the plush toy. Astra proudly credited Izuku for her win and, after a moment of hesitation, asked him to be her boyfriend. Izuku, taken aback but pleased, agreed, and Astra joyfully kissed him before returning to her friends. Meanwhile, Issei watched, feeling a mix of emotions about the situation. Scanty cheered loudly, while Mel expressed her excitement for the event. Ivory joined in, urging everyone to get involved. Abigail announced that it was time to place bets, reminding those who wanted to change their wagers that they needed to pay an extra fee. An incubus, eager to participate, paid Abigail the required amount and received new betting cards. Inori remarked on how the situation had turned into a game, while Hina agreed, noting the entertainment value. However, they both felt it was painful to watch whenever Issei was on screen. Mel called everyone to gather around for another round of betting, asking who they thought would get the new girl's number. The crowd erupted with shouts for either Issei or Izuku, and Mel smiled at the thought of winning more money. Meanwhile, Izuku and Issei had split up. Izuku was with Astra, while Issei was with Evelyn. 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵 had decided to stay at the snack bar. Issei tried to impress Evelyn by flexing his muscles and making a bold statement about dragons. Evelyn, feeling embarrassed, avoided eye contact and walked beside him. Issei, realizing his approach wasn't working, remembered Izuku's advice and asked Evelyn about her favorite movie. She mentioned liking the James Bond films, to which Issei responded dismissively. When he asked what she preferred, she challenged him to share his tastes. Meanwhile, Izuku and Astra were enjoying their time together, winning prizes and riding rides. Astra suggested they go on the Ferris wheel next, and they quickly joined the short line. As they ascended, Astra eagerly anticipated a special moment. When they reached the top, Izuku marveled at the appealing view of the sunset over Mizudafu. Astra asked if he was in a relationship with Hoshino-san, to which Izuku hesitated but ultimately confirmed. Astra congratulated him, revealing that Hoshino-san had said she was okay with sharing him. As the conversation continued, Astra playfully tied her hair back, hinting at her intentions. The scene shifted to the demons, who were curious about Issei's whereabouts. They found him lost in the House of Mirrors, frustrated and trying to find his way out. Meanwhile, Evelyn and 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵 were enjoying churros, discussing their thoughts on Izuku and Issei. Evelyn expressed her relief at losing Issei, while 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵 teased her about her feelings for Izuku. Just then, Izuku and Astra approached them, and Evelyn was ready to leave. Izuku, realizing Issei was still lost, decided to go find him. As he made his way to the House of Mirrors, his phone rang. It was AI, who urgently informed him that her water had broken. Izuku quickly rushed back to the girls, announcing that he had to leave. With a burst of energy, he sprouted his wings and took off into the sky, leaving the girls in awe. As Izuku flew toward Senkuja Hospital, he felt a mix of excitement and anxiety, realizing that he was about to become a father. Meanwhile, in Slaanesh's realm, chaos ensued as Slaanesh tried to maintain order among her demons while preparing for the impending arrival. Izuku arrived at the hospital, bursting through the front doors and rushing to the reception desk, asking if a girl with purple hair had come through. Just then, Stalking, Kafka, and AI entered, with AI being carried by Camilla, as they all rushed to prepare for the arrival of the babies. When Stalking mentioned that a couple of doctors in the lobby rushed over to assist the family, they placed AI on a stretcher and headed to the nearest room to prepare. Izuku followed closely behind but was stopped by another doctor. The doctor instructed him to hold on, but Izuku, filled with urgency, pushed past him and continued after the four girls. He reached AI's side and held her hand. AI expressed her relief at his presence, and Izuku replied that he was glad to be there. The doctor asked Izuku to step away, but in a moment of frustration, Izuku punched one of the doctors, surprising the four girls with his sudden aggression. He demanded that they get AI to a bed immediately. The doctors hurriedly moved AI from the stretcher to an empty bed. One of the doctors asked if anyone knew how to assist, but the response was silence. He then instructed someone to find a doctor who specialized in childbirth. As some doctors left the room, others attempted to soothe AI's pain, but Izuku's intense glare made them uneasy. One doctor nervously asked Izuku to stop staring at him, but Izuku simply refused. Stalking noted to herself how protective Izuku was being, while Camilla admired his dedication to AI. AI, despite the pain, found comfort in Izuku's overprotectiveness. Suddenly, AI was hit with a jolt of pain, causing her to grip the bed rails and groan. Izuku, seeing her distress, grabbed one of the doctors by the collar, demanding to know what they were doing. The doctor stammered that they were trying to help, but Izuku, frustrated, kicked the clueless doctors out and returned to AI's side, trying to soothe her himself. After a few minutes, a group of doctors who specialized in childbirth arrived. They instructed Izuku to step back and asked everyone else to leave the room. Kafka, Stalking, and Camilla exited, but not before Izuku grabbed the head doctor by the collar, warning him that if anything happened to AI, he would hold him accountable. The doctor nodded, clearly intimidated. Once outside, Izuku took a deep breath, waiting anxiously. Meanwhile, Slaanesh was celebrating the impending arrival of new life, with excitement shared among friends. Back in the waiting area, Izuku paced, filled with worry. Camilla reassured him that AI was strong and would be okay. She offered him comfort by letting him lay his head in her lap, gently stroking his hair to calm him down. After what felt like an eternity, a doctor emerged from the room, catching their attention. Izuku immediately stood up, eager to hear news about AI. The doctor suggested he see for himself, but Izuku, unable to contain his excitement, rushed past him into the room. He froze at the sight of AI holding two babies, both wrapped in blankets. AI encouraged him to come over and meet their children. Izuku sat beside her, taking in the sight of his son with blue eyes and his daughter with red eyes, both with blonde hair. AI asked how they looked, and Izuku, overwhelmed with emotion, responded that they were wonderful, tears of joy streaming down his face. AI noticed his tears and smiled warmly at him, her heart fluttering at the sight. The doctor congratulated them on having two healthy twins, but another doctor whispered something that caught Izuku's attention. Kafka, sensing the awkwardness, quickly intervened, sending the doctors out of the room. The Hoshino family gathered around AI, celebrating the new additions to their family. Camilla expressed her joy at becoming a grandmother, while Stocking and Kafka shared in the happiness. AI thanked everyone for being there, especially Izuku, who promised to be the best partner and father he could be. As the girls playfully discussed who might be next to have children, Izuku felt his face heat up, overwhelmed by the thought. He wondered if he could handle more kids, especially if they all ended up with twins or more. Meanwhile, Issei was still trapped in a confusing maze, calling out for help. The next day, Izuku and AI shared lunch together on the school roof. AI asked how he liked her bento box, and he complimented it, though he noted the rice was a bit crunchy. AI playfully booped his nose, making him smile. They shared a light moment, enjoying each other's company as they looked forward to their new life together. The baby girl crawled out of AI's backpack and made her way over to AI and Izuku, surprising them both. Izuku was taken aback and exclaimed that he thought they had left her at home. AI confirmed that she had indeed done so. Their surprise deepened when they noticed their son crawl out of AI's backpack as well, realizing that both of their kids had snuck onto school grounds. Izuku then called out to Aqua, expressing his disbelief. AI, worried about how they had managed to get into her backpack, wondered what they would do next. Izuku admitted he didn't know, but he needed to think. As Izuku pondered their next move, Aqua and Ruby tugged at his breathe legs, catching his attention. He picked them up, and they began playing with his face, making adorable baby noises. AI giggled, noting that they seemed to want to be with their daddy today. Izuku, however, was concerned about having to return to the workshop, fearing they might get hurt by the equipment. AI reassured him that she could keep them with her until then. AI reached for Ruby, taking her from Izuku's arms, but Aqua immediately began to cry, causing panic for both parents. AI quickly returned Ruby to Izuku, calming her down. AI then took Aqua, but he clung to Izuku's face, refusing to let go. After some effort, AI managed to get Aqua off of Izuku, only for the same situation to occur again. Once more, AI returned Aqua to Izuku, who managed to calm him down. AI concluded that it seemed the kids would be staying with Izuku. Izuku sighed, feeling the weight of the situation. AI encouraged him, expressing her belief that he would handle it well. Izuku expressed his concern about Mei, worried that she might not know how to deal with children. AI dismissed his worries, but Izuku pointed out that he wouldn't trust someone who had once attempted to strap a laser gun to a bull shark. AI conceded that he had a point and urged him to keep the kids hidden. As the bell rang, Izuku kissed AI and placed Aqua and Ruby in his inner jacket pockets before heading off to the workshop. He whispered to the two, instructing them to behave. Aqua and Ruby, content with their pacifiers, clung to Izuku's clothes, making him smile at their adorableness. He thought of them as his little blessings. Suddenly, Issei rushed toward Izuku, looking worried. When he reached Izuku, he grabbed him by the shirt collar, expressing his frustration about being left behind. Izuku realized that he had forgotten about the carnival and apologized. Issei, impatient, raised his voice, but Izuku quickly covered his mouth, signaling for him to be quiet. He assured Issei that they would talk later and urged him to get to class. Izuku made his way to the workshop just in time, greeted by Power Loader, who had been expecting him. Izuku entered and found Mei fidgeting with a contraption. She was focused, urging it to work, but when she pressed down, it exploded, sending gears and springs flying. Izuku instinctively turned around, shielding Aqua and Ruby with his back, relieved when nothing hit him. However, he soon found himself hit in the face by a wrench thrown by Mei, who apologized for the accident. Izuku reassured her that he was okay, but when he looked down, he saw Aqua and Ruby about to cry because they had witnessed him get hurt. He quickly smiled at them, trying to calm them down. Just then, he barely dodged a bowling ball that Mei accidentally sent flying. Izuku couldn't believe the chaos, realizing that the real danger wasn't the equipment but Mei herself. Despite the mishaps, Mei was eager to create something great, and Izuku agreed, ready to work together. They began collaborating on support equipment for heroes and others in combat situations. However, unbeknownst to Izuku, Aqua had slipped out of his jacket pocket and was exploring the workshop. Ruby, worried, called out to Aqua, urging him to come back. Aqua, curious about the noise, decided to venture outside. As Aqua crawled toward the door, a group of students nearby struggled with a rope tied around a truck engine. Their efforts were chaotic, and when one of them let go, the engine flew toward Aqua and Ruby. Mei and Izuku noticed the impending danger, and Izuku dashed forward, catching the engine just in time and tossing it aside, relieved. However, the engine spat out a screw that hit Izuku in the mouth, causing him to wince in pain. Aqua and Ruby cried out for their dad, and Izuku quickly picked them up, trying to soothe them despite his own discomfort. He reassured them that he was okay, but their cries continued. The students around them began to whisper, drawing attention to Izuku's predicament. Feeling the pressure of their gazes, Izuku decided to step outside. He sighed, contemplating what to say to the kids as he picked up Aqua and Ruby. He thought of a solution and hurried toward Class 1A, hoping it would work. He rushed through the halls and kicked open the door to Class 1A, catching everyone's attention. He called out for Izumi, needing to speak with her outside, stepping aside as she looked to Aizawa for guidance. Izumi stepped out of the room and was surprised to see Izuku carrying two babies. She asked him whose kids they were, and Izuku, trying to keep calm, told her not to panic. He revealed that the children were his, which left Izumi in shock. He urged her to keep it quiet, but Jiraiya overheard and exclaimed that Izuku was a dad, prompting a wave of astonishment from Class 1A. As the scene continued, Izuku sat in the classroom with his head down on the desk while Aqua and Ruby crawled and tugged at his hair, drawing the attention of their classmates. Uraraka expressed disbelief, while Shiro and Mina commented on the cuteness of the babies. Denki wondered why they had blonde hair instead of green, and Aizawa simply remarked on the situation. Izumi was more concerned about why Izuku hadn't told her about the kids. Izuku explained that Ai-san wanted to keep them a secret, but that plan had already failed. Jiraiya assured Izuku that they wouldn't tell anyone, and Tsuyu and Mina agreed, promising to keep the secret. Izuku then asked them to watch over the babies while he returned to class. Aizawa hesitated, but Mina and Toru eagerly volunteered. Aqua and Ruby clung to Izuku, crying because they didn't want him to leave. He comforted them, promising to return soon and introduced them to Izumi, who was their aunt. As Izumi picked up Aqua, the little one began to calm down. Izumi introduced herself, and the kids seemed to find comfort in her presence. She began to hum a soothing tune, which helped Aqua and Ruby drift off to sleep, much to the relief of their classmates. Shoto suggested they put the babies in the freezer, which was met with disbelief. Aizawa noted that the class's problematic behavior might stem from their parents' unconventional methods. Meanwhile, Izuku returned to the engineering room, where everyone turned to look at him. Mei asked if the kids were his, and he quickly denied it, saying they belonged to a friend. After some time, the bell rang, signaling the end of the day. As Izuku hurried back to Class 1A, he was stopped by Issei, who was clearly agitated. Issei grabbed Izuku and slammed him against a locker, expressing his impatience. Izuku managed to break free and advised issei to relax and wait for Astra's call. Afterward, Izuku entered the classroom to find Aqua and Ruby sleeping in Izumi's arms. He felt a wave of guilt for leaving them but was reassured by Izumi that they had been well behaved. They shared a light moment before Izuku carefully placed the babies in his backpack and left the classroom with Izumi. Outside, they spotted Ai by the gate. Izuku greeted her with a kiss on the cheek and handed over the babies. Ai asked if it was difficult to care for them, and Izuku assured her it wasn't. He mentioned that Class 1A was aware of the situation, which Ai already knew, thanks to Mina. After a brief exchange, Ai walked to her car, and Izuku and Izumi continued their conversation as they walked. Suddenly, Izuku's phone rang, and he answered it to hear Issei's frantic voice. The sound of concrete breaking echoed through the call as Issei struggled to explain where he was. Just as he was about to provide details, he was thrown into a taxi cab and then a neon sign, leaving Izuku concerned about his friend's predicament. Issei crashed into a fire hydrant and called out for Izuku to help him. He shot off a flare just before being pulled toward a figure who grabbed him by the neck and lifted him off the ground. The figure mocked him, calling him pathetic for relying on someone else to fight his battles. Issei, struggling, tried to retort but was met with more taunts. The figure tossed him into a mailbox, and despite his attempts to fight back, he was overpowered until Izuku arrived. With a powerful flap of his wings, Izuku sent the figure crashing through the window of a nearby cafe. He landed and checked on Issei, who was coughing but grateful for the help. As they regrouped, they heard laughter and turned to see the figure emerging from the broken window, boasting about defeating Issei. Izuku realized the figure was referring to both of them. The figure introduced herself as 𝗓𝗓𝗄, also known as 𝗕𝗏𝗧, and revealed her longing to reclaim her position as the Prince of Pleasure's right hand. She explained that she had been abandoned for not being exciting enough and that she had brought more pain than pleasure. With a sudden swing of her spiked 𝗕𝗏𝗄, 𝗕𝗏𝗧 attacked the two boys. They ducked just in time, but the 𝗕𝗏𝗄 wrapped around a stop sign, which she yanked out of the ground and flung at them. Izuku managed to evade it, but Issei was struck and sent crashing into a car. 𝗕𝗏𝗧 declared her intent to achieve perfect pleasure and pain, starting with them. As she swung her 𝗕𝗏𝗄 at Izuku, he dodged and prepared his Hell Screecher, unleashing a powerful base attack that sent 𝗕𝗏𝗧 flying and caused destruction around her. Izuku noted the volume settings on the device, realizing he would reserve it for serious situations. 𝗕𝗏𝗧, undeterred, jumped at him, swinging her 𝗕𝗏𝗄, but Izuku dodged and attempted to grab her. She flipped over him and kicked him in the back, causing him to stumble. 𝗕𝗏𝗧 taunted Izuku to show her what Issei saw in him. Issei, feeling compelled to prove himself, lunged at 𝗧𝗏𝗧, but she ensnared him with her 𝗕𝗏𝗄, pulling him closer and taunting him. She urged him to prove his loyalty by attacking Izuku. In a moment of conflict, Issei unleashed his wings and charged at Izuku, who defended himself and countered with a swift kick, knocking Issei back. Izuku, concerned for his friend, knocked Issei unconscious to stop the chaos. However, 𝗕𝗏𝗧 quickly wrapped her 𝗕𝗏𝗄 around Izuku's neck, pulling him toward her and preparing to finish him off. Izuku, however, managed to grab her 𝗕𝗏𝗄 and pull her toward him, lifting her off the ground. He applied pressure to her neck, gaining the upper hand. 𝗕𝗏𝗧, caught off guard, gasped and unexpectedly requested him to apply more pressure, leading to a moment of confusion for Izuku. She quickly backtracked, suggesting they call it even for now. Izuku agreed, but 𝗕𝗏𝗧 cracked her 𝗕𝗏𝗄, hitting Issei and breaking her hold over him. She dismissed Issei, claiming he wasn't worth keeping as a SLV. With a puff of pink smoke that smelled sweet, Issei vanished from the scene. Izuku, left bewildered, reflected on the encounter. Issei, nursing his pain, wondered where 𝗕𝗏𝗧 had gone. Izuku informed him that she had left, and Issei joked about scaring her off. They discussed their plans, with Issei suggesting bowling, but Izuku opted to head home. As Issei walked away, feeling down about his friend's situations, he was suddenly punched in the face by Asta, who laughed as he ran off. Issei groaned on the ground, holding his jaw and feeling frustrated. It's nighttime in the city of Mizudafu, Japan, and we pick up where we left off with Izuku at the Hoshino residence. He lies in bed with AI, sharing details about his earlier encounter with 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗏. AI listens intently as Izuku recounts the unusual situation involving issei. AI expresses her surprise at the events, asking if Izuku has informed his parents about their children yet. Izuku admits he hasn't, and AI suggests that while his mother has the right to know, they should keep their kid's existence low-key due to the chaos surrounding them. Izuku understands and appreciates AI's perspective. As they cuddle together, preparing to sleep, AI suddenly remembers something important. She excitedly reveals that since she won the Idol Festival, they have tickets to Hawaii for a week-long vacation. Izuku is thrilled, wondering about Aqua and Ruby. AI reassures him that they can stay with his mother, and Izuku imagines how happy his mom will be to see them. They both drift off to sleep, dreaming of their upcoming adventures in Hawaii. In Izuku's mindscape, he encounters Mel and Slaanesh. Slaanesh joyfully tackles him, expressing how much she has missed him. Mel shares that everyone has been betting on Izuku's success, but she teases him with no spoilers. Slaanesh encourages him to continue doing well and gives him a blessing called Dominating Presence, which will help him instill fear or admiration in his opponents. After their visit, Slaanesh and Mel return to their realm, where Slaanesh contemplates her next moves while enjoying the sounds of her domain. As time passes, the moon sets and the sun rises, signaling a new day. Izuku continues his routine of school, learning, and encouraging issei to be patient. On Friday, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is in the kitchen making tea, reflecting on her son Izuku's new relationship and her hopes for grandchildren. A knock at the door interrupts her thoughts. When she opens it, she sees Izuku holding Ruby and AI holding Aqua. AI greets 𝗏𝗏𝗏 warmly, and Izuku introduces the children, revealing the exciting news that 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is now a grandmother. Overwhelmed with joy, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 embraces them, tears of happiness streaming down her face. After they enter the apartment, Izuku introduces AI to his mother and presents Ruby and Aqua. Once 𝗏𝗏𝗏 calms down, she hugs Izuku tightly, feeling a profound sense of happiness. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 reassured her son, saying she was perfectly fine and not to worry about her. AI asked if it was all right to leave Aqua and Ruby with 𝗏𝗏𝗏. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 enthusiastically agreed, eager to spend time with her grandchildren. Izuku kissed Ruby and Aqua on their foreheads before handing Ruby to 𝗏𝗏𝗏, while AI passed Aqua to her as well. Izuku mentioned that he and Hoshino were going on vacation for the weekend. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 reminded him to be safe and to keep the number of grandchildren to a minimum, which made Izuku blush. Both AI and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 giggled at his reaction before they said their goodbyes and left the apartment, leaving 𝗏𝗏𝗏 smiling at the two little ones. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 then addressed her grandchildren, saying she bet they were hungry and would fix something for them. Meanwhile, Izuku and AI were in the back of a black sedan, heading to the airport for their flight to Hawaii. AI excitedly talked about sandy beaches, coconut drinks, and quality time together as a couple, while Izuku looked forward to the fun experience ahead. After a long drive, they arrived at the airport. AI put on a hat and mask to conceal her identity, and they entered the terminal to find their plane. Izuku wondered about their seating arrangements, and AI teased him with a surprise. At the check-in desk, AI handed over their tickets, and they proceeded to security. Both passed through the metal detector without any issues and grabbed their bags to continue on their way. As they walked through the airport, AI pointed out a door that led to their transport to Hawaii. Izuku noticed other planes nearby and questioned AI about it. Just then, Astra and Evelyn approached, surprising Izuku. AI greeted Astra, who mentioned that she and Evelyn were also headed to Hawaii for vacation. The coincidence delighted AI, and they decided to board the jet together. Suddenly, Sayakona, Yuta, and Robin appeared with their bags, adding to the surprise. Izuku was taken aback by the number of people going to Hawaii, wondering how they all got tickets. He checked the mission board and realized he had forgotten to inform issei about this opportunity. As he returned to AI, Evelyn joined him, noting that he was surrounded by girls. Issei then rushed over, excitedly showing off his own ticket to Hawaii, which left Izuku confused. Issei explained he found it at the bottom of a cereal box and asked what Izuku was doing there without a ticket. Izuku mentioned he was with AI, and Issei, feeling lucky, said he would catch his flight. AI then asked Izuku how he felt about being on a private jet with 6 girls, revealing that they decided to take Astra's jet since it was the largest. Just as they were about to head out, Issei interrupted, panicking because his flight had been cancelled. He pleaded with Izuku to let him join them, causing a scene that caught the attention of others. AI whispered to Izuku to let Issei come along, so he agreed, and Issei joyfully hugged him, though Izuku felt a bit uncomfortable. As they prepared to leave, Issei attempted to impress Evelyn, which made her cringe. Robin urged the group to move quickly, and they hurried out of the building toward the private airstrip. Meanwhile, Slaanesh was fuming about the unexpected turn of events. Ivory tried to calm her down, but Slaanesh was furious that Issei was at the airport, disrupting her plans for Izuku. Abigail pointed out that the mission would still be completed, but Slaanesh was frustrated about how Issei had gotten a ticket. She suspected 𝗧𝗏 had meddled with fate, leading to this chaotic situation. A singing blade of banshees emerged as Slaanesh realized the situation at hand. She launched herself at 𝗧𝗏, who screamed in confusion, unable to comprehend how this outcome had eluded his foresight. Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, Astra's private jet was filled with a mix of emotions. Izuku and AI sat together, while Issei attempted to charm Evelyn, who was trying to drown her sorrows in alcohol. Issei noted Evelyn's ability to handle her drink and challenged her, asking if she could withstand the might of the Red Dragon. Evelyn, feeling frustrated by the weakness of the bar offerings, acknowledged Astra's concern for her well-being. Despite Astra's insistence, Evelyn assured her that she was not intoxicated and accepted the gesture of kindness. Issei, eager to impress, prepared another one-liner, prompting Evelyn to urge him to hurry. He cleared his throat and delivered his line, claiming that he was called the Dragon King because of the Leviathan he possessed. Evelyn's internal reaction was one of disbelief, while Astra and the others shared their thoughts on Issei's lack of finesse. In the realm of lust, Slaanesh sensed a disturbance as she observed the interest meters of the idol girls. To her shock, the liquid within them began to drain, indicating a decline in their progress. Each time Issei attempted to flirt, the meters for both him and Izuku decreased. Slaanesh turned her gaze back to 𝗧𝗏, who wore a smug grin. Slaanesh demanded to know what 𝗧𝗏 had done, and he taunted her, revealing that her prized angel was now destined to fail. As he teleported away, Slaanesh's anger intensified, realizing that 𝗧𝗏 had meddled with forces he shouldn't have, affecting both Issei's and Izuku's progress. In a fit of rage, Slaanesh unleashed her frustration upon her realm, causing everyone to halt their activities and tremble in fear of her growing wrath. The lust demon stammered in response, and Slaanesh's fury echoed throughout the realm. Mel observed the situation and noted that she was indeed furious. The story would continue from there.